Hey guys, this is Star. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter unlocked Merlin's ultimate power against Voldemort. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video, and if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When haunting visions reveal a power hidden since ancient times, Harry uncovers Merlin's long-lost staff, the only force capable of defeating Voldemort once and for all. But mastering such power may cost him everything he holds dear. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The nightly scratching of the quill stopped as Uncle Vernon's footsteps could be heard as the large man made his way to the bathroom. Harry Potter peeked out from under the sheets that he lay beneath, doing his homework by flashlight. He saw Uncle Vernon's shadow move from under the crack in the door, finally halting on Harry's face as he lay quiet. Harry knew his uncle's ear was pressed to the door as he listened for a sign that his nephew was still in the room. Ever since Harry had escaped last year with the Order of the Phoenix, Uncle Vernon constantly checked that Harry was still there. The floorboards creaking and the disappearance of the large shadow announced Uncle Vernon's retreat to the bathroom. Harry absent-mindedly read over what he had written on the yellow parchment as he waited for the telltale sounds of a flush and the chafe of bed sheets on pajamas that heralded Uncle Vernon's grunting snores. Harry sighed when he heard Dudley's low grunts from the room next to his and vaguely listened to the noises, not wanting to return to the potion homework he was finishing for Hogwarts' meanest teacher, Professor Snape. Instead, he closed his ink bottle, wiped his quill clean on a spare piece of parchment and set it down in the fold of his potions book before closing it, using the quill as a page marker. As Harry blew at his essay to help the ink dry faster so he could put it away, he heard his snowy white owl, Hedwig, hoot from her cage as Harry shuffled around under the sheets. Obviously, he had woken the great bird up and she was not happy about it at all. Hedwig had been sleeping for a while, since she returned from delivering a letter to the Weasleys in a surprising bout of summer rain, which tired her greatly. Normally, she would have been wide awake. Once the ink dried, Harry slipped the essay into the book as well, so the edge of the parchment touched the split in the book. Putting the stopper on the ink bottle, and being very careful not to spill any, he slipped out from under his covers and leaned over the edge of the bed so his head peeked under the bed. With great speed, he pulled the loose floorboard up and slid his book and ink into it before snapping it shut again. Harry pulled himself up and rubbed his stomach where the corner of the bed had dug into it. He didn't want to go to sleep. He wasn't tired in the least. Instead, he crawled to the end of the bed and opened his trunk. Harry dug through the contents, pushing by the firebolt, sneakoscope, invisibility cloak, robes and spare pieces of parchment before finding what he was looking for. A leather-bound book given to him by Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper and professor of the care of magical creatures class. Silently, he flipped through the pages and pages of his parents. In every one, they smiled up at him and he felt tears reach his eyes. It was even more painful to face his parents' smiling faces since the tragedies of the last school year. He just wanted to forget, but then, if he really wanted to, why was he looking in this book? Finally, he found the picture he was looking for. It was one of his godfather, Sirius Black, who had passed away at the end of the year. His death was still vivid in Harry's mind. That, Harry supposed, was why he didn't like sleeping. Because his dreams nowadays were nightmares, either of Cedric Diggory dying, Voldemort coming back, his parents' deaths and faces, Sirius's death and, worst of all, what Voldemort was doing and thinking. Life had been made somewhat easier since Cornelius Fudge had finally agreed to the fact that Voldemort had returned. The Daily Prophet hadn't written any insulting articles about Harry, only ones about how he had seen Voldemort come back. What pained Harry the most was, on every paper, it read the same thing in bold letters. Sirius Black, fugitive murderer, still missing. Apparently the Order of the Phoenix still wished to keep Sirius a secret, even in death, but it was probably all for the best. If anyone found out that Sirius was dead through one of the Order members, odd questions would soon be asked and they would all be caught. It's better this way, Harry thought to himself, although he always got a lump in his throat at the knowledge that Sirius had been so close to being proven innocent, and he was still known as the fugitive murderer, who killed a dozen muggles and one wizard with a single curse. Harry missed his godfather dearly. He also missed the tropical birds that often flew through his window to deliver letters from Sirius. The only one that was happy about the absence of the letters was Hedwig. She had always been reluctant to share her water dish with the beautifully plumed birds that often came to visit. Putting away the album, Harry sat in his bed, wondering what to do next. He didn't want to sleep. It had been a while since he had. Sure, there had been a few dozes here and there, but Harry woke so often due to nightmares that he decided to give up sleeping altogether. Of course it was unhealthy, but when had Harry Potter been healthy looking? When had he last had decent muggle clothes to wear outside of the house to make him look a little better built? Harry wished someone would come to visit. Even Mundungus Fletcher would be welcome, but Harry felt so cut off that he was willing to see any familiar faces from the magical world. Harry knew why he was being cut off. The rise of spies for Voldemort had increased twofold since Harry's last encounter with him, and the probability of the letters being intercepted had expanded as well. Harry had heard this from Ron, who said he heard it from his twin brothers, Fred and George. Apparently, extendable ears were back on. Mrs. Fig hadn't come to visit and hadn't invited him to tea in a while. Harry supposed it was all as well anyway, because it might rouse suspicion with the Dursleys, and Harry might be cut off from taking strolls down to the park to sit on the swing and try to stay awake, when he could really be having a nice chat about the wizarding world over a cup of bitter tea and year-old biscuits. But the chance to do those things, even walk to the park, hadn't been able to happen since Harry got back. For one thing, Uncle Vernon wanted to keep such a close watch on Harry that he forbid him to leave the house. And two, Lupin had sent him a letter, telling him not to leave the house, no matter what. So, Harry was grounded. He had not left the house for 2 months. Harry's eyes drooped suddenly and the urge to keep them open floated away as he felt the sweetness of dreams. No. Harry snapped open his eyes again. You mustn't fall asleep, Potter. But the impulse to close them and sleep overpowered him. He slipped away into the dream world. Harry dreamed he was riding his firebolt, trying to catch the snitch. The other team's player was gaining on the snitch as well, going faster than Harry. The snitch darted in the direction of Harry when it morphed into Neville Longbottom's Remembrall. It turned red and Harry paused to remember what he'd forgotten when it floated away from him and turned into the small orb with swirling mists that was the prophecy. It flew into the opponent's hand and Harry could vividly see the face of his rival. It was Voldemort. The Dark Lord cackled, holding the prophecy above his head in triumph, and Harry stared at it. Inside the swirling mist, Sirius had his face pressed against the glass, trying to escape. Before he could get out, Voldemort squeezed the prophecy and it burst into 1,000 pieces, crushing Sirius. Harry woke up, gasping for breath, a sheet of sweat covering his body and his scar giving a moment's pain. It was just a dream. Harry thought to himself. He stared around his room, positive that Sirius was going to appear from around a corner. When he didn't, Harry sunk back into his pillows and stared at the clock. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, July 30th. Just one more day and he'd be 16. 16. Harry could hardly believe his luck. He was, in a way, proud that he'd lived this long, what with all the threats that had been growing over the past 5 years. But the other side of him was sad. So many people had died in his place. His parents, Cedric Diggory, Sirius. He should have been the one to have died. Suddenly, Harry jumped as he heard a soft tap on his window. He peered out, expecting to see Errol or Pigwidgeon or some other owl. But his breath was caught in his chest as he saw the beautiful red and gold phoenix hovering outside. Fox. Harry slid out of bed and walked lightly to his window and pushed it open. Fox swooped in and dropped onto Harry's bed, holding out his leg which had a yellow piece of parchment tied to it. Harry closed the window and walked to the bed, passing Hedwig, who looked accusingly at Fox for stealing her master. Hello, Fox, Harry said, approaching the bed and sitting down next to the phoenix and began untying the letter. Once the string was off, Harry unfolded it and 2 pieces of parchment fell from Fox's leg. Harry picked one and held it closer to the lamp to read what it said. It took his tired head several seconds to realize that it was upside down and he had to turn it over. At the top of the parchment, it read, OWL Examination Test Results Potter, Harry J. Harry became excited. His exam results were finally here. After several months of waiting, they were finally here. He turned his head to look at Fox and Hedwig, who watched him eagerly before directing his attention back to the letter in his hands. Astronomy A- acceptable. Care of magical creatures O outstanding. Good old Hagrid, Harry whispered happily. Then, he read on. Charms O outstanding. Defense against the dark arts O outstanding. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that in-class work hadn't counted for the exams, because if they had, Umbridge would have been sure to give him a T, for troll. Divination P poor. Who cares? Harry said to the two birds accompanying him. Herbology A- acceptable. History of magic A- acceptable. Harry thought that was fair enough, as he had passed out that day and had to leave the examination early. Potions O outstanding. Harry felt very proud of this grade. If Snape had had it his way, Harry supposed he would have been packing his bags to leave Hogwarts forever. Harry turned his thoughts back to the last one. Transfiguration O outstanding. Silently, Harry read through his grades one last time, trying to remember which ones were passing and which ones were not. In the end, the only one he hadn't passed was divination, and that wasn't his favorite class in the world. Reading the list again, trying to imagine what Hermione and Ron had gotten, he remembered there had been one last letter. Harry set down his test scores and picked up the last letter. He saw the loopy handwriting and knew it was from Dumbledore himself. He unfolded the letter and read in a loud whisper. Harry, I have several things to write to you about, and I ask that you take them all seriously. Your friends, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, are begging me to bring you here. I trust you know where here is, but I ask you to stay for about one more week and then there will be time to bring you here safely. Please, stay out of trouble, Harry. Secondly, I trust you read your OWL grades. They are very good, not including divination, but you never enjoyed Professor Trelawney's different outlook on your lifespan, did you? I also looked at the notes Professor McGonagall took, explaining what your occupation choice was for after Hogwarts. Might I be the first to congratulate you on your OWL scores? They are high enough for you to continue on the road to becoming an Auror. As I looked over the rest of the students' grades with that handy note Miss Granger had written out for your DA meetings, sitting beside me, I was able to see that everyone whom had taken those lessons from you achieved an outstanding or exceeds expectations, even Mr. Longbottom. You must have been a very good teacher, Harry, to help everyone accomplish grades such as those. This has brought me to my next topic to discuss with you, defense against the dark arts. Seeing the grades of the students and that you had helped teach them to defend themselves from dark arts, I have come to the conclusion that Hogwarts needs a teacher like you, Mr. Potter. Therefore, I am offering you a part-time job, teaching the 6th years, and only the 6th years, defense against the dark arts, as a professor. You would be allowed all the necessities of any teacher here. This means, you would have the privilege to give and take points, in class and for good reason only. And to give detentions, I very much doubt I need to remind you, in class and for good reason only. You would need to assign and correct homework aside from doing your own. If it becomes too much for you to handle, we can have the defense against the dark arts teacher for years 1 to 5 and 7 to take over for you. I cannot tell you any information about her, because, as reliable as Fox is, there is still chance of interception. You will meet her when you arrive, for she has joined the order. Lastly, I would like to congratulate you back on the Gryffindor Quidditch team as Seeker. It was a terrible punishment for Professor Umbridge to inflict on you, though I am still unimpressed with the way you handled the situation with Mr. Malfoy last year after the Quidditch game, so I have decided to give you back the spot. Mr. Weasley will have some big news for you when you arrive, I presume. However, it may be difficult to juggle defense against the dark arts and Quidditch at the same time, but if you feel you can do it, I have the utmost confidence in your ability to succeed. Remember, during the school year, if you feel you are being too stressed, we can always give the other defense against the dark arts teacher the job. She is willing to do it if you should not. I have not told your friends about the offer I am giving you. I leave it up to you to tell them. Best of luck in your last week at the Dursleys. Albus Dumbledore. P.S. Do not send a reply. Talk to me when you arrive. A terribly loud silence filled the room. Even the two birds were quiet as Harry finished the last sentence. Maybe it was just shock, tiredness, or both that kept the room quiet for the next few minutes as Harry reread the letter to confirm what Dumbledore had written was true. In the end, it was all true. It was even written on paper. Him. A professor. The truth hadn't even sunk in yet. Harry was so shocked. Fawkes' soft chirrups seemed to come from miles away. In the end, Fawkes got his attention by biting down on his ear. Ow! Yelled Harry, clapping a hand to his right ear. Rubbing it, he looked at Fawkes, who looked innocently back at him. Oh, you want out, don't you? Harry asked, understanding finally. In answer, Fawkes opened his wings and took flight across the room, landing on Harry's desk and causing pieces of parchment to go flying everywhere. Harry waited for a minute before getting up, making sure that the Dursleys were still asleep. The last thing he needed was to get in trouble, as he was walking a very fine rope at the moment. Once the coast was clear, Harry stood up and tiptoed to the window. Before he opened it, he gave Fawkes a small pat on the head and whispered, "Thanks, Fawkes. See you in a week, all right." The red bird twittered in farewell and spread out his wings again before taking flight, flying over the housetops. Harry watched him until darkness surrounded the phoenix, and even after he had gone, Harry propped his elbows on the windowsill, setting his chin in his hands, and looked out at the stars, twinkling in the darkness. Then, he sighed again and returned to his bed, folding the letters and putting them under his bed in the floorboards with his potions homework. Before snapping it shut, he grabbed a quill and ink bottle, pulling them out and swiftly removing the ink stopper, dipping the tip of the quill into it, and then moved it to the calendar on his wall. He circled August 5th, the day when he supposedly would be returning to Grimmauld Place. 1 week seemed ages from now, and now that he had something to somewhat look forward to, it would take even longer to arrive. Harry wondered how Dumbledore was going to get him out, because as more years passed and the Dursleys became more familiar with means of travel, they couldn't be fooled as easily as when he was in his second year. In the end, Harry decided not to worry about it. This was Dumbledore he was talking about. Dumbledore would find a way. Returning the quill and ink to their spots under the bed, he sat back up and swung his legs onto his bed and rested his back to the wall, staring unconsciously outside at the spot where Fawkes had recently disappeared to, hoping beyond hope that more owls would come. Yawning, Harry peered at the clock on his nightstand. It read 5:35 a.m. Aunt Petunia, who was usually the first person to be downstairs in the morning, wouldn't be up for another 3.5 hours at the most. Until then, Harry would just keep staring into the abyss, waiting for the signs of life downstairs before entering the day world again, in complete silence, since he now knew the reasons he needed to be here. But that didn't stop him from feeling anger at the fact that all his friends, family, teacher, and even the Muggles could wander around without a care in the world. The attacks hadn't started yet, but they would start soon. Harry was sure of it. Until and after they did, he would be stuck indoors, unable to feel the freedoms of a normal human being and wizard. But he had never been normal. All his life, one thing or the other was pulling him away from normality. Harry felt like a prisoner trapped inside himself where he couldn't escape. Several hours later, the sizzle of a frying pan could be heard, announcing that another trapped morning had indeed arrived in the uneasy silence that had been growing, day after day. Harry settled himself at the breakfast table, across from Dudley, watching as he stuffed his overlarge face with crispy, oily bacon and sausage and eggs, that Aunt Petunia had prepared as a congratulations for her son. He had now been on his diet for 2 whole years. Somehow, Harry believed that letting Dudley eat fattening foods for being on a diet was defeating the whole point of being on the diet in the first place, which had made little change anyway, so the whole thing had been pointless. "Here," Aunt Petunia said shortly, pushing an orange and a few tiny pieces of sausage towards Harry before walking off and starting the coffee for Uncle Vernon. Harry ate without complaint. He was too tired to complain anymore about the lack of food he was receiving daily. Of course, his friends had sent him packages of food, but whenever Harry was in his room, Uncle Vernon checked that he wasn't doing anything so often that Harry didn't even get a change to pull a wrapper off a sugarless nutrition bar from Hermione. By the time he finished the few sausages, Uncle Vernon had arrived, carrying the daily newspaper in his hand. "Good morning, Vernon," Aunt Petunia said, walking to her husband and pecking him on the cheek. "Sugar in your tea today?" "No, no thank you, Petunia," Uncle Vernon said, sitting in the chair to Harry's right and watched the two boys eat until Aunt Petunia gave him his own plate to stare at. "This looks wonderful, Petunia. Any special occasion?" Uncle Vernon asked, taking a bite of the bacon as the oil dripped down his hand. Harry watched as the trail of grease made its way to Uncle Vernon's expensive jacket sleeve, wondering if his uncle would catch it. Sure enough, Uncle Vernon wiped it away right before it touched the fabric. Harry smiled to himself. Uncle Vernon would probably put himself in the way to keep his suits clean, even if it meant jumping in front of a bullet to avoid a hole. Harry then became engrossed in thinking how far a bullet would have to go through Dudley before the fat of his body stopped it. "Actually, Vernon, there is a special occasion," Aunt Petunia said, handing Uncle Vernon his tea. "Our dinky Duddy Dums has been on his diet for 2 whole years now, poor thing." She clucked her tongue sympathetically. Harry's insides boiled with partial anger. The only one on the diet today was himself, and he was the skinniest of the 4. But Harry accepted it. Just one more week and he would taste Mrs. Weasley's wonderfully cooked breakfast of eggs, toast, sausage, non-oily bacon, orange juice, porridge and so many other things that made Harry's mouth water then and there. "Congratulations, Dudley, my boy," Uncle Vernon said, clapping his son's arm, making it jiggle uncontrollably, causing Harry to lose his appetite. He pushed his plate away and stood up. "Oh no you don't," Uncle Vernon said, grabbing the back of Harry's shirt as he walked by, heading for the stairs. "We're celebrating, so sit and be thankful that your aunt made this wonderful meal." "Wonderful, is it?" Harry said coldly. "I couldn't taste anything. Maybe my portion was a bit too small." "Don't you take that tone with me. You should be thankful we've let you stay here, even after you've been going to that school of yours for 5 years now," Uncle Vernon said, his hand still closed on Harry's shirt. "Sit. I've got better things to do than watch Dudley stuff his face for the next hour," Harry said. He tried to pull away from his uncle's grasp, but Uncle Vernon would not let go. His face was starting to turn beet red, as it always did when he became angry, and his eyes flared. "Just because you can carry a stupid stick, does not mean that you are allowed to disobey my orders. Sit. My stupid stick has more power in it than one of your stupid drills could ever carry. Sit," Uncle Vernon yelled. Anger had gotten the best of him, so he was only able to utter one word. With a great force, he pulled at Harry's shirt, causing him to stumble backward and fall into the chair. Harry, then, had no choice but to sit at the table, watching as the other 3 talked cheerfully, as though he weren't there. He knew that Uncle Vernon really didn't want Harry there, as much as Harry didn't want to be there, but it was the only way Uncle Vernon could think of to keep an eye on Harry and make sure he didn't leave the house. Closing his eyes, Harry thought over and over in his head, just 7 more days. The rest of the day passed in a haze. The only thing Harry did was lie around the house. After Dudley had finished the enormous breakfast, in which he'd eaten 7 helpings before satisfied, Harry exited the kitchen and walked up to his room. Once there, he plopped down on his bed. When he was tired of looking at his ceiling, he went back downstairs and dropped onto the couch until Dudley and Uncle Vernon kicked him out to watch the television. The day went on like that, and all Harry could think to do was think. He thought about lots of things, like when he was going to get out. Serious, what Ron's surprise was, if Crookshanks was still alive. "You've been moping around all day," Aunt Petunia said sharply, trying to clean around Harry's elbows, which were propped on the dinner table. "Move." "Huh?" Harry asked, jerking out of imagining what it felt like to be normal. "Move. I've got to clean the table," Aunt Petunia practically shouted. "Oh," Harry said dully, dragging his elbows off the table and set them in his lap, watching Aunt Petunia scrub the oil from the bacon off the polished wood. "Stop sulking," said Aunt Petunia, reaching around Harry to clean the other side of the table to save her feet the long trip around the chair Harry sat in. "What else is there to do?" Harry asked, standing up and leaving the kitchen, walking back to his bedroom. Harry couldn't help but lie back into the pillow and close his eyes. He hadn't had a proper sleep in so long, it felt good to even close his tired, itchy eyes. Before he knew it, the dream world had taken him again. This time, Harry was in a very dark room in a corner. "Tell me of Dumbledore," a dark-sounding voice, coming from a chair, commanded to a form on the ground. Master," Harry heard Peter Pettigrew stutter, "he remains at Hogwarts, to my knowledge. Anything suspicious at all? He has left every few days. We don't know where." "Well, find out then." "Why yes, Master," Wormtail whimpered. "And what about my Nagini?" Voldemort hissed. He stood up from the chair and Harry hitched in his breath, afraid that the Dark Lord would see and hear him. Somehow, no one seemed to notice him. "No one has seen her since Dumbledore made her disappear last year, my lord." "Keep looking," Voldemort ordered. "She must be somewhere." "Yes, my lord," Wormtail said. "Good, good," Voldemort whispered under his breath. "Very well, Wormtail, you may go." Once Wormtail had disappeared from behind a door, Voldemort turned. His cold, red eyes gleamed in the direction of Harry. Harry felt as though he were being punched in the chest. Voldemort seemed to be looking right at him, not past him. Then, the hair on Harry's neck prickled when he heard Voldemort speak. "Soon, Potter," he cackled. "You are not safe. I have spies everywhere. You cannot run, you cannot hide, I will get you, you cannot." Suddenly, Harry felt as if his head were tearing in two at his scar. Harry woke with a jolt, his scar hurting so badly that he rolled over onto his stomach and yelled into his pillow for several long seconds until his throat felt as if it would tear. Once the yelling stopped, Harry lifted his head and realized he was shaking. Banging his fist into the mattress, Harry growled loudly and angrily. The clock on his bedstand told him it was 9 o'clock at night. The sun was just beginning to sink over the horizon, revealing a red sky, almost as red as Voldemort's eyes. The dream, what had that been about? Was it just his mind playing games on him, or had Voldemort purposefully brought him there in his sleep to address him? What had the dialogue between him and Wormtail been about? A banging on the door brought him out of his thoughts. Harry heard Uncle Vernon's voice from the other side of the door. "Quiet in there, boy." Then, footsteps could be heard as Uncle Vernon made his way back down the stairs. Harry's face plummeted down to the pillow and his breath was blocked by the fabric and feathers. He did not know how long he sat there, lying in bed, when Hedwig started to hoot uncontrollably. "Be quiet, Hedwig," Harry said, his voice muffled by the pillow. Hedwig did not heed him and hooted louder, banging her wings on the bars of her cage. Below, Harry could hear Uncle Vernon yell, "Stupid owl." Harry lifted his head up to look at Hedwig, hoping his angry-looking face would calm her. Instead, what he saw surprised him. Hedwig was looking out the window, trying to get Harry's attention, hooting and occasionally screeching. When Harry looked over at her, he saw what she was making the racket at. Outside Harry's window, there must have been at least 10 owls. They were all making a racket, scraping their sharp talons on the window. Harry figured he must have been deep in thought to miss the sound. Jumping up and rushing to the door, to stop the owls from making loud sounds, every single one flew in and landed on his bed in a mess of feathers, parchment and packages. Harry tried to calm them from hooting at each other loudly, probably daring the other birds to deliver their gifts before them. From below, Harry heard Uncle Vernon roar with anger. "Damn it, boy, can't you keep quiet for once? And shut that bird up too." "Sorry, I'll be quiet," Harry yelled, frantically trying to shush the birds. To quiet them, he pulled off all their packages and letters and notes. Once they were no longer attached to the post, the owls would ruffle their feathers in an important manner and fly off out the window before Harry could get a good look at them to determine who they belonged to. As soon as the last owl was out of the room and Harry and Hedwig were alone once more, it seemed oddly quiet to Harry. His bed, which had been neat and tidy only a few minutes before, and now it was strewn with feathers. There was even a large hole in the sheet where it looked as if an owl had had its claw ensnared. Forgetting this, Harry turned to the rather large pile of cards and boxes he had thrown to the floor in order to get the owls out quickly as to not get the Dursleys suspicious. The first note Harry saw was one from his best mate, Ron. Picking up the letter, he opened it and read, "Harry, how are you doing, mate? I'm sorry I haven't written in a long time, but it's harder to sneak any of the stupid owls out, now that you know who is on the loose and my mum is on the watch. Well, you know how she is. Mrs. Weasley was incredibly kind, but very severe with her children, and it still amazed Harry at times that the plump woman whose cheeks were always tinged pink in cheerfulness, could turn into an absolute monster within the time range of a few seconds. Most, or all, of the time, it was when one of or both of Ron's twin brothers had done something. Anyway, happy birthday. Wow, I can't believe you're 16. I remember when I first met you. We were little midgets at the time, So, here's the deal. Hermione and I went to Diagon Alley to get your birthday present. They were sold out, so we ordered one to be sent to Hogwarts a few days after we've been there. So, sorry, no present right now. Anyway, Harry, I have to go. Mum's yelling at Fred and George again and I want to see what they did this time. Bye. See you in 6 days. Your mate, Ron. Harry laughed to himself. Fred and George must have joined the Order of the Phoenix. There would be no other reason for them to be there. Putting Ron's note aside, he picked up one from his other friend, Hermione. Dear Harry, how have you been? Has your summer been better than the last one? I hope no Dementors attacked you. Life has been pretty boring, since we aren't allowed to actually join the Order. But we try to help out as much as we can. Ron and my job is to feed Buckbeak and take care of him. One thing that makes me mad, Harry. I've worked so hard keeping SPEW. Harry rolled his eyes. Could she even write one letter where at one point, she didn't refer to spew? I've worked so hard keeping SPEW up and Dumbledore thinks it best that creature not help anymore. Do you know what he did? Well, obviously, they couldn't give him clothes, because he would just go help Lestrange, so he was beheaded. Under Dumbledore's orders. I was so mad and still am. Everyone else seems quite happy, though. Well, happy birthday. I'm not sure if Ron told you or not, but your present from us will be coming soon after we arrive at Hogwarts. We split the cost between us because it was really expensive and a few of the Order members chipped in a bit too. I think most of them got you their own present too. We've all been really secretive about what we were giving you for your birthday for some strange reason. And also, we've met the new defense against the dark arts teacher. You'll be quite surprised, Harry, I'm sure of it. Have a wonderful week, Harry, and I can't wait until you come here. Love from Hermione. Harry folded the letter calmly. He was half annoyed at the fact that they both had been speaking in riddles again. He understood why, but he couldn't help but feel a bit angry that he was stuck at Privet Drive for one more week when they had already visited Diagon Alley. The anger subsided quickly as he picked up the other letters and gifts. The next letter was from Hagrid. It said the same things as Ron and Hermione's, and Harry had the suspicion that the Order was just as bored as he was. The only thing that was different was that Hagrid said that Grop, his half-brother, who was half taller, had found a lady friend at last. Harry couldn't decide whether to take this as good news or bad news. He ripped open Hagrid's present to find a box of homemade rock candies, as he usually sent to help Harry get food, and a hand-knitted scarf of a pinkish-gray color. Harry thought that it might go well with Hagrid's pink umbrella. The next letter was from Mad-Eye Moody. His letter wished happy birthday to Harry and told him to stay alert. As a P.S., Moody added, "Constant vigilance, Potter." Tonks' letter was a bit more friendly, telling him all about the different potions they were using to try and get Mrs. Black's, Sirius's mum, painting off the wall so they could burn it to stop her from laughing every time someone mentioned Sirius. Along with the letter, Tonks sent some of Fleetwood's high finish handle polish as a birthday present. Lupin's letter was exceptionally long, including a congratulations for becoming the defense against the dark arts professor. He also took up Sirius's role of constantly saying, "Keep your head down, Harry," or, "Stay out of trouble, Harry." Along with the letter, Lupin sent a large book on magic defense spells. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sent a large box of food. Dumbledore sent along his first ever birthday present for Harry. It was a book of some of the best Quidditch players of all time. As Harry put the book down on his nightstand, he reached for another large box, wrapped in brown paper. To his surprise, the box squealed loudly as his fingers grasped it and Harry let go in pure shock. The box started quivering uncontrollably and Harry could feel the vibration of it on the floor. Putting his hand on the lid to stop it from making loud noises, it squealed and shuffled away from him very fast. What was going on? Who sent this to him? Harry stood up and paced around it. Hedwig watched him interestedly. Mustering his strength and bracing himself, he jumped on top of the box, surprisingly not smashing it flat under his weight. It kept shivering until finally, it emitted a dark smoke and opened the lid, as though it had hinges, throwing Harry hard on his back. Panting, and ignoring Hedwig's amused hoots, he cautiously approached the box and peered inside, seeing the one thing he least expected: absolutely nothing. Well, almost nothing. There was a note. Being careful, Harry reached inside and grabbed the note, unfolding it. Harry, what do you think? It's called the bouncing birthday box. We only just invented it. Business is good as much as Mum is angry with us for the business. Hope you have a good birthday. Fred and George Weasley. The bouncing birthday box odd, yet still, Harry managed a chuckle. For a little bit, Harry wondered if Fred and George's idea of a thank you for the gold he had given them in his 4th year was to test all their new products on him. There was one last letter. Harry reached over to it and picked it up. He read, "To Harry Potter," on the front and nothing else. With curious fingers, he opened it and read, "Dear Harry, how have you been? I'm really sorry for the way I acted at the end of last year. I'm still a little mixed up after what happened to Cedric. Ah Cho Chong. And I've only just begun to get my life sorted out. I remember someone telling me your birthday was sometime this month, so I thought I'd wish you a happy birthday and see if you would like to start over. Michael Corner just wasn't the person for me after all. After my anger had burned out, I noticed he was insulting you a lot, so I dumped him. I think he's after Padma Patil now. They'll be perfect for each other. But I was wondering if, on the next Hogsmeade trip, you would like to go somewhere. Ron and Hermione could come too, it doesn't matter. But I would rather try our date over again and start over, but if you don't want to, I understand completely. Anyway, I just wanted to say that and happy birthday. Well, bye. Cho." Harry closed the letter silently. His heart burned with a few different emotions that he never thought would go together: admiration, anger, happiness, and doubt. He would never have had the courage to apologize like that, but he couldn't help but still feel a little miffed. After all, she had embarrassed him in front of the whole coffee shop last year and then gone out with another person. But she did apologize. Harry decided he would think about it. He had plenty of time, after all. The clock close to Harry told him that an hour had passed and it was about 10 o'clock. Not wanting to go back downstairs, he decided to dress in his pajamas and crawl into bed and finish some more homework. The only thing he had left to do was the history of magic homework and only just a little bit left of the potions homework. Also, he had nothing better to do anyway. And that's where Harry was the rest of the night, pausing at 1 o'clock in the morning as Uncle Vernon made his nightly trip to the bathroom, checking for signs of life in Harry's room on the way. The next few days were quite uneventful. Harry continued to mope around, as Aunt Petunia called it. Harry called it that too. There should not have been any reason for him to not mope. After all, he had been stuck at his least favorite place for the past 2 months. But August had arrived, hotter than ever, and even Uncle Vernon, who always wore nice neat suits, had to dress a little cooler. It was the night of August 4th and Harry was walking around his room, packing all his things, ready to leave, much to the suspicions of his aunt and uncle. Dinner had been a close one as Aunt Petunia voiced what she had been thinking of Harry moving around his room all day. "What have you been doing up there all day?" Her bony horse face turned to a frown as she eyed Harry. Said Harry, his fork stopping in midair, still holding the bit of meat that had been on its way to his mouth. He put it down, thinking quickly, "Spring cleaning." He finally answered, hoping that Aunt Petunia would not catch the fact that his answer had been more of a question. "It's summer, you idiot!" shrieked Aunt Petunia. "I know that," Harry yelled back. "Summer cleaning, then. Summer cleaning. There's no such thing." "Well, for me, there is," Harry said coldly, starting to eat his food again. Lucky for him, Aunt Petunia had stopped there, suddenly remembering Moody's threat of coming to their house if Harry was mistreated, that they often forgot about anyway, and remained silent for the rest of the dinner. Dudley and Uncle Vernon staring at the two of them as they casually returned to their food as though nothing had happened. As Harry packed away the last of his books and things, locked his trunk, then sat at the edge of his bed, waiting for anything to happen. Then, he heard his aunt and uncle talking below, their voices muffled by the floor. Harry, curious, slid to the floor and put his ear to it, closing his eyes to concentrate on what they were saying. They were talking about him, not unusual. Vernon, he's been acting oddly all day, packing his things like he thinks he's going back to that school. Well, he may think he is, but don't doubt me, Petunia, dear. He's staying right here. I won't allow him to leave the house and be with that lot. But he always seems to find a way to leave. We'll just have to keep our eyes on him. If you're sure, Vernon. Yes. There is no way he's returning to that place, Petunia. I'll give anything to squash that magic out of him, mark me. But we have to do something to keep him away, Vernon. He'll return somehow. I'll lock his door tonight then, and keep a watch on the window. Harry broke away from the floor, his anger boiling again. How dare they? Couldn't they just live with the fact that that was where Harry belonged? His thoughts were cut short, as well as Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's conversation, as the doorbell rang. Harry's eyes flicked to the clock. It was nearly midnight. Who would be here at midnight? His heart jumping, Harry ran to the window and looked out. In the dim light of the street lamps, he could barely make out red hair. Harry smiled, ran to the door and then downstairs, bounding down each step with great speed. When he finally made himself present in front of the door, he looked up and instantly stepped backward as a red-faced Uncle Vernon advanced on him. How dare you? He shouted, spit spraying into Harry's face. What? Harry asked, wiping his face clean. To show Harry what he meant, he stepped aside and pointed to the front door, sputtering in his anger, his hand shaking. There, standing in the threshold, were Mad-Eye Moody, Mr. Weasley, Lupin and Tonks, whose hair was owned. Watch her, Harry, Tonks said as soon as she saw him. Harry, Mr. Weasley said, pushing past Aunt Petunia, who was semi-blocking the door to keep them away, walking around Uncle Vernon and clapping Harry on the shoulder. Then, he turned to Uncle Vernon, smiling and said, well, we'll just get Harry's things and be on our way, thank you. I have absolutely no intention of letting the boy leave, Uncle Vernon said as Tonks went upstairs to Harry's room, knowing where it was as of last year, to get his trunk. Harry was about to follow her to help, but Mr. Weasley held him back. Mr. Dursley, I assure you, Harry will be safe. I don't care about the damn boy's welfare. He's not going back to that school you lot have. The smile from Mr. Weasley's face faltered as his ears turned red. As he opened his mouth unsurely to speak, Moody limped forward, his wooden leg clunking on Aunt Petunia's beautifully polished floor, scratching it. Remember me, Dursley, Moody said, turning his head to make sure Uncle Vernon saw his eye. Harry's uncle backed away from the approaching Moody, painfully stepping on Harry's foot. Well, you'll have me to answer to if Potter doesn't come with us. Uncle Vernon started mindlessly opening and closing his mouth angrily. In the end, he stared at Aunt Petunia and she nodded quickly. Then, Uncle Vernon turned back to Moody, grabbing hold of Harry's arm from behind him. He threw Harry at the oar with such a force that Harry collided with Moody, unable to stop in time. Moody caught him, stumbling back a bit, unstable on his wooden leg. Fine. Take him. And I don't ever want to see him back here, Uncle Vernon shouted. Oh, he'll have to come back next summer, Dursley, said Moody, helping Harry regain his balance. Do I have to? Harry asked sadly. Lupin walked forward and pulled him farther away from Uncle Vernon as though afraid for Harry's safety. Moody didn't turn his head around when Harry asked him, but Harry knew, by the look of pure disgust on Uncle Vernon's face, that Moody's eye had followed him. Afraid so, Potter. But now you know why, so no complaints. There was a banging from the stairs as Tonks pulled Harry's trunk with her, Hedwig's cage under her arm. Harry was shocked to see the cage empty. I sent her on her way already. She'll know where it is. Tonks answered Harry's confused look. Help me out with this, would you, Weasley? Mr. Weasley ran up the stairs to help her carry the trunk down. Come with me, Harry. We'll let them sort the last of it out, Lupin said, grasping Harry's shoulder tightly and pulling him to the door. Once they were outside, Harry took a deep breath of the cool night air. His heart was so light now, he felt he could have skipped if didn't know he'd look stupid if he did. It's wonderful to see you again, Harry, Lupin said as they walked down the driveway. Harry ignored this as he saw a dark blue car parked in the street. You didn't, this isn't your, is it? Harry stuttered. Lupin nodded, putting his hands in his pockets. Yes. We came here via Muggle car, he answered. When they reached it, Lupin took out a set of keys and unlocked the back door. Get in, Harry, he said. Harry slid in and Lupin slammed the door shut. He went around the other way and got in the other way. They waited in silence for a bit, both looking at the door of number 4 Privet Drive. The door remained open and Harry could see that Uncle Vernon was shouting as Mr. Weasley and Tonks walked out of the door with Harry's trunk between them. Once the trunk was in the trunk of the car, Mr. Weasley got in the driver's seat and Tonks opened the back door. Scoot over, Harry, she demanded, sitting down in the car. Lovely family you've got, Harry, she said sarcastically. That aunt of yours nearly took my head off with a broom. Yeah, Harry answered, she tends to do stuff like that a lot. Sorry. No, don't apologize, Tonks said, laughing. I always enjoy nearly being decapitated. Well, you could always join the headless hunt, Harry suggested, trying to lighten the mood. Well, just wait until Mad Eye comes and then we'll be off, Mr. Weasley said from up front, checking his watch. Yes. Nearly 12:30. I promised Molly we'd have you in by 2. Ron and Hermione might be up, waiting for you, so don't expect sleep for a while. Trust me, that's fine, Harry said. He didn't want them to know he was depriving himself of sleep. After a bit, they all heard the door of number 4 slam shut and the clunking of Moody's wooden leg. Then, the door to the passenger seat opened and Moody sat down. Mr. Weasley started the engine and they drove off. How far is it to Grimmauld Place? Harry asked. About half an hour, Mr. Weasley said, as they turned around a corner. Good thing Arthur knew how to drive or we would never have thought of a new way of getting you out of there, Lupin said. Why do you need a new way every year? Harry asked. Has your uncle called any places every time they're invited to something over the mail to confirm that it's true? Tonks asked. Yeah, there you go, she replied. Last year I sent them that All England best kept suburban lawn competition letter, remember? Now they know our strategies and they try to prevent them. Quite smart in that sense for Muggles, Moody said from the front. But that's their problem. They try to prevent us from doing things that we've done in the past. They don't think about what we could do. Constant vigilance, I always say. Yeah, you always say that, Mad Eye, Tonks said. Do you ever listen to me? Moody asked. No. Well, that's why I say it. So you'll listen. But that's stupid, Mad Eye, Tonks said as they passed another row of houses. Quiet down, said Mr. Weasley. I need to concentrate. This isn't as easy as it looks, you know. Sorry, mate, Tonks said. So, Harry, have a good birthday. Yeah, thanks for the presents, Harry said. There were so many owls that I was afraid they were going to make too much noise. We debated on that, Lupin said. What? Whether or not we should send them all at once. In the end, we decided to do it. The car was quiet for the next 15 minutes and they all watched more houses go by. Almost there. Give it another 10 minutes. Mr. Weasley said. This is fascinating. What's so fascinating about what? Tonks asked. Driving down a Muggle road, seeing things from a Muggle perspective. Oh yes. It's a barrel full of laughs for the 3 of us back here, Tonks said sarcastically. Lupin and Harry were all crammed in the back and were finding it hard to move without disturbing the other 2. Just get us home, Arthur. Will do. Ron and Hermione will be so excited when you walk in, Harry. The last of the driving had finally finished and Mr. Weasley was pulling into a gravel driveway, which led to nowhere. Suddenly, As Harry watched number 10 and number 13 Grimmauld places jump out of the way and a number 12 appear. Get out, Harry, Mr. Weasley said. We'll park the car. Lupin, would you go with him? Of course. Lupin answered and he and Harry stepped out. As soon as the car door slammed shut, Mr. Weasley accelerated towards a parking spot. Come on, Harry. I'm sure Ron and Hermione are waiting for you. Lupin said and he and Harry walked to the door. It was flung open instantly and Harry suddenly found he couldn't breathe as brown, bushy hair was pushed into his face and his ribs and lungs were being crushed by arms wrapped around him. Oh Harry, you're finally here. Harry's friend Hermione squealed excitedly. It's been so long. How are you? How was your summer? Your birthday? Hello Hermione. Harry gasped as she let go of him and pulled him inside, completely ignoring Lupin who was smiling. Everyone. Harry's here. She shouted loudly and, as though it were now by reflex, the curtains that had hidden Mrs. Black's portrait flared open and Mrs. Black's yellowish face glared out, her eyes popping as she stared at Harry. You, she screeched. Get out. Get out, you filthy half-bred slime. Your unworthy name is even unfit to be mentioned here. Get out. Get out. Get out. Lupin instantly ran to the portrait and tugged on the curtains to close again, but they wouldn't budge. Harry and Hermione's conversation was cut short as they too ran to help Lupin close the curtains. Finally, after what seemed ages, the curtains were pulled closed and Mrs. Black's screams were blocked. Harry, Hermione and Lupin's ears were now ringing with the words Mrs. Black had uttered. Come on, Harry, whispered Hermione, you can see everyone tomorrow when we're all awake. They walked out of the room and up the stairs at the side of the room. They were halfway up them when they heard a crash. Tonks. Mr. Weasley and Lupin yelled. Unworthy scum. Vile mud-bloods and werewolves. This house does not belong to you. Get out. You are not allowed in the house of my forefathers. Hermione and Harry walked into the boys' room and closed the door. Mrs. Black's screams were muffled, but they still got the picture of what she was saying. There were two separate beds in the room. The one to the right was empty but the person in the one to the left was occupied. The blankets moved around and Ron's face appeared from under them. Harry. Ron croaked. Shish, Ron. Go back to sleep. Hermione said. Nah, not when Harry's here. How are you, mate? You should really be asleep, Ron. Go back to bed. I won't be long. What's wrong? Harry asked, frowning. Ron's come over sick. He's been sick for about a week, so it shouldn't last much longer. Hermione whispered, tiptoeing to the door and turning the doorknob slightly. I'd better go. I'll see you, but she was cut off as the door opened. Hermione jumped back to avoid colliding with it. In the entrance, Harry could see Mr. Weasley and Lupin coming in, carrying Harry's trunk. Mrs. Weasley came in after them, carrying a bottle of potion and a goblet and dressed in a bathrobe. See you tomorrow, Harry. Mr. Weasley, Lupin and Hermione whispered, all disappearing from the room. Mrs. Weasley gave Harry a small hug. Hello, Harry, dear. How are you? She asked quietly. Good, thanks, Mrs. Weasley. Harry said. That's nice. Now, you get into bed. I'll be away in a minute. I've just come to give Ronnie his medicine. Ah, Mum. Ron groaned from under the sheets. Apparently, he had been listening in on the conversation. Now, Ron, it will make you better, said Mrs. Weasley pointedly. What if I don't want to get better? Ron asked stubbornly. Don't be silly, dear, of course you want to get better. Mrs. Weasley answered, uncorking the potion bottle and filling the goblet with a smoking, yellow-greenish potion that looked more like poison to Harry. It probably tasted like poison, too, according to the look on Ron's face when he drained it. He brought the goblet away from his mouth, sputtering. There now, that wasn't hard, was it? Mrs. Weasley said, patting her son's back. Have you tried to drink that stuff? Ron yelled. Mrs. Weasley didn't answer. In a second, she was gone. How are you, Harry? Ron asked, trying to start a new conversation. Fine, Harry lied. In fact, he was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open. Without undressing, he sank into bed and instantly fell to sleep. Voldemort was laughing. Harry was screaming. Cedric was screaming. Hermione and Ron were screaming. Sirius was screaming. Not Harry. Please, take me instead. Don't kill Harry. Harry's mother was screaming. Lily, take Harry and go. I'll hold him off. Go. Harry's father was screaming. Wormtail was screaming. Everyone was screaming. Harry woke with a start, gasping, and he sat bolt upright. So did Ron. Harry. Ron asked. What's up? And nothing. Ron. Harry answered, trying to calm his breathing. Just a dream I had. Go back to sleep. If you're sure you're alright. Yes, Ron. I'm fine. Go to sleep. You need it. Okay. Ron answered tiredly and let his head fall back onto his pillow. Within a few minutes' time, Ron's snores filled the room. Harry lay awake the rest of the night, fearful of his dreams and what torments of his past they would bring up next. The next morning, Harry got out of bed at 6 o'clock, after an uneventful night of forcing himself to stay awake. It was still a little dark. The sun hadn't even made itself present yet, but its rays were peeking over the hills already. Harry dressed into something different and went downstairs, tiptoeing the whole way. He tiptoed across the room with Sirius's mum's portrait and opened the door to the kitchen. No one was inside, so he walked in and sat at the table, in Sirius's old chair. There he remained for a while when he heard a tapping. Harry gazed upward at the small window at the top of the room. Hedwig was outside, flapping her wings. Harry walked to the window to let her in, then sat back down as Hedwig swooped down and landed in front of him, hooting. Harry responded by stroking her feathers and she closed her eyes lazily. So did he. He was still so tired. A little nap wouldn't hurt. He fell asleep before he knew it. This dream wasn't like all the others. It was a happy dream of Phoenix songs and Quidditch games. Harry was flying around the Quidditch stadium at Hogwarts. His stomach was filled with the familiar sensation of flying. Harry raced Hedwig around and around, the crowd cheering. Suddenly, about 100 Dementors approached the stadium. Harry reached in his pocket for his wand and pulled it out. Expecto Patronum, he shouted, but instead of the familiar stag bursting out from the end of his wand, a snake flew out. It started to choke him. As he struggled with it, his broom went out of control and dive-bombed into the ground. The snake swallowed Harry whole and he was still yelling for help. Help! Help! It's got me! Harry yelled. Harry! Harry! Wake up! He heard shouting, but he continued to yell when he realized someone was really yelling at him. His eyes opened and he sat up as he felt someone shaking his shoulder. Harry looked around and saw Lupin looking at him worriedly, Hedwig perched on his shoulder. Are you all right, Harry? Lupin asked, his hand remaining on Harry's shoulder. Why yeah, Harry panted. He stood up. Sorry, I fell asleep. I can see that, Harry, Lupin said. Sit down. I'll make you some tea. Why are you awake this early? Harry asked, returning to his seat. It's almost the full moon. I don't sleep very well when a full moon comes up, Lupin said, pulling out a teacup from the cupboard, then poured some water into a teapot. He tapped it with his wand at the teapot whistled. Oh, Harry said, not knowing what to say. Why are you awake, Harry? I dare say you should be getting some sleep as you only have one more month of summer break. I haven't been able to sleep that well lately. Harry stumbled over these words. They weren't the whole truth, but they were part of it. I understand, Harry, Lupin said, pouring the steaming tea into the teacup and adding a teabag. Then, he reached into another cupboard and pulled out a large bottle of potion and a goblet. Monthly ritual, Harry, Lupin said, gesturing to the potion. I've got to take the potion now or I won't become a cute little harmless werewolf. You understand? Yeah, Harry said half-heartedly. Lupin handed him the tea and sat down across from him, sipping the potion and grimacing. For a while, he and Harry remained in silence. Harry looked at a burn on the table while Lupin observed Harry. This seems familiar. Harry? Lupin asked, taking another sip from the goblet. What? Harry asked. Remember in your third year? Ron and Hermione had gone to Hogsmeade and you came to my office for tea. Oh, yeah, so many things have happened since then. Lupin said dreamily. Like, now I don't have to keep secret that I am, in fact, a werewolf. And you've found out Sirius's identity. I don't want to talk about that. Harry said sharply. Lupin stopped. I know it must still be a painful subject for you, Harry, he said quietly. I don't want to talk about it, Harry repeated. He took a sip of tea as if finalizing the topic. I know you don't, Harry, but you are not the only one who lost someone special that night. Just remember, Lupin said delicately. Yeah, Harry said. And know this, if you ever need anything, I'm here. Lupin said, putting the goblet on the table and trying to catch Harry's eye. However, Harry avoided eye contact. Trying to take Sirius's place, are you? Harry asked. Never. Lupin whispered. Harry, I would never try to take Sirius's place, but I just want you to know you can come to me for anything. I am your father's other trusted friend. So was Pettigrew, but that didn't come off so well, did it? Harry stood up. Sit down, Harry, Lupin said. It was not a suggestion. Harry sat. I understand why you are so angry. You have more worries and cares than all of the Order and your classmates put together, and that's not easy. But you're trying to hide from everyone and everything. Just open up. I would listen to you. Ron and Hermione would listen to you. I'm sure even Severus would listen to you if you gave him the chance to show his paternal side. That's another thing, Harry said. Now that he had gotten started on the topic, he wasn't going to stop so easily. Everyone says they understand what I'm going through. But they don't. They don't know how it feels to have lost your parents and you can't even remember them. They have no clue what it's like to become famous before they can even talk. How it feels to know that the darkest and meanest person in the whole of the world is after you and you haven't even gotten out of school. I will not say I understand, Harry, because when you put it that way, I don't. Lupin said quietly. What I am trying to say is that you are not alone in this war, the most important part in it, yes, but you are not alone. We are trying to fight and to save lives, Harry. Don't think for a second we haven't made sacrifices too. Harry didn't know what to say to this. It amazed him that Lupin would talk like this because he had only known Lupin to be kind. But when he spoke just a second ago, his voice had been tainted with bitterness. I, as well as you, lost my best friend that night 15 years ago. I, as well as you, lost my other best friend that night a few months ago. You are not the only one who misses them, Harry. You are not the only one who can't stand being in this place because it brings so many memories of Sirius back to haunt you. Lupin stood up, leaving his empty goblet on the table. Then, without another word, he turned and left the kitchen, leaving Harry alone again to brood on his thoughts, Hedwig hooting quietly. After an hour of sitting alone in the kitchen, the sun appeared in the window. The rays were hot on the side of Harry's face and made beads of sweat run down his face. Hedwig had left to find a cooler place to rest. No one had made themselves present at the table yet, so Harry decided to leave. He stood up from the table and left the room, tiptoeing across the hall where he could hear Sirius's mum snoring from behind the curtain, then walked back up the stairs to his and Ron's room. When he walked in the room, he saw Ron sitting on the edge of his bed, putting his socks on. Morning, Ron said when he saw Harry enter. Morning, Harry answered, walking to his bed and lying back on it, his pillow making him feel drowsy. You okay? Asked Ron, looking at Harry in concern. You look ready to keel over. I'm fine, Harry said, his voice becoming slightly bitter and defending. He closed his eyes and felt sleep overtake him. Harry, he heard Ron ask and his eyes snap open again. He sat up in fear of falling asleep again. Are you sure? Yes, Harry yelled. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come on, Ron called out. Hermione entered the room, looking between the boys. Good morning, she said brightly. You feeling better, Ron? Yeah, that potion Mum gave me last night was probably the strongest she'd given me. I think the cold was scared of it. He joked. Ha ha, Hermione said sarcastically, walking to Harry's bed and settling herself on his trunk. Are you all right, Harry? You look really tired. For the last time, Harry yelled. Yes, I'm fine. Hermione looked at Harry for a second as if to determine whether or not he was telling the truth. He summoned up the most innocent face he could. She seemed satisfied, because she turned away from him and looked at Ron. Your mum told us to stay upstairs for a while. Dumbledore's just arrived. He's holding a council. It hit Harry that he needed to talk to Dumbledore. Did he say anything about me? Harry asked as if it were a throwaway question. Hermione, once again, stared at him as though she were trying to find out whether or not he was lying. Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. He said he wanted to talk to you after the council was done. That will be a few hours still. Okay, Harry said. Why does Dumbledore need to talk to you? Ron asked, standing up and walking to Hermione and Harry, hands in his pockets. Harry didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to tell Ron and Hermione about his offer from Dumbledore, because Ron would laugh and think he were joking and Hermione would start recommending ideas of things to teach and he was still on vacation and literally exhausted. It's about my OWLs. Harry said. Did you not get them? Hermione asked. No, I got them. But he just wanted to talk to me about them. That's all. What were your scores anyway? Hermione asked, interested. Move and I'll get them out. Harry answered. Hermione stood up, off of the trunk, and Harry opened the trunk upside down. Once he had rummaged around in his trunk for a good minute, he pulled his OWL scores out from the bottom. He handed the papers to Hermione. Harry, these are really good. Hermione said, her eyes scanning the words. Ron looked over her shoulder. You got a better grade in division than I did, he announced. Harry shrugged. Does it matter? Trelawney and Firenze were oddballs in their own little worlds. Too true. Still, Mum wasn't too happy. Harry, Hermione said, handing his OWL test scores back to him. I think they're good enough to be an Auror. Yeah, that's what Dumbledore told me in a letter, said Harry, thinking quickly about what to say next. I think that's what he wants to talk to me about. Hermione checked her watch. We have time to go visit Buckbeak, Ron, before Harry has to talk to Dumbledore. Yeah, Ron said, walking to the door and putting his hand on the doorknob, then turned back to the other two, coming. In a minute, answered Harry as Hermione started walking to the door. I just have to put these away. He indicated to his OWL test scores. Once they were locked safely in his trunk, Harry stood up and followed his friends. They led the way to Buckbeak's room. Harry looked at the walls of hundreds and hundreds of house elf heads on plaques, the gold letters telling what year they had been beheaded. Hermione, Harry said, you said in your letter that Creature had been beheaded. Hermione's face darkened and she frowned. Now, you've done it, mate, Ron said, backing away from Hermione. Yes, she started, I couldn't believe it either. And under Dumbledore's orders. I thought he of all people would show a little mercy towards a poor defenseless creature. Hermione, are you blind? Ron said, Creature was nothing but evil. Poor and defenseless are words that don't even describe even the toenail of his little toe. Ron, Hermione said, Creature did not have an easy life. He was locked away up here by himself for over 10 years. He was lonely and just couldn't handle so many people moving in here at once. He told Harry that Sirius had left for the Department of Mysteries when he had only been upstairs with Buckbeak. Ron yelled. Harry's heart gave a jolt. Once Ron looked at him, he glared back. When Ron realized what he'd said, he gave a quiet, sorry, and then shut his mouth until they made it to Buckbeak's room. Once inside, Harry's eyes met the great sight of the hippogriff whom he had saved in his 3rd year. Without waiting for a bow, surprisingly, he bowed at Harry to allow Harry to approach him. That's odd, Hermione whispered. What? Ron asked as Harry approached Buckbeak and patted his feathery neck. Normally, hippogriffs don't make the first move. Buckbeak hasn't seen Harry for over a year and he bowed to him right away. He must really like you, Harry. Harry didn't answer, only continued to pet Buckbeak. I'll get the food, Ron said, walking to the corner of the room and grabbing a bloody bag that was obviously filled with dead rats. He opened the bag and grabbed a handful, tossing them to Buckbeak, who caught a few in his mouth and biting down hard, spraying Harry with droplets of rat's blood. You might want to get out of the way, Harry, another familiar voice said, and Harry heard the door slam shut. Yeah, he might feel like giving you a shower one day. Another voice said. Harry turned around to see Fred and George Weasley walking inside. Fred, George, Ron said, walking to them, I didn't hear you arrive. Well, you wouldn't, would you? Fred said with the air of explaining to someone completely stupid. We apparated. Let's all say it together until Ron keeps that piece of information in his ickle prefect head. Shut up. Ron said. Did you get the bouncing birthday box, Harry? George asked excitedly. Yeah, Harry said. What? Ron and Hermione asked. Bouncing birthday box, Fred explained. We invented it just a short while ago and we sent one to Harry. How did it go? Well, it is a box. I got it on my birthday, Harry said, ticking off his fingers, and it bounced all over my room really late at night. I was afraid the Dursleys were going to hear. Sorry, mate. George grinned apologetically, but it worked and that's the main thing, right? If you say so, Harry sighed. Oh, Ron, George said, turning to his little brother, Bill's also here. He came just a little bit after we did. So did Charlie. Excellent. Ron said happily. I can show Charlie my broomstick. You do that, ickle prefect. Fred grinned. He's on his way to stardom, this one, George. We'd better watch ourselves. What's the wager? Head boy. George yelled and he and Fred exited the room. I hate them sometimes. Ron mumbled. There was a sickening crunch as Buckbeak chewed on the rat's bones. The three friends winced. Yet, there they remained for another 2 hours, chatting about Quidditch. Hermione instantly became uninterested until Mrs. Weasley came up. Oh, there you are. We were wondering where you'd well. No matter, she said. Harry, Dumbledore wants to talk to you down in the kitchen now, dear. She left the room, leaving the door ajar a bit. Harry stood up from his spot on the floor, brushing the back of his pants off, to rid himself of any straw that had stuck on. Then, with a farewell to Ron and Hermione, he made his way to the kitchen. Harry entered the kitchen. Dumbledore was sitting at the table, his hands folded together and his long beard gleaming white. His half-moon glasses were at the tip of his nose and, although it was probably 80 degrees in the room, he was wearing long, sweeping robes, more or less looking just as he had the last time Harry had spoken with him personally, not a happy memory in Harry's mind. Hello, Harry, Dumbledore said simply as Harry stared at him, not speaking and not moving. He gestured to the chair across from him with his long fingers. Please, sit. Harry did as he was told, still watching Dumbledore. You received my letter, correct? Asked Dumbledore. Yes, Harry answered awkwardly. Excellent. And, as I said in it, your grades and all those that participated in your DA lessons, grades were exceptionally high for the average OWL taker. Dumbledore said, pulling some papers which must have been copies of the OWL scores, and looking at them, occasionally moving to the next one. Yes, Mr. Longbottom's grade raised very high. He achieved an outstanding. You've thought about my proposal? Yeah, Harry said. And Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Well, Harry said uneasily, I could try. I mean, you said that the other defense against the dark arts teacher could take over if I changed my mind later. Indeed, she can. Dumbledore said. All right, I'll try. Excellent. Said Dumbledore again, happily. Now, I've made a list of things I want you to have the students learn for the first term. He handed Harry a long piece of parchment. Harry glanced at it. There were a few things that looked difficult, like giants and zombies, but there were also things that he'd had some experience with, some of the things such as patronuses, various hexes and curses, and some animals. 3-headed dogs, trolls, centaurs, sphinxes, werewolves, and dragons. Dragons? Harry asked. Yes. What I am trying to do this year is train my students up to be prepared to defend themselves, and Voldemort would most likely have a few dragons along with him, explained Dumbledore. Harry looked back at the list. There were a few more things on there. Obviously, you will have to do some research of your own, but remember, if it becomes too much for you to handle, you don't have to teach. Yeah, I know, Harry said. And that book that Remus sent you for your birthday is to help your research to be easier. I have already taken the liberty of asking all the students to buy the book, Difficult Defenses for Beginners, book 6 feet by Matilda Markshaw. I would advise you to do the same. And I also have your schedule. Here, he handed Harry another paper. Due to all your classes, you will miss one class of History of Magic and another of Transfiguration a week. And you will only have one Divinations class a week. The rest of the optional classes are a break for you to correct papers and catch up on your own homework if need be. Harry nodded. He was feeling nervous. How was he going to keep up with school work, teaching, Quidditch and friends at the same time? Professor. Yes, Harry, said Dumbledore. Who's the Quidditch captain? Angelina graduated, didn't she? Quite right, Harry. I was sure Mr. Weasley would have told you so far, but apparently, he didn't. I appointed him Quidditch captain for the Gryffindor team. You did, Harry said, stunned. Why hadn't Ron told him? I promise, it would have been you, but I decided, what with your new job, you wouldn't have time. Yeah, Harry said. Then, he cleared his throat. And who's the other defense against the dark arts teacher? You haven't seen her yet? Dumbledore asked, half a frown forming along his old face. I haven't been here for very long. Well, Dumbledore said, she joined the Order of the Phoenix to be closer to her husband, Bill Weasley. Who is she? Asked Harry. Fleur Delacour. Fleur. Harry gasped, unable to believe what he was hearing. Dumbledore nodded, smiling at the disbelieving look on Harry's face. She joined the Order not but 2 months ago. Dumbledore said. There was a sudden crack and Harry jumped, looking around wildly. His eyes rested on Bill Weasley, the oldest of the Weasley children. He paused when he saw Dumbledore and Harry. He said, bad time. Not at all, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said politely, standing up. Harry and I were just finishing. We were talking about you. Is that right? Bill said, walking to the cupboard to get a teacup and a teabag. Oh yes, Dumbledore said. Harry was quite surprised to find out about your marriage to Miss Delacour. I thought Ron would have told you by now, Bill said, leaning up against the counter, his fang earring swinging around with his movements. Well, he wasn't too happy. I suppose he's a bit embarrassed that he had, at one point, asked her out Yule Ball. I think he told me. Oh, yeah, Harry grinned, remembering too well Ron's look of pure horror when he told Harry about himself asking Fleur to the Yule Ball 2 years ago. Now I think he thinks it's a little odd that she's his sister-in-law. I would if it were me, Harry said. Bill took up the teacup and sipped at it for a minute. Well, I'd better be on my way. Good day, Harry. Bill, Dumbledore said, and without another word there was a crack and Dumbledore was gone. Where's Fleur right now? Harry asked. Upstairs sleeping, Bill said, taking another sip and repositioning his lean on the counter. She's completely drained as she's been going around all the French wizards' houses and jobs to see if any would be interested in joining the order. Harry grunted, then said, well, Ron and Hermione are probably waiting for me. See you. Bye, Bill said, and Harry left the kitchen. The day slowly went by. Nothing much had been said or done by any of the residents. There were now so many people that lived in the house that Mrs. Weasley had made a big notice sign in the entryway that stated what time dinner would be served that night so someone wouldn't have to go around and find everyone to alert them. Tonight, it would be held at 6:17 due to a meeting that would take much longer than normal. So, at 6:15, Harry, Ron and Hermione made their way down the many stairs toward the kitchen. According to the notice board, it was going to be a finger food, take what you want to eat then walk around the room dinner. Watch her, Harry, Tonks said as they entered. She already had her plate of food and was talking with Lupin, munching on carrot sticks. She still looked tired from the Harry raid the night before, but perfectly happy. Harry, Ron and Hermione all went to the long table holding all sorts of foods and picked out what they wanted, then walked to a quiet corner and started to chat. About half an hour later, Moody made himself present in the middle of the room, right on top of Mundungus Fletcher. Stop apparating on top of me. Dung yelped like the dog he resembled. Stop standing where I plan to apparate. Moody growled, clunking off to get his own dinner prepared. Then, Bill and Fleur entered, arm in arm. Ari, Fleur said, entangling herself from Bill and walking to Harry, dotting him on either side of the face. It has been so long. Nice to see you too, Harry said, blushing slightly. Ow, Avenue, you been? Fine. It was hard to see the old Fleur that Harry had once known. The Fleur from almost 2 years ago had been all sulky and flirty, wearing slim robes. But now, she was wearing cotton robes like the rest of them, her silver sheet of hair tied back into a bun, and was smiling beyond belief, nearly blinding Harry with her white teeth. Without another word, Fleur turned back to Bill and the two of them went off to the table. Also, Kingsley showed up as well as Daedalus Diggle, dropping his top hat excitedly as he, once again, shook Harry's hand. Even Professors McGonagall and Snape made an entrance. They're only staying here for a little bit. Since you can't apparate back to Hogwarts, it takes a while to get there and they need to come to every meeting. Hermione whispered. Except for a quick sneer in Harry's direction, Snape paid no attention to them. Ginny walked over to them, smiling broadly, a badge pinned to the front of her shirt. Harry didn't have to look at it long to figure out what it was. Prefect. Ginny said gleefully, reaching them. Mum's got me a new broom so I can try out for Chaser. Dumbledore told me you were allowed back on as Seeker, Harry. Well done. Thanks, said Harry, remembering all too well that Ginny had said becoming prefect would have taken the fun out of life. He supposed that that was last year and her mind had probably changed since then. Then, he remembered. Ron, he said, turning to Ron, how come you didn't tell me you were Quidditch captain? Ron looked stumped for a minute when realization dawned on him. I didn't. I could have sworn I did. No. Well, now you know, don't you? Anyway, I don't see why you weren't Quidditch captain, Harry. You're so much better than I am. Yeah, well, Harry stammered, not wanting to mention defense against the dark arts. Congratulations. You're not sore about it? Ron asked tentatively. No, Harry said. Look, I'll have enough to be going on with, without having to worry about thinking up Quidditch moves. Well, if you ever want to become Quidditch captain, I'd happily trade with you, Ron said, looking slightly terrified. Well, I'm off to get dinner, Ginny piped up, walking away. McGonagall limped over to them. It seemed she had never fully recovered from being hit with several stunning charms at the same time from last year, but no one was complaining because the outcome of that could have been much worse. Hello, Potter. McGonagall said. Weasley. Granger. Lo. They all replied. I expect you will be anticipating the return to Hogwarts. Oh, yes. Hermione said. I've looked up some of the things we'll be learning this year. Just one thing, Professor. She pulled out her schedule from her pocket and showed it to McGonagall. See, our schedules have been mixed around a bit. Ron's is this way too, but the times and classes have changed and we have more of some classes than others at different times in the day and week. Why is that? McGonagall met Harry's eyes and Harry pleaded silently with her not to tell the truth to Hermione, about why her beloved schedule was messed up. Nothing to worry about, Miss Granger. McGonagall said. We have a new teacher and this is how the schedule must be for them to be able to teach you. But I thought Fleur was the only new professor. Why does the schedule need changing to fit in with her time? There is a special teacher that will be teaching the 6th years only and it is necessary for the changes, Miss Granger. With that, Harry let out a silent breath and McGonagall limped away to avoid any further questions. What was that about? Ron asked. She didn't even tell us who the new teacher was. So, when are we going to Diagon Alley? Harry changed the subject quickly. The week went by without so much as another mention of the talk with McGonagall. Harry was thankful because Ron and Hermione had forgotten about it, trying to finish any last-minute summer homework before the return to Hogwarts, which was 3 weeks away. Lupin disappeared on the full moon and was put in Buckbeak's room whilst under the werewolf spell. However, since he had taken his potion constantly, Harry, Ron and Hermione went up to visit him and told him of what was going on downstairs while he curled into a ball and closed his eyes lazily as Hermione scratched him behind the ears. However, he returned, fully shed and prepared to work again the next day, looking slightly as if he were recovering from the flu. No one paid any attention to it except Mrs. Weasley. You really should have something to eat, Remus. You look half-starved. I am perfectly fine, Molly, Lupin would say, it's just the effects. They will wear off soon enough. And they did because the next day, he borrowed one of Moody's old broomsticks, went out into the backyard, which couldn't be seen by muggles, and played a makeshift game of Quidditch with Hermione, Tonks, Ginny and George on one side and Ron, Lupin, Fred and Harry on the other side whilst Bill controlled an apple, which was the snitch, to fly around crazily, trying to avoid Harry and Ginny, who were the seekers, and Fleur bewitched two cantaloupes to fly around as bludgers. Every time one of the twins hit one with their bats, it would explode, showering everyone with pieces of fruit, and Fleur would have to run inside for another one. It was great fun, and they only stopped when it was dark out. Then, they trampled in, all covered in cantaloupe and sweat. Fred and George then dissipated back to Diagon Alley to manage their new shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Then, on the notice board, they read, Diagon Alley Trip. Next week, August 18th. Excellent. Ron said, I need more ink and parchment. He then pulled his book list out of his pocket. Well, this sounds interesting, he said sarcastically. What? Hermione asked. Difficult Defenses for Beginners Book 6 by Matilda Markshaw. We need it for that special teacher, teaching only the 6th years. Sounds like a real page turner. Harry. Oh, yeah, said Harry. After another sleepless night of staring at the ceiling and listening to Ron's snores, Harry woke early and went downstairs. When he made it there, he heard a big commotion going on inside the kitchen. Inside, the whole order was sitting at the table, arguing loudly. They stopped, however, when Harry entered. Mrs. Weasley jumped up from her chair. Harry. Oh, dear, did we wake you? No. I wasn't tired, so I got up. I'll make you some toast, Mrs. Weasley said, running around the kitchen for bread and butter. What's going on? Harry asked, looking at Snape, Dumbledore and McGonagall, who he rarely saw anyway, even if Snape and McGonagall were staying at Grimmauld Place. The table went quiet and nervous glances were exchanged. Finally, Lupin stood up and walked to Harry, handing him the Daily Prophet. Harry glanced at the front page headline. Death Eaters and Dementors on the Loose, 4 people key. ED. Then, below that, he read the first few sentences. Last night, the Death Eaters, that had been caught last May, were released by the Dementors. In the morning, 4 people were found that had been given the Dementor's key, 3 of which were wizards and 1 of which was a muggle. Fudge was outraged. I never thought Dementors would go to the dark side. No matter the fact that they helped Lord Person last time, but this is completely out of control. Missing Death Eaters listed below. Harry looked up from the paper, gaping, and Lupin, who was looking very grave and ill. Mrs. Weasley silently pushed the toast into Harry's hand with a barely audible, eat. Harry, however, was too shocked to eat. The whole of the order was watching him, waiting for a response, but he didn't give any. He just stood there, lost for words. Harry looked at the names and pictures of the escaped Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy's name was at the top of the list. I don't believe it, Harry gasped finally. Lupin took the Daily Prophet from Harry's hands and walked back to the table, staring at the words on the paper. Harry followed suit, dropping into an empty seat. Shock had overtaken him. Shock and tiredness and hatred and so many other emotions that it was impossible for even him to identify them all. Who were the people the key was given to? Harry asked, looking at Lupin, who unfolded the newspaper to find the names. Derek Cooper was the muggle, Lupin said, looking at Harry for any sign of recognition to the name. Harry's face stayed blank, so he looked down at the paper again. And the 3 wizards were Bethany Caldwell and Michael Bruston from around Bristol and Cynthia Lyle from near Bath. Not too far from each other. What are we going to do about this, Remus? Tonks asked. Her hair was a gray color and she had wrinkles, making her look like an old woman, if not for her teenage-style clothes. Lupin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then, he looked at Harry. Well, I'm not sure about what we should do for the Death Eaters just yet, but Harry, you're going to hate me for this. I think we should increase security for you. Harry was so mad that he could almost feel steam coming from his ears. Everywhere he went, even when inside, someone had to go with him, except for the bathroom. He felt like a small child that needed extra protection at the zoo from the lions, a child that couldn't defend himself. Not only did he burn with anger, but with shame and embarrassment at the fact that it seemed no one trusted him to look after himself. Had he not gotten out of more scrapes than all of them put together? Why did they always treat him as if he were too? To make him feel better, Ron and Hermione went with him everywhere to make it seem it was not only he that needed the security. To make matters worse, on the Diagon Alley trip, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley, and Fleur all had to accompany him to make sure he was safe. Over the next few days, Harry grew more indignant, snapping at anyone who followed him. Most pretended not to hear. Finally, Harry had a telling off from Tonks. "It's not like I want to follow you. I've got better things to do than to listen to you whine at the fact that I'm giving my time to watch you." After that, Harry stayed in an angry silence, not talking to anyone and ignoring them. Almost everyone stayed out of his way. Finally, the Diagon Alley trip rolled around and Harry was glad that he would be able to at least get out of Grimmauld Place, even if he had to be watched. Harry, Ron, Hermione and the selected order members stood at the fireplace and Mrs. Weasley pulled a bag of flow powder from the mantel and told everyone to take a pinch. Once everyone had their flow powder, Mrs. Weasley turned to her husband. "Arthur, you and Tonks go first. Then, Harry, Ron and Hermione will follow. After them, the rest of us will go. Go on, dear." Mr. Weasley threw his pinch of flow powder into the fire and it turned green. He stepped inside and shouted, "Diagon Alley," and disappeared. Tonks went after him. "All right now, Harry, dear, you next. Go on," Mrs. Weasley said, grabbing his arm gently and leading him to the hearth. He threw his powder into the fire and stepped in. "Diagon Alley," he yelled, and the entrance of Grimmauld Place and the remaining peoples in it were gone in a whirlwind of color, light and dust. Harry closed his eyes and tucked his elbows in. Before he knew it, his feet hit ashes and he tumbled out of a fireplace, hitting his head on the bricks of the top of the grate before stumbling to regain his balance. For the first time, he was able to stay on his feet after traveling by flow powder. "Hey Harry," he heard someone say. He looked up to see Fred and George standing next to Mr. Weasley and Tonks. Staring around, his eyes met some of the weirdest things he'd ever seen before. There were different objects, some Muggle, some wizarding, and they were all sitting on dusty shelves surrounding the room. Some objects were displayed in the window. "Welcome to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, good sir. How can we be of service to you?" George recited, shaking Harry's hand as though they'd never met before. Just then, Ron walked out of the fireplace, followed by Hermione. "Welcome to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, good sir and ma'am. How can we be of service to you?" Fred said, bowing to Hermione and shaking Ron's hand. Ron laughed out loud as he looked around the small store, seeing things that his brothers had invented, some new and some familiar. "That's enough, boys," Mr. Weasley said. "Your mother's coming as well as Lupin, Fleur and Kingsley. Then, we'll be on our way." "Very well, kind sir, but please, feel free to come again soon," Fred said, looking a little downcast, but perking up as a tentative student, probably from Hogwarts, walked into the store, staring around. He looked somewhat familiar to Harry. "Welcome to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, kind student. How may we be of service to you?" George said, advancing on the student and putting his arm around the student's shoulder, leading the terrified boy further into the store. Harry thought he heard the student mumble something about the counter curse of a canary cream that, for some reason, didn't let the person turn back. "Sure," George said pleasantly. "Just out of curiosity, who did you give it to?" "My mum," the boy mumbled. "She's gonna kill me. Can I get my money back?" "Fred and I'll have to think it over. If you see the notice over there." Harry directed his attention to a notice pinned on the wall. It said, "Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Welcome to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for prankers of all ages. We do accept orders in advance. Any orders must be handed to personally by either Fred or George Weasley, or sent by owl along with the payment of the item or items. Caution. We regret to inform you that you buy our products at your and the prankie's own risk. No refunds. Thank you and please come back for more laughs." "Hey, Fred," George said. "Yeah," Fred responded. "Kid got a dud canary cream. Refund or no?" Fred thought it over while he still shook Ron's hand from when Ron had entered. "Sure. This once. But next time, he'll only get the counter curse." "Okay." George turned back to the kid. "Did you get all that?" "Thank you," the boy squeaked. Mrs. Weasley, Lupin, Kingsley and Fleur walked out of the fireplace as George handed the student the money and the little boy ran out of the store, bumping into Lupin on the way and dropping some coins on the floor, but not noticing. What took you so long, Molly? Mr. Weasley said. I'm sorry. McGonagall wanted to know when we'd be back and it took us longer than we'd hoped. Greetings, sister-in-law, exclaimed Fred suddenly, rushing to Fleur and grabbing her hand. Welcome to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. How may we be of service to you? Fleur giggled. That is all right, Fred. I am fine for now. You sure? Fred asked. He pulled something out of his pocket. Can I offer you a canary cream? No, I am fine for now, Fleur said, giggling a little more. Fred, George, Mrs. Weasley said, it's fine that you can trick your customers. They're doing it at their own risk, but stay away from your family. Do you hear me? Yes, Mum. Fred and George groaned. All right, Mrs. Weasley said, turning back to the group, let's go to Gringotts. Almost 2 hours later, the shopping was done and at least 5 bags were dangling from Harry, Ron and Hermione's hands, holding all their books, new robes and things. Harry hadn't been able to sneak into quality Quidditch supplies as he so loved to do. The group wouldn't allow it and he didn't want to slow them down. It had been nearly 2 years since Harry had last been at Diagon Alley and it was a wonderful freedom even if he was heavily guarded. They met up with the 3 other Gryffindor 6th-year boys, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom. After talking with them for a while, Harry was in such a good mood that he decided he wanted to treat everyone, including the 3 other 6th-year boys and the Order, to an ice cream from Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hello, Mr. Potter, Florine said as Harry ordered for everyone. How did your homework go? Homework? Harry asked. On medieval witch burning. Oh, that, Harry said, relaxing from a tense moment of thinking he had forgotten to do some homework. Yeah, it went really well. Thanks for the help. Oh, it was no trouble, my boy, said Florine. Tell you what, free Sundays for you and all your friends. So, they spent the next hour sitting under the flowery umbrellas, chatting away and eating ice cream. Florine even took some time off to sit and discuss medieval witch burnings with Hermione. Gwendolyn the Weird was fascinating. Indeed, my girl, but she was just a little odd. Not as odd as Uric the oddball. Yes, my dear. Wore a jellyfish for a hat. You'd think he was hit with a memory charm, probably couldn't remember his own last name. The oddball, isn't it? Ron said, his mouth full of ice cream. It went on like that until the sun began to sink. Mr. Weasley stood up. Well, it's about time we made it back to headquarters, he said. Everyone to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. And be sure not to look the twins in the eye or they'll think you want to buy something. 2 days following the trip to Diagon Alley, an exited feel came over those returning to Hogwarts except Harry, who was growing more nervous by the minute, at the prospect of teaching defense against the dark arts. He was also growing tired of everyone following him around. It made him even angrier when he thought, Grimmauld Place was a secret. Dumbledore was the secret keeper and no one outside those that Dumbledore had told knew it even existed, so why was everyone following him around? Ron and Hermione were making it even worse though, Harry had to admit slightly amusing, by trying to guess who or what their new defense against the dark arts teacher was. Maybe it's a vampire, like Dean said at the end of the 3rd year. Oh, Ron, don't be thick, Hermione would say. What do you think, Harry? Ron asked, ignoring Hermione. Harry. Harry jerked slightly. He had been staring absent-mindedly out of the bedroom window as Ron sat at the foot of his own bed and Hermione sat on Harry's trunk. Huh, he asked. Our new defense against the dark arts teacher, what do you think it will be? Human. Harry answered shortly, turning to look back out of the window. What's up with you, Harry? You've been so quiet lately, Ron said, standing up from his spot on the bed to walk closer to Harry. When he was right beside him, he looked out the window as well. Looking for anything in particular? Said Ron, grinning. A big black dog, Harry said, casting his thoughts over to Sirius. Ron's grin faded instantly. It's been months now, since Sirius snuffed it. Can't you get over it? Ron. Hermione hissed at the look on Harry's face. No, Hermione, he's right, Harry said. I mean, why should I be sulking around all the time because Sirius died because of me? I mean. He looked at Ron angrily. He was only my godfather, the only parental figure I can remember. And why sulk about my parents either? Harry's voice was getting louder. I never knew them. Why should I care so much? They were only my parents. You've never had to think about things like that. Ron, you've never had to hear your mum screaming in your ears when a Dementor gets close. You don't know what it's like. Okay. Sorry, mate, Ron said quickly, sounding offended and just a little scared as Harry stood, fuming on the spot. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. I'm just sick of seeing you so depressed. Harry turned and walked to the other side of the room, facing the wall and trying to take calming breaths. He could feel his friend's gazes and suddenly felt uncomfortable. He took one last deep breath and turned back around, facing Ron, Hermione looking fearful. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone off like that. It's just Voldemort is picking off the people I love one by one. I'm just afraid of who's going to be next. He broke his gaze as he felt his voice crack. Harry. He heard Hermione's small voice and he looked back at her. You can talk to us. You know that, Harry. She said soothingly. Sure, I can talk and you'll say you understand, but you won't completely understand, Harry said, and he broke off again and he turned and kicked the wall in anger. The impact shook the blank portrait on the wall and he heard Phineas Nigelus's voice hiss, keep it down. I'm sick of being locked up. I hate it here. I hate the fact that people have to tell me, like I can't take care of myself. He walked to the other side of the room, to his bed and dropped down and kept his eyes on his shoes. Hermione swiveled herself around to face him and Ron walked closer and sat on the other side of the bed. Harry, we're supposed to be your friends, mate, Ron said, sounding more serious than he had ever. If you can't talk to us, who can you talk to? You don't have to talk to us now, but remember, said Hermione, and Harry looked at her. Even if we won't fully understand, we'll listen, and that's got to be better than just ignoring the fact that you really need to talk, Harry. Harry laughed bitterly and looked away. Is that a clue that you want to talk now? He asked. When you're ready, Harry, Hermione said, but right now, I want to talk and I need you to listen. All right, Harry said. Hermione gave a look to Ron and he raised his eyebrows and nodded slowly. Hermione sighed. We know you're hiding something from us. Hermione said, if not one thing, a lot. Harry's stomach churned, but he kept his new gaze on the floor. Like what? He asked. Well, started Hermione, why do you look so tired nowadays? Harry was silent for a minute, but in the end, decided he'd better say. I can't sleep. He said finally. You've never been able to sleep, right? Ron said. Ron, shut up. This is serious. Hermione said. Go on, Harry. Every night, I always have one dream or another that just turns into a nightmare and I couldn't sleep if I wanted to. Don't you want to? Asked Hermione, frowning. Yeah, no, Harry said. Don't get me wrong, I want to sleep, but I just can't. Every time I fall asleep, I just get woken up again by some stupid nightmare. What are they about? Hermione persisted. Why do you care? Harry asked rudely, instantly feeling guilty for his rudeness. Harry, come on, we're getting somewhere finally. I just want to know. Hermione said. Well, serious, Voldemort, my parents, Pettigrew, the prophecy, Cedric, everything bad that's ever happened to me. Ah, Hermione said. Then, she did something that Harry was surprised at completely. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around his shoulders and hugged him. I'm glad you told us what was going on, she said, her voice muffled as she dug her face into Harry's shoulder. Don't you feel better, now? What are you, my mother? Harry said, trying to reduce the grimness that had come over the room. In truth, he felt so light, like a big heavy burden had just been lifted off his back. Yeah, loads better. Thanks, you guys. Yeah, Ron said, looking as Hermione kept her arms around Harry, squeezing him tighter and tighter. You wouldn't mind if I didn't hug you too, Harry? Hermione, I can't breathe. Harry said. Hermione jumped and let him go. Sorry, she said. But then, she just leaned over and gave him another hug. Crack. Everyone jumped as they saw Fred and George appear. They looked slightly shocked as they saw Hermione's arms wrapped around Harry. We're not intruding on anything, are we? Fred asked, grinning slyly. Sorry, we'll be off now, said George, laughing, but turning his laugh into a cough at the last minute. Just wanted to tell you that Mum sent us to tell you that dinner is ready and that she's been calling you down for the past 10 minutes and is worried because she thought she heard young Harry yelling and was wondering if he was alright, poor love. Fred said rather quickly. Those three. George said, mimicking his mother's voice, they wouldn't know the house was on fire if I didn't call them and tell them it was. Like they'd hear her. Fred yelled. Crack. Fred and George were gone. Well, dinner's ready, Ron said, rubbing his hands together. The mood at dinner had more or less eased, maybe just a tiny bit of Harry's worries, but as he sat and listened to Mr. Weasley talking about a lady in Kent having to go to the Muggle hospital due to a beating broomstick, finding it rather hard to explain what happened, Harry couldn't help but feel slightly worried, despite what he and his friends had just talked about. If truth be told, Harry wasn't sure what he was more worried about and a few times came to the conclusion that the feeling was permanent. Almost 3/4 of the way through dinner, there was another large crack. And Harry had to turn and see who it was that had apparated into the dining room. Percy. Percy. It was then that Harry realized that in all the worrying he had been doing since going to Grimmauld Place, he hadn't once asked Ron how the fight between Mr. Weasley and Percy was going. However, using the pompous-looking Percy with a large grin upon his face, his horn-rimmed glasses glinting happily, as a clue, he guessed things had finally blown over. Good evening, Father, Mother. He strolled over to his parents and keyed them each in turn. Hello, Percy, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling out her wand and conjuring another chair out of thin air for Percy. Sit down and have some food and pumpkin juice, you look parched, dear. How was work? Same as always, Mother, Percy said, accepting the goblet of juice from his mother and taking a large draught of it. Busy. The minister wants me to go to the Daily Prophet office tomorrow and supervise the making of a new article. You know who, where is he? It was then that Percy noticed that there were other people in the room. Oh, good evening everybody, he said with a huge wave of surprise that didn't fool many. There were grumbles from Lupin and Tonks and Kingsley. Bill and Fleur nodded. Ginny waved merrily. Ah, Prefect, Percy exclaimed, eyeing the badge pinned to Ginny's front robes. Well done, Ginerva, well done. And Harry Potter, is that you? Who else would it be? Ron mumbled into Harry's ear and Harry laughed, choking on his own pumpkin juice. Percy started to stack food onto his plate whilst looking at Harry. I must say, I apologize to you for my behavior last year. But who was I to believe? The Minister of Magic, or a 15-year-old boy who was told to be unbalanced? Oh, no, Percy, he doesn't blame you in the slightest, said Ron. He doesn't mind either that you call him unbalanced. And as of who to believe, try your friends and family. That's enough, Ron, said Mrs. Weasley as Percy stared at Ron coldly, taking another drink from his goblet, eyeing Ron over the brim. Now, who wants dessert? There were several loud yes pleases from everyone at the table. Harry, however, stood up and put his napkin on the table, oblivious to everyone else in the room. He quietly made his way to the door, enjoying not being interrogated. Harry, dear, where are you going? Mrs. Weasley said. Don't you want dessert? Harry winced. He had been so close to getting out of the kitchen. He could hear the chatter die down and knew that everyone was looking at him. He turned around. No thanks, Mrs. Weasley. I'm a bit tired. I think I'll turn in early. He lied. Oh, are you feeling all right, Harry? Do you want me to bring anything up? And no, I'm fine, thanks. I'm just going to go to sleep. Before he left the room, he looked at Ron and Hermione and they looked slightly worried. He knew they had a reason. He had just told them he couldn't sleep and he probably looked suspicious turning down dessert which he always partook in. Before the door closed behind him, he could hear Lupin's voice. You know, Molly, I've got a lot of work to do. I think I'll be getting on with it. There was a scooting of a chair and Harry ran as fast as he could towards the stairs, wanting to avoid Lupin, whom he was still angry with. He was too late. Harry, wait. He heard Lupin say behind him and he halted 3 steps up. Come down here, I want to talk. You want to talk, said Harry quietly, not turning around and gripping the railing so hard his knuckles turned white. Yes, Harry, I want to talk. Harry paused for a minute before taking another step up the stairs. Harry, please, I want to talk. Harry took another 2 steps. Harry James Potter, I want to speak with you now. Lupin said, and Harry stopped, shocked at the definite coldness and annoyance in Lupin's voice. Harry turned around. What? Come here. Lupin said. I'm fine right where I am, Harry said distantly. Lupin looked slightly shocked at Harry's behavior before taking on the steps himself. Fine, I'll come to you. What I wanted to say was that I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so irrational, and at the time, I was just so caught up in things to think that this has to be harder for you than for me. Harry's heart began bursting with emotion, but he remained frigid, not wanting to give in and feel bad for his temper. All right, can I go now? He said finally. If you want. Good night to you, Lupin said, and he walked back down the stairs and back into the kitchen, and Harry could hear him say, on second thought, Molly, I think I will have dessert, I can work later. A soft chime went off from somewhere in the room next to Harry's and Ron's room. Ron lay snoring as he did every night. Harry was used to it, but he, himself, was laying awake, staring at the ceiling and thinking of Sirius. Ron was right. It had been ages since Sirius had died, but Ron, whose family consisted of him and 8 others, had never felt what it was like to lose someone so close. Maybe Ron didn't think it was a big deal, but Sirius had been the only parental figure Harry could remember. Why shouldn't he care? Harry blinked, trying to clear his mind and keep his itchy eyes open. He checked his watch. Midnight. Harry sat up in bed and slipped his shoes on, pulling his pants on over his pajama bottoms and jerking on a sweatshirt over his nightshirt. Silently, he crept towards the door, tiptoeing the whole way, and as he pulled the door closed behind him, jumped as he heard the creaking stairs around him. He was in complete darkness. Harry pulled out his wand. Lumos, whispered Harry, and his wand tip lit up. Harry paused. Why had he gotten up in the first place? Where did he want to go? Out, Harry whispered to himself. He wasn't lying to himself, he knew that. He knew what he longed for was fresh air and no one tailing him like a bloodhound to a fox. So, without further ado, Harry made his way down the stairs and to the front door. As his hand touched the handle, he heard something fall behind him. He turned around to see a broken vase, and paused for a while, making sure no one had been roused. Harry turned back to the door and went outside. As he stepped off the driveway, he saw Grimmauld Place shrink away until only Grimmauld Places 11 and 13 were the only ones there. Turning off the driveway and onto the sidewalk, Harry zipped up his sweatshirt. Why Harry had been so short today, even he didn't know. It's just stress, Harry said. But you didn't have to be so nasty to Lupin. He was only trying to apologize for something that he didn't do. That little voice inside his head was coming back. But he doesn't know what it's like to lose family. And Sirius wasn't like family to him. They've been friends since they were in Hogwarts. Exactly. Don't you think this has been equally hard on everyone? Yeah, Harry whispered. I just miss Sirius. Of course you miss Sirius, but that doesn't mean you can stop living. Harry started to feel scared that he was taking advice from his own mind. Harry walked by an old woman carrying grocery bags, and when he passed her, he turned to see another woman walking not too far away from himself. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his scar and winced. Unlike most other sharp pains that his scar gave the past few months, this one continued. Harry put a hand to his forehead and rubbed it frantically, for the pain was so blinding that he started feeling slightly dizzy. He felt his knees hit the concrete beneath him, and before he knew it, his face was pressed against it as he felt the last of his consciousness drain from his tired and injured body. Harry. Someone was calling him. A woman's voice. Harry. Harry. The voice changed into a high cackle. Harry Potter. Come out. Harry, come out and play. Then it will be quick, it might even be painless. I would not know, I have never died. No, Harry thought in his head, no, I won't come out. A room materialized from nowhere, and Harry saw Voldemort standing in the middle of a chain of Death Eaters. One broke the chain and fell to his knees, in the hem of Voldemort's robes. My lord, the Dementors have joined us again. They set free all the Death Eaters that were imprisoned. Good, Voldemort said, and the giants. We are close to having them join us, my lord, the same Death Eater said. Good, Good anyone else. We have some dragon eggs that we are going to hatch and train to fight for us, my lord. Very well, is that all? Voldemort said, sounding slightly bored. Yes, my lord. Then you are dismissed. Thank you, my lord. The Death Eaters cleared out, all but one. My lord. Wormtail's quivering voice was heard from behind the cloak. Why you wanted me to stay? Yes, Wormtail, I asked you to stay. May I ask why, my lord? Wormtail, tell me this, how can you get to your enemies the best? Voldemort asked, while walking to an armchair and sitting down. Kill them. No. Wormtail, cast your useless mind out. How would you be able to hurt them the most, make them suffer more than they would were you to kill them? The Cruciatus curse. Wormtail said tentatively. No. Love, Wormtail, love. Voldemort rolled his eyes. We must love them, my lord. No. Voldemort said, his voice becoming more agitated. Wormtail, it is so simple, I would get the correct answer from a flobberworm faster than I would get one from you. You see, Wormtail, they use love against us, am I correct? Yes. Wormtail said, clearly guessing the answer. Then we must use love against them. Against them, my lord. Yes, Voldemort answered, and how do you think we could harm Harry Potter? Love. Wormtail guessed, still clueless as to where the conversation was going. Bravo, Wormtail, you guessed right. But how can we use love against Harry Potter? Voldemort clapped his hands together lightly in mock applause. Kill him. Wormtail guessed. No, Voldemort answered, we kill those Harry Potter is close to. How would that do anything, my lord? How do you know that would work? Wormtail asked. I know, because at the death of his rubbish godfather, the Animagus Black, I could see his mind, that his worthless mind had become frayed and confused. And we want that, my lord. Yes, Wormtail. Voldemort answered, sounding annoyed. You see, the more Harry Potter becomes confused and detached, the less chance he will have of escaping again. What do you want me to do, my lord? Voldemort stood up and walked to the window, looking out, though his eyes were not working, he was thinking. Then, he turned on Wormtail and pulled out his wand. Crucio. The room became full of Wormtail's agonized screams as Harry felt his scar give another burst of pain, and he yelled out too. Then, the pain stopped and Wormtail's forlorn figure lay on the ground, shaking and twitching. You will feel more of this if you ask dim-witted questions again, Wormtail. Why yes my lord, Wormtail sobbed. What is it that you would have me do? Voldemort turned back to face the window, pocketing his wand. Destroy Harry Potter's friends. Harry was falling away from the conversation, down falling. Harry heard a voice calling him back to consciousness. He opened a bleary eye and saw several bodies surrounding him. Then, he sat up as though he had been electrocuted, but was pushed back into a chair which he was sitting in. Harry, can you hear me? The same voice asked. Harry groaned in response. Tell me who I am, Harry. Professor Lupin. That's right, Harry, now sit up slowly and drink this. A goblet was pushed into his hand and he felt someone support him and another guide his hand, holding the goblet to his mouth. As liquid filled his mouth, he coughed. The liquid had a burning taste of hot pepper. Yet, his vision improved and it cleared his head so he could clearly see all the people surrounding him. Lupin, Tonks, Mr. Weasley, a sobbing Mrs. Weasley, Ron and Hermione. What happened? Harry asked. We're not entirely sure, but we must say, we're lucky Tonks heard you smash that vase and followed you. Lupin answered. Tonks was following me? Asked Harry, annoyed. Yes, Harry. Why did you go outside like that? It was a dangerous stunt, Harry, and something could have happened. Lupin said. I wanted fresh air and wanted it where I could just be alone. Harry, dear, that was such a terrible thing to do. Mrs. Weasley sobbed. Why? Harry asked. Look, I'm sick of being tailed all the time like I can't take care of myself. Oh, and sneaking out in the middle of the night when the most dangerous wizard is after you is taking care of yourself. Tonks said. Thanks to you, my arms are falling off. You may be skinny, but you're not light, you know, and I had to drag you all the way back here. I didn't expect anything like that to happen. Haven't you even listened to Mad Eye? said Tonks. Constant vigilance, he always says. Harry, what did happen? Asked Mr. Weasley. Before Harry answered, he looked at Ron and Hermione and they did nothing but blink back in his direction, both looking rather flustered. Well, I was walking and my scar it started burning so badly that I think I passed out. You think? Tonks cut in. That's enough, Nymphadora, said Lupin, his mouth curved in a deep frown. And I think I dreamed something. What was it about? It was about Voldemort. Harry paused as he saw several winces. His Death Eaters said that the Dementors had joined him and the Giants were close to doing so. Harry stopped there. He didn't want to tell him the other part of the dream. Was that all? Lupin asked, still frowning. Yes. Well, it doesn't sound like a dream to me, Lupin continued. It sounds like another one of those visions you always seem to have about Voldemort's doings. Quite handy they are, but not when you're having them out in Muggle Eye. No one saw me, did they? I mean, I saw two women before I passed out. One of which was me in disguise, Tonks said, but I modified the old woman's memory, so she can't recollect it. Okay, said Harry. Well, Harry, I believe I can speak for all of us when I say I'm not very happy about this, but right now is not the time for a lecture. I want you to go back upstairs and get a good night's rest and we can talk about it in the morning. The adults filed out and Ron and Hermione both helped Harry up. He hadn't noticed before, but he was shaking from head to foot. Are you all right? Hermione asked. Yeah, just a little. I hate when I get those stupid I'm sorry I. Shut it, Harry, you're not making sense. Ron said, taking a leaf from Hermione's book. I suppose. Ron, shut up, Hermione said, frowning in Ron's direction before turning back to face Harry. I'll help you to your bed, Harry, then please don't go anywhere or do anything like that again because when we heard what had happened, well, let's just say we were scared. When Hermione left Harry and Ron in their room, Ron fell right back to sleep, but Harry wasn't tired. Why did he always keep the most important information from everyone? It would make them worry more than they already are, Harry thought, and it was true, because what he had done had already set everyone up to be a little worried in the first place. Then, he knew instantly that eventually, he would have to tell Ron and Hermione at least. It was better that someone knew other than himself. As Harry pulled the covers up past his chest, he started to feel a drowsiness come over him. Before he fell into a deep sleep, the last thing he thought was that he'd better act fast before Voldemort destroyed those that he loved. Finally, the morning of September 1st came around and Harry woke up early again to make sure he had packed everything, then hauled his things down the stairs and set it by the front door. After that, he wiped away the sweat that had formed on his forehead and walked into the kitchen. No one was awake yet, so he sat at the table and folded his arms, thinking about his return to Hogwarts. Suddenly, his scar gave him a jolt of pain and he clapped a hand to his forehead, then rubbed it to make it feel better. Forgetting about it, he stood up and rummaged around the kitchen for the tea bags to make himself a cup of tea. When he finally dipped the tea bag into steaming water, Fleur walked in. "Hello, Ari," she said, smiling. Her hair was tied in a knot on the back of her head and she was wearing the teacher's Hogwarts uniform. "Are you at all nervous about your new job?" "A little," Harry responded, taking a sip of his tea. "You?" "Terrified. These will be my first time teaching students." "I'm sure you'll do all right," said Harry. "Remember, if you can't do it, I will help you." "Thanks, Fleur," Harry said, his heart warming up with gratitude. "It is strange, in a way, that just 2 years ago, I only knew that Cedric Diggory was dead and that you had brought him back for his parents. But now, I know more. I know that the Death Eaters are loose and I know who they are. I feel more involved in everything than I did." "Time can do that," Harry said. Fleur smiled. "I'm taking the Hogwarts Express. Will you allow me to sit with you and your friends?" Yeah, sure," Harry said. It was a wonderful feeling when Harry stepped out of Mr. Weasley's new car, which had been magically expanded without Mrs. Weasley's consent, and onto the pavement of King's Cross. Ron and Hermione came out after him and the three of them went to get their trunks. Within another 5 minutes, they were rolling their trolleys to platform 9 3/4. "Hurry," Mrs. Weasley said. "It's 10:58 and we have to get 5 of you settled." Everyone's paces went a little faster and wider apart. Without a second glance at each other, Ron, Harry and Hermione ran at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. The rest came right after them. Harry instantly caught sight of the scarlet train that would take him home. Skimming the surroundings of the train, Harry saw a few students rushing to pull their trunks on and a few first years dotting their parents goodbye. Harry, Ron and Hermione all helped heave their trunks on and found a compartment. Fleur came after them, panting as she brought her trunk full of books and teachers' uniforms on. Ginny then came on, and no sooner than they fell into seats in an empty compartment, did the train start to move. They all stuck their heads out of the window to wave goodbye to everyone, and everyone waved back. Then, everyone that was not on the train disapparated. Ron, said Hermione, standing up, we'd better go to the front of the train. What? Why? Ron asked. Oh, Ron, how could you forget? We're prefects. Ginny, you can come with us. Oh yeah, Ron said half-heartedly, standing up too. See you later, Harry. And he stumped out of the compartment after Hermione, who was walking briskly towards the front of the train already. Bye, Ginny said, waving merrily before she stepped out and closed the compartment door behind her. The only two left were Harry and Fleur. Well, Avenue never ridden Z, Hogwarts Express before, Fleur said to Harry, while she looked around. How do you like it? Harry asked, not really knowing what he was saying, but instead, looked out the train window to see different things go by the window. It's very different than Z Bobaden's carriage. I figured just as much, answered Harry mindlessly. Well, Avenue to go to Z front of Z train for a little while, Fleur said, standing up. Why? Being a new teacher, I must speak with Z prefects about my standards and zings. Oh well, by then, Harry said, and Fleur nodded and walked out of the compartment, sliding the door closed behind her. Harry sat back in his seat and watched rain clouds gather ahead as cattle grazed by the train tracks. It took Harry a while to notice that someone had poked their head in the compartment, silently calling to him. Harry, wah? Asked Harry, turning his head to face Cho Chang as she closed the compartment door behind her and sitting down in the seat opposite him. Where are Ron and Hermione? She asked. Front of the train, Harry answered coldly. Why, prefects? Oh right, said Cho. She sighed at the lack of participation she was getting from Harry, who turned to look out the window again. Did you get my letter? Yeah, said Harry, keeping his eyes focused now on Cho's reflection in the window as she watched him. Harry, please look at me, pleaded Cho. Harry turned his head to look at her, feeling slightly bashful at facing her, but determined not to look away. I'm really sorry for the way I acted last year. I was just sad about Cedric. Is that what you came here for? Harry said, his anger rising, to talk about dear old Cedric again. No, said Cho shortly. I just said that I was sad about it. And I had a right to be, didn't I? Not enough right to talk to me 1 minute and then snap at me the next, Harry said, forgetting his determination at keeping eye contact at Cho and turning his head to face the window again, settling his back against the cushion. Cho sighed again. I'm really sorry about that. Cho stopped, seeing if she could get a, that's okay, Cho. Hey, you still want to be friends? From Harry. Harry, however, said nothing, only pushed his back deeper into the cushion out of anger. Did you think about my letter? Not really, said Harry coldly, regretting, at once, how rude and childish he was sounding. Oh, Cho replied, looking downcast. Well, can you think about it now? Do you want to go to Hogsmeade together? We don't have to go to Madame Puddifoot's if you don't want to. I don't think you liked it very much. We could go to the Three Broomsticks. It took Harry a long time to answer. Sure. Really? Cho blurted, sounding shocked that Harry had actually agreed. You want to? Sure. Repeated Harry, his insides beginning to get the familiar churning sensation in his stomach that he used to get when talking to Cho. All right, Cho said, standing up and smiling, her face turning red. Well, I'll see you around school then, and in next Hogsmeade trip, we can go to the Three Broomsticks. Right, Harry answered. Cho turned to leave. As her hand reached for the door, she paused and turned around to face Harry. With one swift movement, She rushed to him and kissed him softly on the cheek and gave him a hug. Then, without another word, she left. Harry sat there for a while, stunned. What had just happened was so weird. One minute he had been angry with Cho, the next he had been slightly happy. Over the course of the next hour and a half, Ron and Hermione hadn't made themselves present and neither had Fleur. Several people had arrived in his compartment asking whether the DA meetings would be back on again this year. I don't think so. The only reason we had DA meetings was because of Umbridge and she's not here anymore. Harry would answer to everyone. Dennis Creevy especially looked downcast at the news that their hero wouldn't be teaching them again. Some people even turned in their coins that Hermione had distributed the last year, the coins in which heated up when Harry had a date set for the next DA meetings, but Harry only returned them. You never know, he would say. Most people smiled weakly and left and others would just take back the coins and leave. It was past noon when Ron and Hermione finally showed up. Harry had bought them snacks as the snack cart had already gone by. Ron fell into his seat and took the pumpkin pasty Harry handed him and pushed the whole thing into his mouth. Wah! A day, Ron said, his mouth full as Harry handed Hermione her pumpkin pasty. He swallowed and said, "We had to talk to the new prefects about the stuff they have to do and none would listen. Too bad you weren't there, Harry." Why? Harry asked. Because Creevy is a prefect. Colin or Dennis? Colin, of course, Ron said. Dennis is just a little guy, not old enough to be a prefect. What did you do while we were gone? Hermione asked, getting Ron's attention off Dennis and Colin. Cho came in for a bit. Harry said hesitantly. Have another affair, did you? Ron asked, shoving another pumpkin pasty in his mouth. No, Harry replied shortly. She just wanted to know if I wanted to go to the Three Broomsticks with her on the first Hogsmeade trip. What did you say? Hermione asked, sitting up a little more straightly in her chair. Well, I said yes, but Harry was cut off by a huge guffaw from Ron. Shut up, Ron, Hermione said. Go on, Harry. But I wasn't sure if she wanted you to come along or not. Well, of course we wouldn't. Hermione said indignantly. It's your date. Besides, we don't want to see any key. Shut up, Ron, Harry mumbled, feeling the heat rise in his face. Ron, Hermione said angrily, turning to Ron, when will you grow up? Depends, Ron said, taking a bite out of a chocolate frog while looking at the card. Dumbledore again. Blimey, how many of these stupid wizard cards have Dumbledore on them? Hermione said, turning back to Harry. Harry continued. Well, while I was at the Dursleys' house, she sent a letter and said she didn't mind if you two came along or not. Well, I don't want to bother you two while you're mending things up, Hermione said while Ron giggled silently. Can I tell you guys something? Harry asked an hour later, sitting up a little straighter in his chair. Of course, Hermione said. As long as it doesn't involve you and Cho. Ron said. Ron, Hermione said, you are so tactless. Go on, Harry. Well, you know that night I passed out. Harry said. Hermione nodded. Not talking. Well, I didn't say what the whole dream was. And he was off, telling them of what Voldemort said to Wormtail and what he had ordered Wormtail to do. When he finished, Hermione had tears in her eyes and Ron's mouth was open, exposing chewed up pumpkin pasty. Oh, Harry, that's completely awful. Hermione said. Why didn't you tell Lupin and Dad and the others? Ron asked, closing his mouth. Well, I didn't really want anyone to worry. Harry, if there was anything worth worrying about, it would be that. Hermione said. Yeah, still I've told you, but you've got to keep it secret, do you swear? Harry, you should tell someone like. If you say Dumbledore, I swear, Hermione, all. Well, it's better than just leaving everyone clueless as to what Voldemort's doing. Hermione said, and Ron whimpered, oh, Ron, stop being so pitiful. Hey, I've just had a thought, Harry, Ron said grinning, get all chummy with Malfoy, then you know who'd think he's hurting you by killing Malfoy off. That's not funny, Ron, Hermione said. Sure it is, Ron said, laughing as Harry grinned weakly, anyway, it'd get him off our tail. But, Ron, you're not seeing the actual problem. Hermione said. You guys, don't worry about it, Harry said, breaking up another argument. Just promise me one thing. And what's that? Ron said. Watch over yourselves, said Harry darkly. Fur's years this way. Fur's years. Hagrid's bellowing could be heard all around the train station. Fur's years. Alry, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Hey Hagrid, Harry, Ron and Hermione all said at once as they exited the Hogwarts Express. Hagrid grinned at them and then went on his way to gather up the first years to take them on the traditional boat ride over the lake to Hogwarts. The other students, however, made their ways to the horseless carriages. Only Harry and maybe a few others knew what really pulled them. The Thestrals glared at him with their milky white eyes and sharp fangs bared. Harry directed his gaze elsewhere, finally resting on the sky. It was a dark, cloudy, starless night. Harry could see his and everyone else's breaths form in misty clouds around him. He pulled the hood of his cloak up well over his ears to keep his head from freezing. Soon enough, Hogwarts came into view, almost every window glowing yellow in the distance. Harry, Ron and Hermione got out of the carriage and walked up the remainder of the steps into the entrance hall. The minute Harry stepped inside, Professor McGonagall came walking toward him from out of a corner. He just lowered his hood when she spoke. Potter, she said sharply, her eyes peering through her square spectacles, I wish to talk to you. In private, she added, looking at Ron and Hermione. They shrugged and left for the Great Hall. McGonagall, however, led Harry to her office. Once there, she sat behind her desk, folding her hands. Harry stood in front of her, his arms hanging at his sides stupidly. Sit down, Potter, McGonagall said, and Harry sat in the chair just a little ways to his left. You probably already know why you are here. Does it have anything to do with the defense against the dark arts classes? Harry asked dully. Yes, it does, McGonagall said, her lips thinning. She reached into a drawer of her desk and pulled out some parchments. I have talked it over with Professor Dumbledore and he has chosen 2 weeks' worth of class things for you to have the students study. As you have seen on your schedule, you teach Gryffindor and Ravenclaw 6th years on Monday. Tuesday, you teach Hufflepuff and Slytherin 6th years. Then, on Wednesday, you teach Hufflepuff and Slytherin again. Then on Thursday, you teach Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Okay, said Harry, not knowing what else to say. Without hesitating, McGonagall continued. As you also saw, you will miss History of Magic on Tuesdays and Transfiguration on Wednesdays. I dare say you will have to ask Miss Granger for her notes on those classes to keep up. Okay, repeated Harry, his stomach starting to squirm nervously at the prospect of teaching the whole of the 6th year's defense against the dark arts. That means, McGonagall said, you will only have Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays to practice for Quidditch along with correcting homework, doing your own and saving 1 to 2 hours at the end of the day on Saturday for occlumency with Professor Snape and... Wait, Harry cut in, sitting up straighter in his chair, I still have to take occlumency lessons. Yes, Potter. Lupin informed me of what happened 2 weeks ago and we decided that as you know who is even more powerful, there is an even bigger chance of his taking over your mind than there was even last year. And also, to finish what I had been saying before I was interrupted, you will have to save time for occlumency lessons on Saturday and on Sunday, you will need to meet me here for an hour for your aura training. What? Yelled Harry, jumping completely out of his seat and crashing to the floor. Just as I said, Potter. McGonagall said, her glasses flashing as Harry made to crawl back into his chair. But no one ever said anything about aura training. I did, in fact, last year. When? At your career advice meeting last year, McGonagall broke, staring at the corner in which Umbridge had sat in, scribbling notes during Harry's meeting, as though she thought Umbridge was still there. When her eyes returned to Harry, she continued, I told you I would make sure you became an Auror even if I had to coach you nightly. I didn't think you actually meant it. Harry said. When have I ever not taken anything seriously, Potter? It is as I said, McGonagall said, standing up. I must return to the feast. I suggest you look up more things to study. Dumbledore may have given you ideas for what to study for the next 2 weeks, but after that, you are quite alone in that field. Good day to you, Potter. And with that, she left the room. Harry sat stunned for a minute. He thought he would be able to handle being a teacher, but this was too much. Now, on his schedule, he would have to teach defense against the dark arts, correct homework, do his own homework, read Hermione's long notes to keep up in history of magic and transfiguration, have Quidditch practice for 3 hours on Friday, Saturday and Sunday as he had heard Ron planning, have occlumency lessons with Professor Snape and or training with Professor McGonagall. Silently, he stood up and left the room, walking to the feast. It was in a few minutes that Peeves caught up with him. Potty wee Potter. Peeves shrieked happily, zooming past Harry, kicking Harry's ear as he went by. Go away, Peeves, Harry said quietly, rubbing his ear. Ooh, Peeves cackled. Potty is still mad. Mad are we, Potty? Leave me alone, said Harry dangerously. Now we're scared. It's Potty wee Potter. Run, Peeves shrieked. Leave me alone, Harry yelled, taking a swipe at Peeves and missing. Potty's losing his touch, he is. Peeves yelled. They're going to kick him off the Quidditch field with his own broom, they are. Then, Peeves broke into the familiar song in which he had composed last year. Oh, most think he's barking, the potty wee lad. But some are more kindly and think he's just sad. But Peevesy knows better and says that he's mad. He's been off Quidditch, so he'll be bad. Cranky crackpot Potty is very, very mad. Before Harry could yell at Peeves, or take another swipe at the poltergeist, Peeves blew a raspberry in his face and zoomed off happily, knocking over several suits of armor on his way. Angrily, Harry straightened his robes and walked into the great hall. The benches were filled with people all in black robes. Some turned their heads to see Harry in the doorway, but most were engrossed in a talk with someone else to notice him. This was just fine with Harry, so he made his way down the walkway until he saw Ron and Hermione. He slipped into the gap between them in which they had saved for him just as Dumbledore stood up to make his annual speech. Welcome to you all, Dumbledore said. Welcome to those whom were here last year and to those who are starting. Many of the students at the Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables cheered while they laughed. Thank you, Dumbledore said. Now, please sit and I would like to give a few announcements that are of most importance. Everyone went quiet. First of all, I would like to ask you to welcome warmly your new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Fleur Weasley. There was an uneven amount of applause between the boys and girls at every house table as Fleur stood up and flashed her shiny teeth at everyone. The boys in particular applauded loudly. Only those who had remembered Fleur from the Triwizard Tournament laughed as they heard the new last name. Many turned to stare at Ron, who went red at the ears and hunched his shoulders to avoid being seen. Matters didn't help when Fleur waved at them excitedly. The Slytherins in particular were being the worst bearers of the news. They kept making dotting noises. Yes, Dumbledore said. Welcome to you, Professor Weasley. Now, second of all, you'll notice that I sent your schedules to you over the summer instead of tomorrow at breakfast. Many people nodded, taking their schedules out and looking at them. Yes, said Dumbledore again. The reason there are more classes than others and the times have changed is due to your new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Many eyes flicked to Fleur, but Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. No, not Fleur. He said, there is a special teacher for the 6th years only. He is very good and experienced at the dark arts, having met so many dark things in his life. I feel no reluctance in introducing your new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, 6th years. Please give a round of applause to H. He stopped there as Harry shook his head violently, causing several to look at him, so he started rubbing his neck and stretching it, whispering, I've got a crick in my neck. Dumbledore, however, merely nodded and continued on. I have forgotten that he wishes to surprise his students with his identity. Excuse me. Several students laughed as though they thought it was a joke. However, the reason your schedules are uneven, shall we say, is due to the fact that this teacher is very busy himself and has to work around classes, so you'll excuse it please. Well, said Dumbledore, clapping his hands together, that is all I have to say. Dig in. And the plates filled with food. Harry let out a sigh of relief. That had been close. He couldn't imagine what the Slytherins could have said had they known. What was that about? Ron asked. After about a minute, Dumbledore waved his hands around, begging for quiet. Yes, yes, he said once the echoes in the hall subsided, and I have wasted enough wind for now, so I must ask that the sorting is started. At these words, McGonagall came into the hall, carrying the three-legged stool in which the sorting hat was perched. Harry's eyes darted to the first years who were looking fearfully at the sorting hat and some whispered to each other. Harry's gaze was broken as McGonagall walked by the first years. As she set the stool down, the sorting hat opened the gap near the brim almost eagerly, and it began its song. As I sat upon this stool, in times when fear was absent, I never dreamed that Hogwarts School might cease to be present. A dark and dreary end is near, in which was stowed upon a shelf, and a silent growing fear is spreading amongst yourselves. The four wizard who began us, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, wished for us to upon each other have trust. Therefore, friendship must broaden more. Our time is getting short, and though it seems unright, pleadingly, I ought to report, we must hasten to unite. Now that that is said, all I ask of these younglings is to place me upon your head, and from you, greatness shall spring. Though four houses reside, only one is where you belong. Give me but a minute and I shall find your house. I am never wrong. Before that part of my song begins, I must surely give a short little introduction on how our founders lived. First of all of the above is Slytherin, whom all did adore. Not exactly the most loved, but thought greatest of Hogwarts, for early on, he left the school to pursue things for which he agreed, leaving Hogwarts to the others' rule, and built a chamber. There was no key. I must admit to you all, I have been therein late, to deliver a sword in order to stall the Dark Lord from becoming great. One young boy found the way, as I could see in his head. He sought to see that Hogwarts stay. Did he survive? But only by a thread. And next of all I move to talk about someone sweet. Dear old Helga Hufflepuff, who strove to teach students who had no character to meet a terribly great loss. Hufflepuffs have lately suffered, and at a great cost. For all have heard, but wish not to believe, the Dark Lord had returned. Next, upon whom I call to introduce to you in awe the wisest of them all, the great Rowena Ravenclaw. Of the wisest students, she picked from the lot, who Rowena taught to be prudent in all the work they do. Though the four thought it best to teach only the smart, Ravenclaw taught the smartest, and took their thought to heart. Later did she leave the school, after her and Gryffindor's affair, leaving it under just two more founders' rule. The only two left were the only ones to share. And let's not forget, of these four founders, the most valiant yet, Gryffindor, where the bravest were sure, in his house today resides a young man of Gryffindor's own character, the one who couldn't be more on our side. Hogwarts, young Harry Potter. Though all doubted him, and called him a liar, always out on a whim, he'd save Hogwarts when her need was dire. My song may not have been more about the sorting, but in times of great need, even a hat can give warning. For only one can save us from this doom. Harry Potter, you must hurry, because closer is where the danger looms. Now, on with our ever fateful sorting. The last few words echoed in the hall, reverberating on the walls, then died away. It was the loudest silence Harry had ever known, apart from when his name had been called from the Goblet of Fire 2 years before. Every eye had turned to him and he could almost feel Draco Malfoy's hot sneering breath on his neck. Harry looked up at the staff table. Hagrid was looking down at him, his mouth open wide to catch the flies. Over by the sorting hat, McGonagall had dropped the list of the first year's names she had been holding. Even Dumbledore looked slightly shocked, but then recovered and stood up. Professor McGonagall, I am rather hungry, perhaps we should get on with the sorting so we can dig in. McGonagall jumped as though Dumbledore had shouted in her ear, leaned over to pick up the scroll, then turned to the first years. When I call your name, please walk up and sit down. I will put the sorting hat on your head and it will sort you. Then sit down at the table in which is your house table. She unrolled the scroll and said loudly, Ari, Anne. A girl that was taller than most of the first years walked up and sat on the stool. It didn't take long for the Sorting Hat to decide. Ravenclaw. Hey, Harry. Harry heard his name and he turned to face Ron as Beach. Anna was called up to the Sorting Hat and quickly placed in Ravenclaw. What? Harry asked. What was that sorting song about? Ron asked. Bowie. Tina. McGonagall called. The Sorting Hat's never singled anyone out in its songs ever before, whispered Hermione, but the rest of her sentence was drowned out by the Sorting Hat. Ravenclaw. What I meant to say, Hermione continued as Burn. Samuel was called up. That's odd that the Sorting Hat mentioned you. Gryffindor. Why would it? Don't you see, Hermione? Ron asked as Peter Calvert was called up and immediately placed in Ravenclaw along with his twin, Daniel. It's trying to get Harry in the spotlight again. But the Sorting Hat would never do that. Drop it, said Harry, attempting to stop what looked like another argument brewing between Ron and Hermione. They fell silent and watched as Harmony Dubin and Emma Edgewood were both placed in Gryffindor. Harry, Ron and Hermione clapped with the rest of the Gryffindor house, failing dismally to drown out boos from Slytherins. Evans. Mark. McGonagall called. Harry did a double take. Mark Evans. Mark Evans, who lived only a few blocks away from himself, a wizard. Harry watched as the familiar boy with reddish-blondish hair and was incredibly lanky sidled out of the line of first years and up to the Sorting Hat. What struck Harry was that he was the boy he had seen in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes only a few days ago. How could he have not recognized him? Harry nudged Ron in the ribs. Ron asked. That kid lives only a few blocks away from me, hissed Harry. The Evans kid? Ron asked and Harry nodded. He's been beaten up my cousin loads of times. Weird. I wonder why he never told you he was a wizard, said Ron thoughtfully. Well, maybe he's Muggle born. Probably. It took several minutes for the Sorting Hat to decide where Mark Evans should be placed. Gryffindor. The Gryffindors cheered and the Slytherins booed. Mark stepped away from the stool and ran towards the Gryffindor table, smiling. Garden. Rose. McGonagall read. Hufflepuff. Finally. Ron said. Something else other than Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Green. Michael. Ravenclaw. Ron groaned. It wasn't for another half an hour that, Hector, was placed into Slytherin, that all the first years were placed into their houses. Finally. Exclaimed Ron as Dumbledore stood up and told them to eat plenty until their bellies rumbled no longer. I almost forgot what food tasted like. Suddenly, the plates filled with food and Harry could actually hear the gasps of the first years. Harry was so hungry that he just grabbed some of the things closest to him and started to eat, but not before Ron had already had seconds on mashed potatoes. And it didn't seem that long after that the desserts had vanished and Dumbledore stood up. Now that we have all eaten and our stomachs are full, bedtime. First years will follow the prefects to their houses. And everyone stood up. First years follow us, please. First years for Gryffindor follow us, Hermione started, waving to all the scared-looking first years and they walked tentatively to her. Harry, come and walk with us, Ron started, but Harry stood up and shook his head. What do you think I am, a first year? Harry said, trying to lighten the mood that had come upon everyone when the Sorting Hat had mentioned his name. In truth, he just wanted to think and he knew he wouldn't be able to do that in the noisy common room or in the boys' dormitory. Harry, Ron said, frowning. No, look, I was only jesting, Ron. But you need to lead the first years. Hermione can do that. No, you go, Harry said. If you're sure. Yes, Ron. Harry said. Listen, what's the password? Fribbergibbet, said Ron looking put down, but Harry. Ron, called Hermione. Ron, come on. We have to show the first years around. Ron gave Harry one last meaningful look before walking towards Hermione. All the first years were looking at Harry, so he decided to go around the table and go the other way. And while he walked, he thought about what the next day would bring. There was so much to do, but the thing that loomed in Harry's mind the most was the prospect of what his friends' faces would look like after they realized he was the new sixth-year defense against the dark arts teacher. Gather round, all oh yay. Hagrid called. waving his giant hands in the air the next morning, which was somewhat cold as the sun was being hidden behind gray clouds, beckoning the sixth years closer to a tortoise-like creature that Harry recognized as a fire crab. As the students moved in closer, it blinked dully, its bejeweled shell blinking in the light. Now, who can tell me, wha, this is? Hagrid started, gesturing to the fire crab, which growled menacingly, its dull dazed look glazing over and being replaced by one that made it look as if it were daring anyone to come within range of its shooting extent. Harry knew he should have raised his hand, since he knew the answer, but he didn't want to deprive Hermione of getting yet another question correct. Hermione, Hagrid said, his beetle-black eyes glinting happily. It's a fire crab. Fire crabs originated in Fiji in the early 1900s. Although it looks like a turtle, it was given the name crab due to the fact it is not in the turtle family at all, but the crab family. Ruddy, brilliant, Hagrid bellowed, and can anyone tell me what its defense mechanism is? Instantly, and to no one's surprise, Hermione's hand was first to shoot in the air. If the fire crab feels at all threatened, in any way, it is able to shoot large amounts of fire at the person or thing in which it feels threatened by, through its rear end. Brilliant, Hagrid repeated, 10 points to Gryffindor. Now, who would like to come up and pet it? Pet that. Malfoy's voice could be heard from the back. Yes, Malfoy, pet this. Beautiful in it, Hagrid said proudly. Here, I'll pet it. Neville spoke up and everything went quiet. Neville had never in his time at Hogwarts volunteered to do anything that had a risk of being injured, maimed or killed. And here he was, volunteering to pet a fire crab. Alry, Hagrid said, sounding stunned as well, just on. Approach. I am too fasses eel thinker attackin', I am. Go on, then, Neville, Hagrid's voice trailed off as everyone saw Neville swallow, then look around expectantly, as if asking why he had volunteered in the first place. Slowly, he extended his pudgy hand in front of himself and edged closely towards the fire crab. This it, Neville, this it, Hagrid said unconsciously. Neville was slowly inching closer to the fire crab. The entire class had gone silent, waiting to see Neville achieve something they would never have expected of him. The fire crab noticed that someone was approaching it, let out a reedy growl and turned around, showing off its rear. Careful, Neville, Almos, they're careful. Watch it slowly, don't give. I am a reason to try and, yay. Hagrid was saying, coaxing Neville closer. The fire crab shot flames out its backside, but Neville dodged them and looked on the verge of running as far away from the creature as he could. He was sweating greatly and his tongue was between his teeth in concentration and determination of reaching this animal and touching it. After a long while, it seemed like ages, but was probably only seconds. Neville's hand was an inch from the fire crab and before everyone knew it, he was petting the fire crab, which was growling deep in its throat, lazily. Neville gave a huge sigh and cracked a smile as the whole of the class, save the Slytherins, broke into a loud applause. Good job, Neville. 10 more points for Gryffindor, Hagrid said, sounding somewhat relieved. They spent the rest of the class copying down the different uses of the fire crab shell, and before Harry knew it, the bell for the end of the class rang and everyone was putting away their parchment and quills. Harry, however, felt his stomach drop as he realized that his first class was next: Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Come on, let's go, Ron said. Let's get good seats, maybe we have a good teacher for once. Good luck, Harry, Hagrid whispered to Harry as he passed. They all walked toward the castle, the Gryffindors chattering excitedly about what they thought their new teacher was. I do hope it's someone who actually knows what they're doing, Hermione squeaked anxiously. Harry was drowned in his thoughts, hoping that this was one of those times where the clock seemed to slow down instead of speed up, but unfortunately for him, the clock seemed to be going at a breakneck speed, and when his mind met consciousness, he was right outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts door. The door opened and Harry saw that all of the class was already there, talking to their friends. Ron and Hermione each took a seat, leaving one empty in between them, saving it for Harry. Harry, however, walked up to the teacher's desk and set his bag down on it, and as he did so, he heard the bell ring. Harry, mate, he heard Ron say, what are you doing up there? Come on, Hermione and I have a seat saved. I can't, Harry said shortly. Everyone was whispering to each other. They all looked perplexed until, finally, realization dawned on their faces. You're not. The new defense against the dark arts teacher, Harry said, finishing Dean Thomas's sentence for him. Harry cast his glance around to Ron and Hermione. The looks on their faces might have been funny if Harry wasn't so terrified. Why did classrooms always look bigger and more populated from the front of the room? Most of you, I think, were in the DA meetings last year. Quote. Harry continued on, his voice faltering. He cleared his throat and kept going. Dumbledore thought it best to appoint me sixth-year defense against the dark arts teacher, seeing as everyone that had been in the DA meetings had gotten a perfect score, or close to one. His voice slowed to a stop. He didn't really have much to say on the matter, and he hadn't even really thought about what to say. Instead, he walked over to his bag and pulled out Dumbledore's 2-week lesson plan. The first thing on the list Harry read in Dumbledore's loopy handwriting. First class teach students to say, Voldemort. Teach them all you know about him. Harry's eyebrows furrowed odd. Well, he began again. Dumbledore gave me a list of things to teach you, so I guess we'll get started now. Are you going to teach Slytherins too? A Ravenclaw girl asked suddenly, and Hufflepuffs. Yes, Harry said. Are you allowed to give points and take them? Asked Seamus Finnegan. Only in class, but I can't give or take points for stupid reasons. There were groans from all over the classroom. Why can't you just dock Slytherin all their points? Someone in the back of the room yelled. I'm not allowed, Harry said shortly. And what about detentions? Only for good reason, Harry said. There was chattering heard from every corner of the room as all babbled happily about Harry's new powers. To quiet them, he spoke up again. All right, so Dumbledore, he gave me a list of things to teach you, and well, I suppose I should get started now. He broke off oddly. Mentally, he was kicking himself how come he was fine with teaching the DA meetings, but could barely speak now in front of most of the people he had taught before. He put the sheet back down on the desk and turned to the chalkboard. Grabbing up a piece of chalk, he wrote 3 words. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He set the chalk down quietly and turned to the class, who looked utterly confused. Can anyone besides Hermione or Ron tell me who this is? Harry asked. Silence. Harry sighed. All right, Hermione, he said, grabbing the chair from the teacher's desk and sitting down in it and started to rub his temples. Voldemort, whispered Hermione, and Harry looked up just in time to see everyone wince. Right, Harry said, taking his wand out and pointing it at what he had just written. Magically, the words rearranged themselves to say I am Lord Voldemort. Gasps echoed from all around Harry. Voldemort's given name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom, after his father, Marvolo after his grandfather. His mother named him that just before she died after having him. Harry started. He cleared his throat, then continued, so, what Dumbledore wants me to teach you is all I know about Voldemort. How do you know so much about you-know-who? Asked a Ravenclaw boy. He's told me bits and pieces of his life story during encounters, said Harry lamely. It was getting really hard to speak now, especially since he knew it would be time to tell the class everything that had happened. Never before had he told anyone but Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius. Once again, he cleared his throat to gain his voice back. So Voldemort, more winces, has been gone since, well, you know the story. Since then, he's been trying different ways to come back, even half dead, he was still powerful. I'm going to tell you as much as I know about him, so in case of anything, you'll be prepared. Give me a break if I stop, this isn't easy for me. Harry ran a hand through his hair and stood up, looking at the class. Everyone looked sympathetically at him. Neville looked pale in the face. But everything was silent. Why had he agreed to do this? To him, this felt like the hardest thing to do, but Dumbledore was counting on him. He began to pace. All right, so, not many know this, but Voldemort is a half-blood. His mother was a witch, but his father was a muggle. When his father realized what his mother was, he left her, so Voldemort, or Riddle as he was at that time, never had a father. When he grew up, he vowed to kill his father, and he did. That's one of the things that brought Voldemort back to power, his father's bone. This went on for what seemed like hours. The class was listening so intently to Harry's story, having not heard all of it, that Harry could probably have heard teachers speaking 3 floors up. At times, he paused and took deep breaths as he went on. Speaking became harder, because he was reliving his past, his horrible past. The only parts he left out of all his stories were serious, Wormtail and his odd dreams, for mention of one might lead to awkward questions later. He told the class how he had escaped Voldemort in his first, second, fourth and fifth years at Hogwarts, explained how he had survived the curse of Avada Kedavra when no other wizard had, told them everything. All the while, he felt incredibly modest as the class looked at him with wonder, amazement, confusion, and some had looks of horror and disbelief on their faces. It felt odd telling large crowds about everything that had happened, and became somewhat worried that this might spread rumors around the school, for someone would certainly tell someone else outside of his classes. But as he spoke, he felt as if a heavy burden were being lifted from him, felt he was getting this out in the open. If some believed him, it would be enough. So, said Harry, nearly 80 minutes later, with almost 20 minutes left of the class, the reason I'm here is to teach you all I know, to prepare you for anything that might ever happen, 'cause I can assure you, now that Voldemort's back, things will happen. Dumbledore reckons that fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself, which is why he wants me to teach you to say Voldemort. Some students exchanged glances. To be honest, I don't know why anyone is scared of the name Voldemort. It's just a name. It's like saying Harry Potter, or Dean Thomas, Ron Weasley, or Parvati Patil, or Lavender Brown. It's just a name. So, right now, on the count of 3, I want you to say Voldemort. 1, 2, 3, Voldemort. The only voices to be heard were his and Hermione's. Come on, just say it. It's not a curse word, it's a name that Voldemort created to strike fear into people's hearts. If we let that fear beat us, there's no help for us when the time comes for us to face him. Look, if there's one name to be scared of, it's Draco Malfoy. The students laughed and Harry grinned in spite of himself. But that's not the point. The point is, you have to learn to face your fears. How would you react if he were to come here, right now, without you not even being able to say his name? Come on again, all of you. 1, 2, 3, Voldemort. He and Hermione's voices were the only ones to ring clear, but a few started to mumble underneath their breaths. Better, but I want you to shout it. Pretend you're saying a different version of you know who. 1, 2, 3, Voldemort. Voices were becoming slightly louder now, only a few hadn't managed to mumble it. Everyone was become pale in the face and sweaty, as though a large spider were up in the front of the class teaching them instead of Harry. Come on, I know you can do this. Look, I've been saying it for over 5 years and I'm the one that's come across him the most in that time. 1, 2, 3, Voldemort. About 6 people managed to say it and looked slightly shocked and apologetic, as though they were truly uttering curse words. Almost. Come on, you guys, it shouldn't be this hard. 1, 2, 3, Voldemort. Harry's voice has started to rise out of impatience. He had no clue people were this terrified of saying Voldemort. Everyone said it. Those that had started saying it first were speaking more clearly than those who were just catching on, but still, no one was really making it anywhere. All right, a new approach, then. Harry said. Everyone, get out a quill and some parchment, write down the word Voldemort 20 times. There was a shuffle as students reached into their bags for parchment, looking confused at the odd task that Harry had set them to do. Harry waited until all the quills had been set down. All right, said Harry. Now, you don't really think you did, but you've just said Voldemort 20 times and you've got the words to prove it. When you write something down, you say it in your head as well. If it's not hard to say in your head, why is it so difficult to say it out loud? Come on. 1, 2, 3, Voldemort. Surprisingly, he was not only he that had shouted it, but the entire class. Not one had mumbled or mouthed or looked bashfully. Instead, everyone cracked a smile and looked around at each other, surprised. Even Harry grinned. Great, he said. I knew you could do it. It's not as hard as people make it out to be, is it? Everyone nodded. The lunch bell rang. All right, no homework. You're allowed to give homework. Seamus Finnegan asked. Yeah, well, I'll see you guys again on Thursday. Harry finished amid cheers. Once all the students had filed out, talking excitedly, Harry grabbed his bag and walked to where Ron and Hermione were waiting for him outside the door. Neither looked as though they could speak. Ron found his voice first, though it didn't do much good as Harry couldn't understand him. You're the I don't believe why didn't you wicked I didn't even think. Ron, if you're not going to make sense, stop talking, said Harry. Why didn't you tell us, Harry? Said Hermione faintly. All that time at headquarters. When did you find out? Asked Ron, finally discovering that he had a voice. That's the letter that Dumbledore sent to me while I was at the Dursleys and why he wanted to talk to me when I went to Grim. Harry, don't say that, say headquarters, so no one knows what you're talking about. Hermione said, her shock fading and her bossy tone returning full blast. Fine, well, besides the point, how did I do? Harry's voice suddenly became a bit worried. You were wonderful, Harry. Hermione said, I hardly could tell it was you. For a minute, I didn't think it was you, mate, continued Ron. I mean, we could hardly get you to say any of that stuff to us, and that was just two of us, and there you were, telling the whole class. To be honest, I didn't really think you would ever say stuff like that. It was so clever the way you made everyone write down Voldemort. I never would have thought of doing that. But I can't get over the fact that you're our teacher. Harry, Hermione cut in, her eyes widening in realization. How on earth are you going to get classes with homework done, while doing your homework and Quidditch lessons? And occlumency and aura training, finished Harry. You've still got occlumency, Ron started, but Hermione cut in. Never mind that, what do you mean aura training? McGonagall's giving me aura training. Last year at my career advice meeting, she and Umbridge got in a fight and she swore she'd coach me to become an aura if it was the last thing she ever did. Harry said this all very fast. Ron looked baffled and shocked. Hermione looked worried and amazed. By dinner that night, it seemed like the whole school knew that Harry had been appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts for 6 years. As Harry, Ron and Hermione sat at the table, occasionally seeing a first-year wander in looking relieved, it was very hard for first-years to find everything right away on the first day. People that Harry didn't even know approached him to ask him if the rumors were true. When they were told yes, they all looked astounded. By mid-dinner, Draco Malfoy finally found his way to the Gryffindor table as Harry knew he would. Well, Professor Potter, he sneered, sweeping his owned hair out of his eyes. His prefect's badge was glinting from his robes. Malfoy, said Harry coldly in return. I suppose you'll be my teacher then, Malfoy continued unconcernedly. Aren't you supposed to be sitting up at the teacher's table? Nope, answered Harry casually, taking a bite of his mashed potatoes. Ron looked as though he were bursting to come out with snide remarks to match Malfoy's, but Hermione gave him glances from the other side of Harry and Ron looked disgruntled. As long as I don't have to call you Professor Potter, or actually listen to any of the crap that you have to teach, I doubt very much it will help in anything I have to do. Fine by me, get a D in my classes, Harry said, not making eye contact with Malfoy. Malfoy sneered. For once in the time that he and Harry had known each other, he didn't have a comeback. Later, Professor Potty Weasel, Malfoy sneered at the two boys, looked at Hermione disgustedly and stalked away. Careful, Malfoy, yelled Ron in Malfoy's direction. He could dock you points for calling him that. He's a teacher, prefect. Ron, you're a prefect too, Hermione said, rubbing her forehead as though exhaustedly. Oh, Ron said, right, but still, I don't call Harry names. I didn't think of that, Hermione said, that you'd have to teach Malfoy too. Hey, Harry, I don't really have to call you Professor, do I? Ron asked. No, Harry said shortly, I don't want anyone to call me anything. I was talking, Ron. Hermione said. Oh, excuse me, Ron said, reaching for the tomato soup and ladling some into his bowl. Go ahead, by all means. Hermione ignored him. You're not going to tell Malfoy all the things you had to tell us. I mean, if you give too much information, he could go straight to his father and tell him all about it, and Malfoy's dad knows Voldemort. I hadn't really thought of that, Harry said, feeling slightly worried. I don't really know if this teacher thing is a good idea. I don't even really know what I'm doing, and when I run out of the things on the list that Dumbledore gave me, well, Surely he didn't say you had to keep going with it. Hermione said, frowning. No, he said that Fleur could take over. Well, there you are, then, replied Hermione. And I will help you if you need it. Yeah, me too, Ron said. Thanks you guys, said Harry gratefully. He looked up at the teacher's table and saw Dumbledore talking to McGonagall. He winked from behind his half-moon spectacles. Harry cast a glance around the great hall and students in it. From the other side of the room, he saw Cho give him a proud smile. Hundreds of miles away, someone else was happy as well. Master, everything is going according to plan. Voldemort smiled. Perfect. Today, we will be learning how to produce a befuddling potion. Not as strong as a confusion concoction, nor does it last as long, but it is a faster process to make and comes in quite handy. It will last long enough for the potion maker to make the confusion concoction to completely wipe out the drinker's suspicions or certain memories. Snape began his lecture. However, it takes patience and carefulness in order to create it, because the ingredients must be to the exact measurement or the potion will not work correctly. The ingredients and measurements will be on the board. 10 points from the first buffoon to mess things up. His eyes darted in the direction of Neville, who gulped. Begin. He gave his wand a slight flick and writing appeared on the board. There was a rustle and the students went to the student ingredient storage cupboard to gather the ingredients. Everything went fine during the first 22 minutes of the class, then things became a little wild when Neville added too many salamander hearts to his potion and it began bubbling and fizzing and sending liquid all over the floor. 10 points from Gryffindor. Then, Snape said, smirking as he waved his wand and the mess disappeared. Oh, he's horrible, Hermione whispered, adding 2/3 of a pint of blue moon grass to hers, Harry's and Ron's potion as Harry was grating the turtle scales and Ron was measuring diluted bubo tuber pus into a cup. Making Neville nervous by predicting that he would mess up. He'd done okay yesterday in Hagrid's class, Ron whispered, bringing the measuring cup up to his eyes. Harry tipped the finely grated turtle scales into the potion, which instantly turned a sickly gray color. Just wait another 3 minutes exactly, then you can add the bubo tuber pus in, Ron, Hermione informed. I'll time it, Harry said, looking at his watch. Hermione returned to Ron's conversation. Well, of course he'd done all right in Hagrid class, she hissed. Hagrid isn't someone that would make him nervous. He didn't pressure him into petting the fire crab. Yeah, I suppose, Ron said, but I think that Neville should learn to be a little more brave. He's come an awful long way, though, considering what his past was like. And he's become quite good at the stunning charm. That's because he had to do it a lot last year when Sirius at the Department of Mysteries. Harry said, eyeing his watch. 3, 2, 1. All right, Ron, add the bubo tuber pus. Ron poured it into the cauldron, which hissed. Now, we have to wait while it simmers. Hermione said. I wouldn't fancy drinking that. Ron said, peering into the cauldron of sticky, gray goop. At least, now that I know what's in it. Harry, why don't you chop the lionfish quills? Hermione said. And have you thought about what you're going to say for the Slytherins? No, Harry said, taking up the knife. I suppose I'll tell them what I told you, leaving out the things that Voldemort doesn't know. The thing is that I don't want the Hufflepuffs to be deprived of knowing. Maybe we should start up DA again, suggested Ron. No, Ron, began Harry, but Hermione finished. Harry's got enough to be worrying about than the DA meetings, she said bossily. Suddenly, Crabbe and Goyle's potion erupted, sending goop and sparks everywhere. The people around them backed away, causing their potions to erupt when the exact ingredients weren't added at the right time, causing a riot. It took Snape a while to calm everyone down enough for him to be able to erase the mess. Snape gave Crabbe and Goyle a meaningful look, then stalked off towards his desk. Oh sure, Ron whispered, he took points of Neville, but never takes any off of any of the Slytherins. All we can do is bear with it, Harry said, emptying his bowl of chopped lionfish quills into the potion. Done, Hermione said. Now, we just wait for it to simmer. That'll take another 10 minutes. We'll be done before the end of class. She said this proudly, beaming at Ron and Harry for not messing anything up. After wishing Harry a good luck, Ron and Hermione made their way towards History of Magic and Harry made his way towards the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Just before his hand touched the doorknob, Malfoy pushed him out of the way and Crabbe and Goyle pinned him to the wall as they pushed him aside to enter after Malfoy. Harry readjusted the strap of his bag and walked inside. What he met was an incredibly loud noise. All the Hufflepuffs were sitting at their desks but the Slytherins were shouting, singing verses from Weasley is Our King, standing on the desks and bewitching paper airplanes into heading straight for Harry. He pushed them aside as he made his way to his desk at the front of the room. Sit down, he yelled. No one heeded him. I can take points off if I really need to, he warned. No one was listening. Sit, he yelled even louder. Instead, a paper airplane came straight for him, hitting his nose with its pointed tip. He grabbed it and crumpled it up and set it on his desk. Voldemort, he screamed loudly. Suddenly, all noise ended. The Hufflepuffs all flinched and the Slytherins looked shocked. Sit down, Harry said. What if we don't feel like it, Professor Potty? Malfoy said, constructing a paper airplane. Then I can take off points. Harry said again. I'd like to see you try, Malfoy said, narrowing his pale eyes. 5 points from Slytherin. Harry said, sit down or it will be more. I'm not jesting about this. The Slytherins all grudgingly sat down, looking sulky and angry that they couldn't protest without losing points for their house. Good, said Harry grimly. Now, the first thing I need you to do is to tell me who this is. He turned around, grabbed up the chalk and began writing Tom Marvolo Rita on the board again. When he got to writing the V in, he felt something hit the back of his head and turned around and looked down. A crumpled piece of paper was on the floor. He picked it up and unfolded him. It read, vote for Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion. Harry looked up grimly. Nice one. Now let's get started. He turned around and continued to write out the name. Who is this? Harry said. Don't you know, Potty? Malfoy said without raising his hand. I thought you had to know in order to teach us. Shut up, Malfoy, or tell me who this is. You ought to know. It's your mudblood mother's father's great aunt's nephew's neighbor's uncle's dog, twice removed. Malfoy smirked. Very funny, Harry said, his anger bubbling just like the befuddling potion, but not as funny as this is gonna be. 10 points from Slytherin. Malfoy's smirk wore off. Harry smiled angrily. See, apparently, your face is funnier than your jokes. The Hufflepuffs applauded. Malfoy, however, stood up and rushed to the front, leaning over Harry's desk to look him straight in the eye. If you give my father away, Potter, I swear, you'll be laughing out of the other side of the face after I get done with you, he muttered quietly, so only Harry could hear. I've heard better threats from my mother's father's great aunt's nephew's neighbor's uncle's dog, twice removed, and he's a stupid mutt. Malfoy shot Harry the angriest look he's ever given him before. Sit down now, Harry said slowly and dangerously. Malfoy turned and walked toward his desk and grudgingly sat down, smirking at Harry the whole while he was up at the front of the room. The lunch bell couldn't have rung sooner. Great class, Potter. The Hufflepuffs all shouted at Harry as they packed their things up and left the classroom. The Slytherins all left without a word, but instead rushed to the Great Hall, probably checking to see if 15 points had really been taken off from them. Harry was last to leave the classroom and he saw Ron and Hermione waiting for him. Thank Merlin, Ron said, he's still alive. And here's me, thinking he wouldn't survive. How was it? Asked Hermione. Horrible, Harry said. No one would listen and Malfoy and the rest of the Slytherins kept throwing things around the classroom. You win some, you lose some, Ron said, thumping Harry's back understandingly. Come on, I'm starving. I don't think I can face the school, Harry said, yet he walked with Ron and Hermione. They all walked to the Great Hall and as Harry entered, the Slytherins all booed, causing everyone to turn and stare at what they were booing at. Only after Harry had sat down between Ron and Hermione did the booing stop. Hey, Harry, Harry heard a voice behind him. He turned to see Cho. Oh, hey, Harry said, look, I'm really sorry for how I acted on the train, I was just. Oh no, it's all right, Harry. Cho said, blushing. I just wanted to say that I heard you were Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher and I wanted to congratulate you. She leaned down and kissed his cheek. Harry could feel the stares of everyone else's eyes on him. Look, Cho, can we finish this later? I mean, everyone's watching, he said. To his complete horror, Cho's eyes filled with tears and her face turned red. Oh, all right, I suppose we could talk later. I can see that you're embarrassed by me. She shrieked dramatically. What? No, Cho. I never said. But you were thinking it, weren't you, Harry? Cho said, tears now pouring down her face. No, look, Cho, we can just step out in the entrance hall and talk. No, I don't even see why I came over here. Cho said. Obviously, you're way too preoccupied to think about me. Cho, leave me alone, Harry. Just leave me alone, Cho said, and she turned on her heel and ran out of the great hall. Harry could hear laughs echoing. He turned back around and stared at his plate of untouched food, horrified and angered. What does she want from me? Harry asked. I never said any of those things. She just thought you were embarrassed by her, Hermione said. Did it show that she thought that? Asked Harry sarcastically. I don't know why I even bothered to set things straight between us. I can't talk to her for 5 minutes without her getting all worked up about something. She's becoming more of a problem every day, Ron said, eyeing Harry's untouched cornbread. You going to eat that, mate? Help yourself, Harry said, pushing his plate towards Ron. But don't help me, Ron, because no offense, your comments aren't helping at all. Sorry, Ron said, starting on Harry food. Look, Harry, if it's bothering you that much, just go set things straight with Cho. Hermione said. What's the point? She'll just tell me to leave her alone, start crying and run off, then come back and ask if I want to go to Hogsmeade with her, then get worked up and decide to embarrass me in public. Like I haven't got enough things to be thinking about without worrying about keeping her happy. Hey, Potter. Harry heard Malfoy's voice behind him. Your girlfriend dumped you. Shove off, Malfoy, Ron said. You're just angry that your brother got to Delacour before you had a chance. Malfoy said. Shut up, Malfoy, and worry about your own relationships. Harry said, standing up, grabbing his bag and stalking off without another word to Ron or Hermione except, see you later. Outside the entrance hall, Harry heard sobbing from behind one of the statues. He peered around them and came face to face with Cho. What's wrong? Harry asked, offering Cho his hand, and she took it and he pulled her to her feet. Nothing, Cho said, wiping her face with her sleeve. I'm just trying to figure out the best ways to embarrass me. Harry finished angrily, remembering that he was supposed to be mad at her, but it was hard to be mad at her when she was just standing there, looking so helpless. Look, about that, I'm sorry, Cho said. What else is new? Harry asked, starting to walk up the stairs with Cho. I'm just having a hard time getting my life back together, Cho said. What with Cedric and all, it's just been hard on me. I mean, my boyfriend died. My parents died, Harry reminded her. Oh right, but still, you can't remember them, sniffed Cho. That doesn't mean I don't miss them more than you miss Cedric. They were my parents, Cho. Let's not get into that conversation, Cho said. You've been trying to talk to me about it for so long, Harry said, and they stopped at the top of the stairs. Yes, well, I thought you'd understand what I'm going through, Cho said. I do, I just don't understand why it's worth so many tears, Harry said. I'm sorry, Cho said again. I guess I've been thinking more about myself lately. I shouldn't be so short with you. She rushed right at him and dug her face into his shoulder, hugging him and sobbing. Calm down, Harry said, horrified. I'm so sorry, Harry. I really like you. I'm just having a hard time adjusting to everything. It's fine, Harry said, patting her back, feeling slightly awkward at the fact that he and Cho, who had just been seen arguing in the Great Hall, were standing at the top of a flight of stairs, embracing, with Cho crying on his shoulder. Cho then leaned in and kissed Harry deeply. Well, Cho said after she quickly broke away from Harry, who was shocked at her sudden move. She stepped away from Harry uncomfortably and they stared at each other for a few seconds. Well, repeated Harry, his eyes wide and his body numb with surprise. Thanks, Cho said, wiping her eyes. No problem, Harry said as though they had not just shared a moment ing, but having a nice friendly chat instead. I'll see you around, Harry. Cho said. Right. Harry said shortly. He remained where he was, watching Cho as she walked around the corner and out of sight. Later that night, which was closing in on 10 o'clock, Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting around the fire in the common room and Harry was telling Ron about what happened with him and Cho while Hermione copied down her history of magic notes for Harry. And she just leaned in and Harry stammered bashfully. Ron looked as though he were about to laugh. Harry couldn't continue with what had happened. Then she said goodbye and walked away as if nothing had happened. He finally finished. Well, it's nice to know you two are making up. Hermione said, handing Harry her completed notes. There you are, Harry. Thanks a ton, Hermione, Harry said, his stomach growing heavy as he took the 9.5 pages of history of magic notes from her. Wednesday went rather well, compared to other days Harry had experienced, but Thursday was when he taught Slytherin and it was only 20 points later that he was able to get them to be quiet so he could teach them. After the class was over, he stepped out of the room and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have to teach anyone on Fridays and he could just live the life of a normal teenager on Fridays. That morning, a ruffled-looking owl landed in front of him, knocking over his pumpkin juice. He took the letter from its leg and it flew away. The letter read, Harry, come by my place tomorrow, if you have the time. Hagrid. Harry folded up the letter. Time. What time did he have? As long as Hagrid didn't want him to babysit some strange animal that had no shyness in the skill of maiming or injuring, he supposed he could go. That night, after a normal, almost carefree day, except being assigned a huge essay by McGonagall, Harry received another owl. It flew through the open window of the common room, which was opened in order to air out the stench of the stinkbug in which a first year had attempted to make disappear, but enlarged it, causing it to become scared and give off an odor 10 times the stench it would have been had it been normal sized, and dropped a heavy parcel on the table in front of him. What's this? Harry said, mostly to himself. He read the card that was attached to it. To Harry. From Ron and Hermione. Happy birthday. Oh, that must be your birthday present, Harry. Hermione said, setting down her quill. Wow. Harry breathed, it's massive. Well, are you going to stare at it, or open it? Ron asked. Harry reached for it. Several others that were nearby all turned their heads to watch as Harry opened what must have been the largest birthday present he'd ever received. When all the wrappings were off, Harry gazed at what sat before him, his jaw dropped in awe. It was a miniature Quidditch stadium, probably 1.5 feet in length. 3 miniature goalposts sat at either end of the stadium and tiny stands were placed all around, as though waiting for a crowd to arrive soon. Real, miniature grass was growing, trimmed almost down to the ground, and there were blank flags attached to the middle goalpost on either side of the small set. All those who had been watching Harry open the present looked as stunned as he felt. This present was amazing. And under the stand, there was a small box that read, Equipment. It's a miniature set of a Quidditch stadium, Hermione said unnecessarily. Here's how it works. She pulled out her wand. You just tap the little box and say, Lascivio. She did so and 15 tiny figures on broomsticks sailed out, all in white robes except one, who was in a referee outfit, carrying a tiny box of what Harry assumed were the Quidditch balls. Then, what you do is you tap one of the flags and give the name of the team you want playing. Right now, I'll say, Gryffindor. She tapped the flag on the right and it immediately bore the colors red and gold, and 7 of the figures on broomsticks. Robes turned the pattern of the Gryffindor team's robes, and half of the stadium filled with many people, all waving Gryffindor flags. She tapped the other flag and said, Slytherin. And the flag turned green and silver, as did the remainder of the Quidditch players. If you want them to be your team from when you were in 3rd year, just tap the Gryffindor side and say, Team 3 years previous. All of a sudden, 3 of the players had the faces of Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet. The 2 players with the clubs turned into the faces of the Weasley twins. The one nearest the goalpost grew the face of the old crazed team captain, Oliver Wood, and Harry recognized himself flying higher than the other players. The beauty of this thing is, Ron said, is that you can also replay games that have already happened. Watch, He pulled out his own wand and tapped the box. Quidditch World Cup, 2 years previous. And all the players' colors and faces changed names, and a tiny, hamster-sounding voice of Bagman shouted, "And now, please greet the Irish national Quidditch team. Presenting Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch." The Bulgarian and Irish teams began a play-by-play of every move that had happened at the Quidditch World Cup. When the Bulgarians made their first goal, minuscule Vila marched out onto the field and began a dance, though it didn't affect anyone, due to the fact that the Vila weren't real. "Amazing," Harry said as Crumb and Lynch both went into a dive and Lynch crashed. Tiny, flea-like leprechauns formed a giant hand, giving off a rude sign in the direction of the Vila. "If you want to replay a game, just say what game it was and how many years previous it happened," Ron said. "You can also create your own game," Hermione said. "Just tell the players what you want them to do. I'm going to have to borrow this in order to try out Quidditch moves," Ron said. "And when you're done, tap the box and say, 'Finite Quidditch.'" All the diminutive players zoomed back into the tiny box under the stadium, and all the balls flew back into the crate that the now faceless referee was holding before he too soared into the box, and it snapped shut on its own accord. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione, speechless, his mouth still open. "It's the newest model," Ron said. "Very expensive, but we knew you'd put it to good use," continued Hermione. "Just came out 2 months ago. It was out of stock when we went to the Quality Quidditch store to buy it, so we ordered it. Don't expect anything for Christmas. Do you like it?" Harry didn't say anything. Instead, he just sat, gawking at his birthday present, the best one he'd ever received. But his phase of silence told Ron and Hermione all they needed to know. "We're glad you like it," Hermione said, running to Harry and giving him a small hug. "Happy birthday, Harry." Saturday morning, Harry woke early due to his dying parent-riddled dreams. Unable to fall back to sleep, he collected up his new Quidditch stadium from his nightstand and went down to the common room. "Lascivio," Harry said, tapping the small equipment marked box beneath the stadium, and the 15 players flew out and began taking up their places. He poked his wand at the tiny flags and turned the players into the Gryffindor team from 3 years before and the Ravenclaw team. The Ravenclaw Seeker, Cho, was riding close by to Harry, tailing him in case he went for the snitch. Her long, shiny, black hair rippled gracefully in the false wind. He watched the players fly around, playing a game, and he watched with rapt attention. Several times, the miniature Harry went into a false dive, and the real Harry would look around for signs of the snitch in the direction the tiny Harry was headed. At one point in the game, a bludger headed right towards Harry, and he put on a burst of speed, avoiding it, only to have Cho following him close enough to get pummeled by the bludger. She fell from her broom, which was only a few feet off the ground, so it didn't hurt her, and landed flat on her back, and the shrill whistle from the referee rang clear, calling a timeout. It took several minutes for Cho to get back up in the air. It was then that Harry remembered that he could tell the players what to do. He started, not knowing how to tell himself what to do. Potter do the Ronsky feint. His tiny self went into a spectacular dive, and Cho followed him, thinking he'd seen the snitch. However, when Harry's player reached out his hand and grasped the tiny snitch in his hands and the whistle rang out, he blinked. He hadn't even seen the snitch there. Harry then supposed at that time, it wasn't his job to catch the snitch, it was the figurine's job. It was then that Ron jumped down the stairs, looking breathless. "Harry, I forgot," Ron panted. "Quidditch tryouts there today." "What? Why didn't you tell me?" Harry said. "I posted a sign-up sheet Monday morning, but in all the excitement of you becoming a teacher and all, I forgot." "Oh," said Harry, "all right, I'll come." "Oh, but I've got occlumency with Snape." "What time?" Ron asked. "Dunno. I supposed he'd tell me today at breakfast. And don't forget, I've got to see Hagrid today as well and finish that essay McGonagall assigned. That's not due for another week. I've got a lot on my plate, Ron," Harry said exasperatedly. "I don't know when I'll have time to do homework again." "Finite Quidditch," he yelled, wrapping the tiny box with his hand to stop his tiny self from flying around with a gloating look on his face, holding the snitch high so everyone could see. All the players flew into the box, and once the whole thing snapped shut, Ron spoke again. All right, but Quidditch tryouts are starting at 4 o'clock, so we can practice before it gets dark out. You can leave early if you need to. Right, Harry said. You want to head for breakfast? She's on her way down, Ginny said, walking down the girls' dormitory stairs. She told me to tell you to wait for her. I have to put this back anyway, Harry said, grabbing the Quidditch stadium and rushing back up the stairs with it. Once he had bounded down the stairs again, Hermione had joined the world of the conscious and they all walked to breakfast. Ginny walked with them. What are the parts that are needed for Gryffindor's team, again? Well, you're the seeker and I'm the keeper, so we won't be needing any of those. It's a shame that we have to wait another year before Jack Sloper graduates, that is, if he isn't held back. Ron snorted. He knocked himself out with his own club last year, remember? Anyway, we don't need beaters, but we need 3 chasers, so basically, it's a chaser tryout. Ginny here is trying out. Ginny blushed. I reckon she'd do all right, because she's been practicing all summer on the broom that Mum got her for becoming prefect. Ron said. What do you mean I'd do all right? Ginny asked, turning to her brother. You've seen me practice. What do you want me to say? Oh, Ginny. How absolutely smashing. You're such a wicked player and I would pay you to honor me by becoming a member of my Quidditch team. Well, Ginny said, you forgot to mention that you would do my homework for me, seeing as I would spend all my time practicing to honor you by becoming a member of the Quidditch team. What did you mean by your Quidditch team? Harry's been on it longer. Hello, Ron said, waving a hand in front of Ginny's face, I'm Quidditch captain. Fine, Ginny said as they reached the Great Hall and she went off to join Dean Thomas, who avidly asked her to join him at the 3 Broomsticks on the next Hogsmeade trip, and Ron shot Dean a nasty look as if to dare him to harm Ginny in any way. Hey, Harry, Ron said, nudging Harry with his shoulder, there's that Evans kid. Go say hi. You said you knew him. He's probably all wrapped up in that Potter boy, rubbish that my aunt and uncle spread about me. Harry said. Which is what? Hermione asked, frowning as they sat down and helped themselves to the eggs and bacon that was lying in front of them. That I go to St. Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys, answered Harry quickly. But, now he'll know that that is a load of nonsense, because he'll have seen you here. Hermione said. I suppose. Harry said. But, you know I don't feel like risking it now, maybe later. Well, you'll have to deal with it later, Ron said as Harry took a drink of his pumpkin juice, because he's trying out to be a chaser. Harry spat his juice onto his plate, earning himself accusing looks from those that were sitting around him. But he's a first year, Harry said, wiping his mouth. Yeah, but he approached McGonagall and gave her some sort of speech on how you made it on the team and you were in the first year. And he asked her why he couldn't be if you were, because that was favoritism at its highest point. So, you know McGonagall, she didn't want to make it seem like favoritism, so she talked to Dumbledore about it and he signed something that said that they were allowed. Evans was the only one brave enough to sign up. Good for him, Hermione said, taking the Daily Prophet from an owl that had just flown in to deliver it to her. She glanced at the front page, then began her search elsewhere in the newspaper. It's nice to see that he's someone that will stick up to what he believes in. No, nothing is in here, for once, Hermione said, rolling up the Daily Prophet and setting it in her bag. That's a good thing as it means no one's been killed, said Harry. Good morning, Potter, Harry heard Snape's voice coming from behind him. Without waiting for a response, he continued, your remedial potions class, if you haven't already forgotten, what with your mind on Quidditch and girls, Potter, will start tonight at 8:30 sharp. Do not be late, because I could be spending that time doing something useful. He stalked away without another word. Right, Harry said mostly to himself, can't wait, Professor, to have you shouting your head off at me tonight, Professor. Wonderful weather, Professor. No, I insist, I'll show up half an hour early because I feel like having my face yelled at and I enjoy the sensation of having someone filing through my memories, looking at anything that could, and probably will, turn out to be blackmail. But, no, Professor, I really don't mind that you don't give a damn about me. I'll just sit here, acting like I don't know what's going on in the world around me, as you think I don't, when really, I've got more to worry about than you probably ever did. That's enough, Harry, Hermione said absent-mindedly, eating her bacon. No, I like that. He was quite good at being sarcastic. Ron said, grinning. Not funny, Ron, Hermione said, standing up. Well, I'm off to the. Oh, let me guess, the library. Ron said. Good guess, Hermione said sardonically and stormed away. After breakfast, after saying goodbye to Ron, who was going up to the common room to prepare for Quidditch tryouts, Harry stepped out of the castle and was met by a wave of cool September air. He shivered slightly, but carried on down the stairs, walking towards Hagrid's house. The grass crunched beneath his feet, a bod of morning frost had covered them, and there was no sound of a bird. Harry instantly wished that he had not left his cloak in the dormitory. When he knocked on the door of Hagrid's house, Fang the boarhound could be heard from the inside, scratching on the door and barking. Down, Fang. Back. Hagrid's voice called out and he opened the door and Fang jumped on Harry the instant he could get by Hagrid and started licking Harry's face enthusiastically. Down, Fang. I said. Down, yay ruddy mutt. Hagrid roared, seizing Fang around the middle and carrying him inside. Harry followed in Hagrid's wake, wiping slobber off his face and glasses as he went. "'Bout time Ye showed up," Hagrid said, setting Fang down, who ran for Harry again and set his head on Harry's lap, drooling excessively. "I've been waitin' all day. It's not even noon yet, Hagrid," Harry exclaimed. "Well, tha's not important, right now," Hagrid said. Do ye want some o' the tea I'm makin'?" "What did you want, Hagrid?" Harry said, accepting the large teacup from Hagrid, that was full of steaming tea. "Only, I've got to be back by 4 Quidditch tryouts, you know they start at 4:30. "Alright. Well, I want take long. I just want to show you something." "What is it?" Harry asked, interested and taking a sip of his tea. Fang had left his lap and crawled up onto Hagrid's bed and falling to sleep. Now, I'll show ye soon enough. Furs, I want to know how first week went," Hagrid said, sitting across from Harry. "How were defense against the dark arts classes?" "What did you want to show me?" Harry persisted. Hagrid laughed. "First tell me how week went, then I'll show ye." "Well, my Gryffindor and Ravenclaw classes are going all right, I suppose, but my Slytherin and Hufflepuff classes, well, they're a nightmare." "Malfoy?" asked Hagrid, understandingly. "Malfoy," answered Harry wearily. "Don't worry bout I am, Harry, he's just a git lookin' fair attention." "Well, he's getting it," Harry said. "Just give him the wrong attention and he'll wear off soon enough." "I've been trying to for the past 6 years," Harry said. "The only reason he's acting this way is because his dad hates me." "Maybe he's jealous," Hagrid insisted. Harry gave a grim laugh. "Malfoy jealous?" Harry said almost humoredly. "If he's jealous of me, he's jealous of the wrong person. He's got parents and money and a home and friends. And enemies." Hagrid cut in, his eyes twinkling. "Hagrid, don't tell me I don't have my own enemies," Harry said. "At least his enemies aren't deadly, or k out his soul or have greasy hair and a big nose." Hagrid chuckled. "Quite the teenager. Aaron, yay, Harry. But maybe Malfoy does have those kinds of enemies. His dad's a Death Eater and there's a big risk, being a Death Eater." "Can we get off this subject?" Harry begged. "Alright. I'll show ye wha I wanted tear." Hagrid stood up and grabbed his crossbow. "Come on," he said. "Where are we going?" Harry asked, standing up, leaving his full teacup on the table. "Tear see Groppy," Hagrid said. Harry's heart gave a lurch. "I've already seen him, Hagrid. I want tear show ye his lady friend, Sarf." "Sarf? Who named her?" Harry asked. "This what she calls herself," Hagrid admitted. "Can change it now to she only answers to da." Harry checked his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. "All right," Harry said. "Right," Hagrid said, opening the door. "Come on, Fang." Fang bounded out the door. Harry and Hagrid entered the forbidden forest and Harry's stomach gave off the familiar sense that someone was watching him. He walked behind Hagrid, who had his crossbow ready in front of him. Hagrid, Harry said, are the centaurs around? Don, no usually. They're farther in, they've been known to come closer to the edge of the wood. Juan, go near Groppy, though. Well, I don't want to see the centaurs. They haven't taken much of a liking to me as of last year. Heard bout da, Hagrid said. Don, worry slongs with me, ye won't be harmed. He patted his crossbow proudly. Hagrid led Harry down the path towards Grop's clearing. Harry hated going this way as it was the way that he had once taken to see Aragog, the giant spider, and he wasn't keen to go again. It wasn't long before they turned at a tree and Harry came face to face with two humongous giants. Groppy's grown, he has, yelled Hagrid proudly, staring up at his brother. Good, Harry said, not feeling any pleasure at this news. Gropp looked familiar. Harry didn't know how a massive, boulder-like giant could change in appearance, but the giantess beside Gropp stared at Harry blinking her tiny eyes stupidly. Harry only supposed it was a her, by Hagrid's word. She looked like Gropp. She had gray skin, and had a giant loincloth tied under her armpits and trailed down past her knees, and her hair was a knotted mess and had thousands of tiny twigs tangled in. Groppy, Hagrid said, ye remember Harry Sarf, this is Harry, he's a friend o' yours. Go on, Harry, say hello Don, be shy. Hi, Sarf, Harry said, feeling rather stupid as he didn't know if Sarf could understand him at all. She didn't make any sudden movements to show that she had, but just sat, staring at Harry as though he were a boring piece of talking lint, speaking a different language. Then, she opened her large, lopsided mouth and in a booming voice, shouted something that Harry couldn't quite make out, but knew that she was attempting to say his name. Re. She said it as though it were two words instead of one. There ye go, she likes ye. Hagrid said as Sarf reached out a massive hand and poked Harry in the ribs rather hardly, so Harry stumbled backward, completely winded. Sarf broke into laughter that reminded Harry of Crabbe and Goyle's guffaws and Gropp joined in. Harry very much doubted he even knew what was funny, he probably just liked making the noise. Sarf won. Pick ye up. Hagrid explained. She's female and females are more keen to just leave things as they are and examine them and prod them. She won. Pick ye up. Be careful o' Groppy, though he'll pick you up and stick ye in his mouth if ye fit. Thanks for the warning, Harry said angrily, ducking as Sarf made to pat his head. Anyway, continued Hagrid, as though he didn't hear the anger and annoyance in Harry's voice, I was just wantin' to run ye by them to see if they reacted differently to others, sides me. Why? Harry asked, putting his hand in his pocket and grasping his wand firmly. He knew he would never hurt the giants. Hagrid wouldn't be too happy, but he did it out of habit if he felt like something was attacking him. I was thinkin' to teach the students 'bout giants and how they act and stuff. Do you think? Do ye think they'd make a good class? Harry had just dived behind a tree and stood up, panting. On the contrary, he didn't think anyone would take to Gropp and Sarf, but he didn't want to hurt Hagrid's feelings either, not when Hagrid was looking excited and enthusiastic. Absolutely, said Harry firmly, and Hagrid beamed. But his smile didn't last long as Sarf pulled the tree from Harry's back and Gropp grabbed and ribbed Harry's robes so the sleeves of the robes were holding on by a few threads. Gropp, Hagrid called as Gropp lifted Harry by his robes up in the air. Set Harry down. Now. Gropp didn't pay attention and Harry started to panic and pulled his wand out of his robes, just in case they ripped and Gropp trampled on it. Grawpy. Hagrid boomed. Put Harry down now. And, I mean it, or ye won, be gettin' dessert fare a week. Hagrid. Harry called. Get me down. Don, worry. Harry. Don, worry, I'll get ye down. Hagrid said, staring around as though he thought the solution would be carved in the tree and looked helplessly up at Harry again. Harry pointed his wand at Gropp. Expelliarmus. Harry yelled, shouting the first name that came to him. Gropp let go of him and he fell down 20 feet. At the last minute, he ducked into his knees, pulling himself into a ball and rolled several feet along the ground. Hagrid came stomping towards him and pulling him to his feet. he dusted Harry off with his giant hands. "Are ye alright, Harry?" asked Hagrid worriedly. "Yeah," Harry gasped, looking around to see where Grop had ended up. Apparently, the curse repelled him straight into Sarf and the two of them went flying into some trees, knocking them all down. The two were howling in pain, pulling twigs from each other's backs, but other than that, they looked unharmed. "Sorry I had to use the disarming charm on him, Hagrid," Harry apologized. "Well, now he knows not tear grab people or he'll pay for it later," Hagrid said, looking very white. Hagrid and Harry then watched Grop and Sarf for a minute, as the two giants helped each other up. Then, Hagrid turned to Harry sheepishly. "Maybe I should wait a few weeks afore I bring the classes down, ere to see them," he admitted, smiling with embarrassment. Harry felt annoyed. At 4 o'clock, Harry set back to Hogwarts. He had endured several hours of Grop and Sarf as Hagrid insisted that he teach them English. For all the good it did, he might as well have taught the tree, for the giants completely ignored him, probably afraid he would hex them again, and stomped around the clearing merrily, occasionally guffawing for no apparent reason. But Hagrid sat back proudly watching Harry attempt to communicate with his brother and his brother's girlfriend, and Harry had to be honest with himself to see Hagrid happy brightened his whole day, so he continued to attempt to teach Grop and Sarf, even if it was no use to even try. Harry smiled to himself and pulled his ripped robes up. He realized that the robes had not only been ripped at the seam of both the sleeves, but also the back had been torn to shreds. Once Harry entered the common room, several heads turned and some people asked him what he had done to his robes. "I tripped over them," he said, and some laughed. Up in his dormitory, he found a note lying on his pillow. He opened it to find Ron's messy handwriting. "Harry, I've gone down to the Quidditch pitch to set up for later. See you when you get there. Ron." Harry folded up the letter and put it on his nightstand. He took off the torn robes and threw them into his trunk, even though they were now useless and he could have thrown them away, and pulled on his scarlet Quidditch robes and took out his firebolt. Then, walking back down to the common room, he saw that Hermione had joined the crowd of Gryffindors. "Hello," she said brightly. "Hi," Harry said, sitting next to her and sitting next to her. "What did Hagrid want?" Hermione asked. "To introduce me to Sarf, Grop's girlfriend," answered Harry. "How was it?" Hermione asked, as though this news were not shocking at all, and all of her friends brought home their giant brother and his giantess girlfriend. "She kept prodding me until Grop picked me up and ripped my robes. I used the disarming charm on him and they ignored me the rest of the time," Harry said. "That's nice," said Hermione absent-mindedly, looking around. "Have you seen Ron?" "He's down at the Quidditch pitch to set up," Harry said. "Already?" Hermione asked. Harry checked his watch again. "It's 3:45. Anyway," he said, standing up, "I'll see you later. Don't forget remedial potions with Snape at 8:30. She yelled behind him as he climbed out of the portrait hole and walked to the Quidditch field. Ron was already flying around on his broomstick, and so were close to 15 students that Harry had seen around the common room, but had never talked to. Harry did recognize Mark Evans and Ginny Weasley zooming around, and Dennis Creevy was riding his broomstick rather badly. It kept stopping abruptly. It was one of the school brooms. Harry saw that Jack Sloper, a 7th-year beater, and Andrew Kirk, a 5th-year, were riding around, their scarlet robes flaring out behind them. Harry mounted his own broomstick and kicked off from the ground. After being banned from Quidditch and his broomstick for so long, it felt good to be up in the air where he belonged. He raced over to Ron, who hadn't noticed he was there. "Hey, Ron," Harry called. "I'm here." Ron swiveled around to face Harry. "Hey, Harry," Ron called back. "Are you ready?" Without an answer, he reached under his shirt and pulled out a whistle and blew hard. Everyone stopped dead, watching Ron. "All right, everyone on the ground," Ron said. Harry and Ron had an unspoken race to the ground. Harry won by a considerable amount, and Harry lined up with the rest of the team, looking at the nervous-looking candidates, all hoping for the same position. "Now, to be on my Quidditch team, you have to have 3 things," Ron said, pacing, reminding Harry of Oliver Wood. 1. The skills. You have to be good at catching, throwing and scoring, as well as dodging if a bludger comes your way. 2. Companionship. These players, he gestured towards Harry, Sloper and Kirk all made it on the team partly because they could work together as a team. Well, no, I take that back. Harry got on because he was just dead good at catching small objects at breakneck speed, but he still got along with everyone. It is definitely important to not be afraid to speak up. The three of you have to work together as a team in order to get the quaffle through he hoops. And 3. Patience and dedication. It's hard work being on a team, and you have to be present for every game as well as practice, unless you're in the hospital wing. But other than that, if you don't show up, don't consider yourself part of the team. Harry stared at Ron with part admiration. He had never before heard Ron speak so comfortably in front of anyone before. Now, Ron said, pulling out a piece of paper. I'm going to let the bludgers loose and sit over here, watching you and taking notes. Harry, Ron said, turning to Harry, I'm not letting the snitch out now, so you'll play keeper, all right? Harry nodded. All right, pretend Harry here is a big, ugly Slytherin and you want to kill him with your bare hands. Harry looked at Ron apprehensively and Ron caught himself. Oh wait. Just pretend Harry is a greasy Slytherin and your life's ambition is to get the quaffle past him. Sloper, Kirk, get out your bats. I'm going to let the bludgers loose in a minute. Right now, you're all playing chasers on the same team and I want to see teamwork. Harry, go to those goalposts over there. Harry mounted his broomstick and took off towards the goalposts at one end of the field. He watched Ron give the last of the instructions to the candidates and then walked to a crate and opened it. 2 bludgers zoomed out and flew around the field. Sloper and Kirk took off and the rest of the applicants kicked off from the ground. Ron threw the quaffle up into the air and the game started. To Harry, keeping seemed much easier, because most of the candidates became overwhelmed and shocked if they caught the quaffle, froze up and threw the quaffle through the wrong hoops. Harry could hear Ron shouting at them. You just scored a point for the other team. We're behind now. He shouted as though this were a real game, which Harry supposed was a wise thing, because it showed how the chasers dealt with stress of a game. The ball was caught by Ginny, who threw it expertly to Mark Evans, who rocketed towards Harry, who tightened his grip on his broom handle. Dodging some crazy second year who obviously thought that Mark was the opponent instead of Harry, Evans threw the quaffle, but Harry was too fast and caught it easily, tossing it back into the game. Evans swore and shot off like a bullet after the quaffle. He caught it and tossed it to a fourth-year girl who got nervous and chucked it straight at Harry, even if he was several yards away from her at the time, and the quaffle did nothing but fall. Ginny caught it and tossed it to Dennis Creevy. He attempted to rocket towards the goalposts, but his broomstick prevented him from going more than 5 miles an hour, and before long a bludger came from nowhere and Dennis cried out in terror. Kirk hit the bludger from Dennis at the last moment, throwing the quaffle back to Ginny, who zoomed right over to Harry and threw the quaffle. Harry caught it. This went on for a long time, and it seemed that the only ones that could keep their heads whilst holding the quaffle were Ginny, Dennis, Mark and Joshua Cameron, a 5th-year boy. Everyone else aimed wrongly or didn't throw hard enough, or threw in the wrong direction. One time, when Harry wasn't expecting it, a bludger came around and he barely dodged it, but realized too late that in leaving the goalpost empty, some wild boy on a broomstick Harry had never noticed before in the common room, decided to fly through the hoop, carrying the quaffle. Unfortunately for the boy, flying through the goal hoop was illegal and no points could be scored. At the end of the tryouts, Ron blew the whistle and called everyone down. That was okay, Ron said once everyone had landed. Great job, all of you. The people that made the positions will know they made it in 1 to 2 days. It'll be posted on the common room notice board. Everyone left except for Harry and Ron. Great job, Harry said to Ron. That was wicked, it really was. Thanks for goaltending, Ron said. I don't know how I'm going to choose between them. It was kinda hard to catch all their moves when I was writing half the time. You can borrow my Quidditch stadium to replay it, if you need to. Harry insisted. That'd be great, thanks, Harry. Ron said, exhausted. Well, I have to run, Ron. Occlumency. Right. When did it start again? 8:30. Ron checked his watch and looked horrified. Harry, you really have to run. It's 8:52. What? Harry gasped, horrified. But it didn't seem that late. I thought it was closing in on 8 o'clock. Harry, stop talking and start running. Ron said. As Harry sprinted away across the ground, Ron called out, "And pray that Snape doesn't skin you alive." Harry continued to sprint, and even when he'd run past the chaser candidates who were all chattering happily, making their way slowly up to the castle, Harry pushed the doors open and ran inside. It seemed like he'd been running forever, especially when Peeves tried to trip him while he was invisible, and it felt like forever when he finally found himself outside Snape's office. He knocked quickly and pushed the doors open. Snape's sallow face, large nose and evil eyes met Harry on the other side of the door. I'm sorry, Harry panted, but he felt as if his ribs were piercing his sides. Tell me, Potter, what time did I tell you to come here, this morning? Snape asked. 8:30. Panted Harry. And what time is it now? Snape's face grew, if possible, uglier as he looked livid. Harry looked at his watch. 8:59. He answered. That's right. You are nearly half an hour late. That is 30 minutes of my time that I have spent waiting for you. 30 points also will be taken from Gryffindor for your tardiness. But it's after hours, yelled Harry indignantly, recovering. Yet I am still the teacher and you the pupil, and as long as that is a fact, so are my teaching powers. Fine. What? Snape sneered. Fine, sir. Harry growled angrily. But I was at Quidditch tryouts. That makes no difference, you were still late. Snape looked happily amused. If you wish to waste time flying uselessly through the air rather than learn something important, leave now. He pointed to the door. Harry would have gladly stormed out of the office then and there. He had a strong desire to do so as he sat and stared at Snape's sneering face. But Dumbledore wanted him to learn, and it was that and only that kept Harry seated right where he was, still in his Quidditch robes, glaring at Snape, anger boiling in his chest. Good, said Snape quietly. Now, stand up and pull out your wand. Harry obeyed reluctantly. Did you practice over the summer? Snape asked. No, spat Harry. I figured that when you said you didn't want me in your office ever again, I wouldn't have to learn occlumency. Potter, the Dark Lord is at large, and your idea of being prepared is coming to my class half an hour late and telling me lies. I wasn't lying, Harry yelled. I wasn't lying and you know it. Silence, Snape hissed. Then he smiled silkily. 15 more points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. Now let's begin. Legilimens. Snape shot the spell at Harry so fast and unexpectedly that Harry didn't have time to react. He then saw flashes from his past life. He saw Neville being tortured at the end of last year, Sirius falling into the veil, never to return. No, Harry yelled, but Snape didn't lift the spell and continued to file through Harry's memories. It wasn't until the memory of being locked in the cupboard under the stairs by Dudley that Harry felt a sharp pain in his knees. He felt the spell lift off him and he found his face to the floor. You are not trying hard enough, Snape said. Empty yourself of all emotion. You didn't give me time to prepare, Harry said, standing up and shaking. Don't give me rubbish, Potter. No one would tell you if they were going to put it on you in a real situation. Let's try again, and this time, empty your mind of all emotion. You tell me to do that like it's easy, Harry said, gritting his teeth as though that was keeping him from attacking Snape. Snape chose to ignore the comment. 1. He started counting. 2, 3. Legilimens. Harry's last thought, before he found his memories floating in front of his eyes, was that this was more trouble than it was worth. A perfect way to end a hectic day, occlumency, if only it actually did any good for him. Harry's attempts to get out of the spell, Harry thought as he saw the spell shoot towards him, were just about as easy as teaching Grop and Sarf to speak English, or even pronounce his name right. The next day Harry woke up with his scar burning, probably from occlumency the night before, he thought, and went down to the dormitory to find Ron sitting at a table, mumbling to himself as he stared at the miniature Quidditch stadium, watching the figures flying around. Harry walked up to him and saw that he was watching the Quidditch tryouts from the day before. It was quite humorous to Harry, when his miniature self pulled a spectacular save and Mark Evans cursed loudly in the gerbil-sounding voice. Morning, Harry said, taking a seat in the chair next to Ron. Morning, replied Ron distractedly. He was gazing at the miniature with his mouth slightly open. Harry gazed around the common room. There were a few students sitting around, but most everyone else was either sleeping or eating breakfast in the Great Hall. Have you decided who the new chasers will be, then? Harry asked. No. You'd make an excellent keeper though, Ron said, watching as Harry blocked another quaffle, thrown by Dennis Creevy. I think I'll stay as Seeker. Harry grinned. Ron grinned too, not taking his eyes off the miniature. Merlin knows we need you as Seeker, answered Ron. You didn't see the blokes that tried out for Seeker last year. Hey, I'm having a problem, Ron said. What? Harry asked. Will it seem like favoritism if I let Ginny on the team? She's one of the best players, but she's also my sister. Well, you want the best players, don't you? And if she is one, it won't seem like favoritism, will it? Harry answered. Right, Ron said. Oh, and when did McGonagall say you were supposed to come around her classroom? Why would I? Harry asked. Hello, Ron said, waving a hand in front of Harry's face, or lessons. How could you forget? Oh, well, I've got a lot going on, it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget that McGonagall, who loathes favoritism, is giving you lessons to help you on your way to being an Auror. How could you forget something as important as that? I'm going down to breakfast. You coming? Said Harry, standing up and ignoring Ron's statement. Nah, I've got to decide who the chasers will be, Ron said. So Harry went to breakfast alone as Hermione was not to be seen. Harry figured she was at the library consulting a book. When he reached the Great Hall, McGonagall walked past him casually and muttered, 9 o'clock, then, Potter, in my classroom. Right. Harry mumbled back. He ate a hurried breakfast and headed back to the common room to watch Ron replay the chaser tryouts over and over. Hermione showed up around 3 o'clock. Where've you been all day? Harry asked as she sat down across from him and Ron. She looked tired, but pleased. Oh, no reason, she said innocently. Homework, you know. It's only the first week back, Ron said, looking up at her. Just because you didn't get homework doesn't mean that I didn't, Hermione said, stiffly. Oh, sorry. I guess it doesn't mean anything to you that you've had all the classes we've had, and every time you went to Ancient Runes, you've come back saying, no homework. Like the end of the world was approaching. And you finished all the homework we were given. What were you doing in the library for 8 hours? It's no business of yours, snapped Hermione. Come on, tell us, Ron persisted. When are you going to Auror lessons, Harry? Asked Hermione quickly. 9 o'clock, Harry answered. Hermione. Oh Ron, drop it. But, drop it, Hermione and Harry said together. At 9 o'clock, Harry walked to McGonagall's classroom and knocked. In, he heard her say. He put his hand on the doorknob and turned it. When he walked in, he gasped. Her room was no longer full of desks and books. They had all disappeared and had been replaced by dozens of strange objects. Good evening, Potter, McGonagall said, walking up to Harry. How did you get all of this in here? Harry asked her, amazed. Well, I thought, seeing as you have been sitting through my transfiguration classes for nearly 6 years, you would know by now that I have transfigured them. McGonagall said, her mouth thinning. Now, once you are finished asking ridiculous questions, Mr. Potter, I believe we should begin. She pulled out her wand and pointed it at the blackboard, which was still hanging on the wall. Tiny figures and symbols appeared. Today, we shall not focus on spells and such, but more of the theory. Now, sit, Potter, and I would ask you to not disturb me as I speak. Harry slid into his chair, and rested his head on his hand. As was Professor McGonagall's way, never start with spells, but with the difficult theories that were almost impossible to understand, and leave the interesting things for later, when the students have turned into zombies. Monday. Students first gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast, complaining, as usual, about the early hours and some looking eagerly at the air for the owls. Then, the first class of the morning, care of magical creatures. And before he knew it, Harry was standing in front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, talking about different spells that they would be learning, that had helped him throughout his encounters with Voldemort. So, the spells you'll be learning will be the disarming spell, which I know a lot of you know already, Harry said, and a few others, like. The door to the classroom slammed open. Harry jumped as well as a few of the students. Harry looked over at the doorway and saw Professor McGonagall. Come along, Potter, she said. What for? Harry asked, bewildered. Several of the students gazed at each other, just as confused as Harry. Matters that are not to be discussed here, Potter. If you would kindly set your pupils to work and follow me, you can return as soon as possible. Leave your things. All right, Harry said, turning to the bemused class. Sorry, but open the books and read anything you want in it, he said. Everyone laughed. Harry followed McGonagall out the door and it closed. What is it, Professor? Harry asked as they walked. The headmaster would like a word with you, McGonagall said. Why? Harry asked. You shall see, McGonagall said stiffly, as though she wished Harry didn't have to see the headmaster. The reason for her behavior was apparent when Harry stepped into Dumbledore's office. At first, he thought he had walked in on a nightmare. Then, he felt sick to his stomach and wanted more than anything to turn and run as far from the office as he could. Dumbledore sat at his desk, looking calmly angry, his hands folded. Next to him, stood the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, in his pinstriped cloak and bowler hat and looking somewhat perplexed. And next to Fudge, stood the one person Harry hated more than anyone else. She stood there, squat as ever, her large, toad-like face glaring at Harry in a sweet manner. Dolores Umbridge. You. Harry gasped surprised. Umbridge's face stretched into a frog-like smile. Now, is that the way to greet you betters, Mr. Potter? She asked in the poisoned honey tone that Harry had grown to hate. Have a seat, Harry. Dumbledore said, gesturing to the chair in front of his desk. What's going on? Might I say? Fudge cut in. He looked confused about something, but seemed to have overcome it. It has come to my attention that you, Potter, are now teaching at this school. Yes, Harry said. By orders from Dumbledore. He offered me the job. Harry said. And why did you take it? Fudge asked. I didn't think it would hurt to try something new. Harry said quickly, looking at Dumbledore. Did you know that by law, underage wizards are not allowed to teach as a professor? Fudge continued. No, Harry said. What have you been teaching? Umbridge asked sweetly. Things. Harry answered. Be specific, Mr. Potter. I think it doesn't matter what Harry is teaching his pupils as long as they are learning. Dumbledore said. He could be teaching them dark arts. Fudge said. Or how to defend themselves from dark arts, hence, the name of the class. Dumbledore continued. I am Minister of Magic and I say, it is against the law. Fudge said, and I order you. Fudge trailed off and gazed at Harry oddly. McGonagall raised an eyebrow from the spot she had taken behind Dumbledore. Yes, Umbridge said, breaking the silence. I'm sure what Cornelius the Minister was trying to say was that Mr. Potter here is much too young to be teaching students in any class, be it defense against the dark arts or herbology. And also that the minister, here, wishes that he were replaced immediately. If you wish Harry's removal from the front of the class, so be it. Dumbledore said, my other defense against the dark arts teacher, Miss Delacour or Weasley, as she is now known as, will be happy to take the post. That will not do at all, Umbridge said. And why not? McGonagall said indignantly. I've been looking up her history and she is a half-breed. Umbridge said, pulling out papers from the inside of her robes. She's a Vila, Harry said angrily, and you're going to fire her for being that. Correction, Mr. Potter. Half Vila. And I would advise you to not interrupt in matters that do not concern you. This concerns him a great deal as you are so prone to kicking him out of his jobs. McGonagall said. Enough, Minerva. Dumbledore said. Half Vila. How, may I ask, Dolores? I'm glad you asked, Dumbledore. Umbridge said, smiling, yet looking rather angry about it. Hem. You see, her grandmother was a Vila as was her mother, but her mother fell in love with a French wizard by the name of Paris Delacour. They married and had 2 children together. Umbridge said. Fascinating as Miss Delacour's history is, McGonagall said, I see that there is no reason for her not to teach. Yet I believe, Minerva, Umbridge said, that creatures with near-human intelligence should not be permitted to. Near-human intelligence? Harry asked angrily. Her mum was a Vila and her dad was a wizard, they're both. Mr. Potter, I do not think you should be speaking in matters that do not concern you. But, Cornelly Minister, it's your word that is law. What do you think? Umbridge interrupted sweetly. Fudge looked blankly at everyone at first, then opened his mouth and spoke. I think that whatever you think is good enough. Thank you, Minister. Umbridge said. Very well, I think we should have Mr. Potter and Miss Delacour removed immediately from their job posts, all their teaching powers stripped. But, Harry began. And I shall take the jobs over until the minister can find more suitable teachers. Wouldn't you agree, Dumbledore? Umbridge said. Dumbledore looked angry, then replied calmly. The minister's word is law, Dolores. Dumbledore said. But Professor, Harry said to Dumbledore, who looked his way, warningly. I would advise you to keep quiet, Mr. Potter, or I might have to take a few points off Gryffindor. Umbridge said. Now, return to your class and I shall be there momentarily. Harry opened the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and walked in to find everyone staring at their books, each at a different part of the book. When he stepped quietly inside, everyone looked up. What's up, Harry? Ron asked. Harry looked at him before walking to the front of the class. There were several. What's wrong, Harry's? Around the room before Harry spoke up. I'm not allowed to teach this class anymore. Harry said shortly and everyone immediately looked angry. What? A few people said. But you're a wicked teacher. Thanks, Harry said, but that's not enough. Who's the new teacher, then? Neville asked. Right on cue, the door opened and Umbridge walked in. Harry looked at the class and they all looked horrified. Umbridge made her way to the front of the class and stopped in front of Harry, who stood where he was. Well, Umbridge said, pointing to an empty desk in the front of the room, sit, Mr. Potter. Harry grabbed his bag off the desk and sat in the chair, right next to Hermione. Umbridge glanced at the blackboard which had things like, Tom Marvolo riddle equals Voldemort, on it. There was also a list of Death Eaters on it. She clucked her tongue before pulling her wand out and pointing it at the board and it went blank. Lies, she hissed, all of these lies, Mr. Potter. I thought I taught you last year not to tell lies. Then, Umbridge turned to the class and said sweetly, Good morning, class. No one answered. Oh, tut, tut. Umbridge said, Where are your manners? Good morning, class. Still, no one replied. Now, I understand that Mr. Potter has been poisoning your minds with nonsense, but that is no reason for you to be rude. Hem hem. Good morning, class. He hasn't been poisoning our minds. Dean Thomas yelled. He's been teaching us more than you ever did. There were several nods and a few students clapped. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Thomas, and when you wish to be rude, I would like to see your hands first. Umbridge said. Almost everyone's hands went in the air. Yes, Miss Pottle. Harry's taught us loads and I think we're more ready to face anything now. She said. What could Mr. Potter have taught you that would make you more ready than you were when we were learning theories last year? Everyone looked at each other. Then they all faced Umbridge and, as one, bellowed. Voldemort. Umbridge looked shocked. 30 points from Gryffindor. She shrieked. Seamus Finnegan's hand shot in the air. Mr. Finnegan? Umbridge asked, her face turning blotchy. That was a theory. Seamus said angrily. Fear of the name only increases fear of the thing itself and now we're not afraid of saying the name anymore. That may be a theory, but it is also a lie, bored into your minds until you believed his stories were true. But the Daily Prophet says he's back, Padma Patil said. You should not believe everything the media has to say about things like that. Umbridge said. Now, if you please, wands away. She took out a copy of Difficult Defenses for Beginners, and turned to page. She flicked through the pages. 31. How to Prepare for Spells. And let's begin. It was the longest class Harry had ever had to sit through, and it wasn't just because reading How to Prepare for Spells was dull, but because Umbridge took every opportunity to criticize his own teaching methods. Harry sat in the front desk, his face burning with hatred and humiliation. Even though everyone was on his side, Umbridge made it 10 times worse. Finally, the bell rang and everyone hurried to leave the classroom. At lunch, the Great Hall was ringing with question as Umbridge went to the front and conjured herself a chair. The only ones looking remotely happy about Umbridge's return were Malfoy and the Slytherins. Fleur was sitting between Dumbledore and McGonagall and she was looking very sad. Dumbledore was murmuring to her and she was nodding. McGonagall was patting her back sympathetically. Hey, Potter, Malfoy called, why aren't you allowed to teach us anymore? Were you really that bad of a teacher that the Minister of Magic had to come and fire you? Shove it, Malfoy, said Dean Thomas as the class sat at their table. During lunch, Harry was questioned by those who had not been present at the class. Harry half expected Dumbledore to stand up and explain why Harry and Fleur had to renounce their positions. Harry didn't mind that he wasn't defense against the dark arts teacher so much, because it gave him more time to do other things, but he could understand why Fleur was sad and his heart went out to her. She had done absolutely nothing to deserve the hand that Umbridge had dealt to her. Hermione, who had gone over to the Hufflepuff table to explain what had happened, returned and sat down. I just want to know how that witch was able to come back, Ron said through clenched teeth. I heard from Hannah Abbott, who asked Flitwick, that Umbridge went to St. Mungo's for a while and they cured her there. Hermione answered. Injustice, that's what it is. Lavender Brown said. She was really mean to you, Harry. I don't care how nasty she is to me, she's always been nasty to me, but she had no right to fire Fleur. She's allowed to stay at Hogwarts. Hermione said. Ernie Macmillan told me. Wait. Till Bill gets wind of this. Ron said almost inaudibly. All dinner went by with discussions and everyone hardly ate everything as many people took trips around the Great Hall to talk to people at other tables. Finally, the food vanished and the Great Hall cleared up. Harry, Ron and Hermione all waited up for Fleur, but she just walked past them with Dumbledore, not uttering so much as a noise to them. The common room was a mass of noise that burst forth when the portrait hole opened up. Several people were crowded around the bulletin board. What's up on the bulletin board? Harry yelled over the din. The Chaser results. Ron yelled back. Oh, who made it? Hermione asked. Ginny, Creevy and Evans. Ron answered. They were the best ones on the field. Especially that Evans kid. Why yes, Master. Wormtail sobbed as he approached Voldemort. Where is it? Voldemort said, his red eyes glinting maliciously, his white hand extended in front of him as though expecting Wormtail to place something in it. Master, you lost it. Voldemort screeched. Wormtail broke into sobs. It wasn't me, Master. It was Malfoy. Do not blame Malfoy for your idiocy, Wormtail, Voldemort thundered. How can the plan run smoothly with you blundering on about how it was Malfoy's fault when you were the one in charge of watching it? Master, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, Wormtail, Voldemort asked, pulling out his wand. Sorry, for me, does nothing but waste my time. Master, please. No, Wormtail shrieked, glancing, horrified at Voldemort's wand. I'll find it. I swear. You had better, Wormtail, warned Voldemort. I cannot kill Harry Potter without it, you know this. Find it, Wormtail. I want it in my hand, or you will feel pain beyond what your useless mind could wish for, or even cope with. Thank you, Master, sobbed Wormtail. I will find it, I swear. Harry woke up, sitting bolt upright in bed, gasping heavily. Apparently, the boys in the dormitory were sleeping lightly, because his gasping woke them up. What's up, Harry? Ron asked, pulling his scarlet curtains open. Harry fumbled with his curtains before pulling them open to see that everyone was looking at him. Nothing. Sorry. Just a bad dream. Harry exhaled. It wasn't a bad dream, Harry, it's true, said Dean Thomas, horrified. What? Harry asked, jerking his head to face Dean Thomas. Yeah, Dean said, his dark face pale. Umbridge is back, Harry. The whole week went by as one of the most miserable Harry ever had. Yet it seemed, any day that included watching Umbridge's face for an hour and a half was utter torture, especially when she chose to comment and criticize his own teaching skills. And after every class of Umbridge's, Harry swung his bag over his shoulder eagerly, prepared to dart out of class, to avoid Umbridge's leering face, one time, almost knocking Neville into a shelf full of books. Every day, Everyone, save the Slytherins, of course, expressed to Harry how they wished with all their might that he could teach them again. Even those who didn't have his classes expressed how they yearned for Fleur and Harry to return to their teaching posts. "Anyone's better than that hag," said Ron Thursday, before their class. "I'd take Lockhart over her. Come on, let's get good seats in Defense Against the Dark Arts." "You mean ones where Umbridge isn't in view?" Harry asked dully. "Close," Ron said, "the seats farthest away from where she's standing." "How dare you, Mr. Weasley?" "Mr. Potter," a sour voice said behind them as they walked. They all turned, horrified as they recognized the voice. "You're lucky I don't give you detention. First, a warning and 30 points from Gryffindor. Umbridge, if I ever catch you saying nasty things again, it will be a week's worth of detentions," she said before walking away. "Yeah, right," Ron sneered after. "Ratty old hag. I'd like to see you try." "She will if she hears you, Ron," Hermione said. "Yeah, what's she going to do to me?" "Try that week's worth of detentions," warned Harry, rubbing his hand which still bore the white, thin lines from his past detentions with Umbridge. "What's she going to make me write?" snorted Ron. "I will not call Umbridge a filthy, slimy, greasy, wart-face, toad. It'd ruin the image she wants to create for herself by making me dig into my hand words that make her look bad." "Oh, Ron," Hermione said. "Don't be stupid, for once in your life." "Face it, Hermione," argued Ron, "the worst part of the detentions would be having to stare into Umbridge's face for 2 hours." "Here, here," Harry said, heartily. They were finally at the door to Defense Against the Dark Arts. "Do I really have to go in?" asked Harry, before the three of them walked in and found the front of the room deserted, and almost every seat in the back was taken, save 3 which looked as if Neville had saved them. "Thanks, Neville," Harry whispered thankfully, sliding in his seat, talking to Neville, who grinned. The bell rang and the torture began. "Good morning, class." The horribly familiar voice rang out, speaking to them as if they were just learning to speak the same language as her. "Good morning, Professor Umbridge. Very nice. Now, turn to page 32 of your textbooks and read on until page 47. You will begin learning." But at that moment, she stopped. Why she stopped became apparent. There was a tap at the window and everyone peered out. Hedwig was hovering outside the window, tapping the glass with her beak. Umbridge looked livid. "Whose owl?" she thundered. "Is that?" She pointed to Hedwig warily, as though expecting Hedwig to break through the glass and swallow her whole. If the class had been silent before, it was nothing compared to how quiet it was then. Everyone looked around at Harry as Umbridge looked at Hedwig. Slowly and almost painfully, Harry stood tentatively from his seat. Umbridge swelled. "Mr. Potter," she said, "use of owls are permitted during classes." Harry didn't say anything, but instead, walked to the window and opened it. Instead of landing on his shoulder, she flew over to Umbridge, who shrieked. Hedwig dropped an envelope on the desk and flew around to Harry, landing on his shoulder and nibbling his ear. Harry stroked her feathers absent-mindedly, for his full attention was on the envelope on Umbridge's desk. It was the color scarlet and was smoking. Harry recognized it all too soon and cringed as he knew that Umbridge would explode. "Mr. Potter," yelled Umbridge, "is this your—" "No," Harry responded. "Open it." Umbridge, knowing of what would happen if she didn't open the envelope, reached for it with her stubby fingers, still decked with ugly rings, and unsealed the envelope. Instantly, an angry voice rang out and Harry recognized it as Bill Weasley's. It bounced off the walls of the small room, making almost everyone clap their hands to their ears. Hedwig gave a shriek and took off out the window. But even through their hands and fingers, everyone could still hear perfectly Bill's satisfying choosing of words. "You miserable old hag," his voice yelled, "how could you fire my wife and think you could get it past me? She told me what happened, you puss-filled boil of a teacher, and let me tell you, if you don't stay out of Averion's business, I swear, I will find you. Your teaching skills are worth nothing to all those innocent children WHO had the misfortune of having you for a teacher, and if you don't give Harry and Fleur back their jobs, you'll have me to answer to. Do you understand me, you rotting, vile, skanky, scumbag?" The scarlet envelope suddenly became cinders and everyone sat shocked for a fraction of a second before everyone broke into applause. Silence. Umbridge shouted, her face turning a blotchy red and blue. 50 points from Gryffindor and detention for every single one of you. Tonight. 5 o'clock. I wonder if Fred and George will give me a skiving snack box half off because I'm their brother. Ron said aloud to Harry and Hermione as they exited the classroom, an hour and a half later. These lessons are important, no matter who teaches them. Hermione said huffily. You said last year that anyone was better than Umbridge, and I'm seconding your opinion. You're mad at me for that? Ron asked. Last year, we were not 2 years away from graduating Hogwarts. Time flies, Harry said, gazing at the statue of Chivalric the Shy. Some howler. Ron said grinning, I knew Bill would get her somehow now that Fleur is fired due to her. I'd never heard him say stuff like that. Those are the times when you're glad you know them. Harry said. But what about the detention? Hermione squeaked. I mean, was she serious? That's Umbridge for you. Ron answered. Threaten the students with detention. It's not funny. Hermione said. I wonder what the detention will be. I'll give you 3 guesses. Answered Harry darkly. She wouldn't do that to all of us, would she? Asked Hermione. Give that woman enough quills and she'd put everyone in the school in detention, said Harry. At dinner, it seemed that everyone knew that Umbridge had given the whole of the 6th year Gryffindors detention. The Great Hall was buzzing with questions just as it had been the night Harry started teaching, just as well as when Umbridge made herself present. No one could sit still. Every Gryffindor 6th year looked worried and only a selected few from last year knew just what the punishment would be. Umbridge didn't appear at dinner and Harry supposed it was to avoid interrogation from Dumbledore. The only good thing that day was that Fleur chose to sit with Harry, Ron and Hermione. Ron told her all about Bill's howler and she looked as if she couldn't decide whether to be angry, worried, happy or satisfied. Everyone applauded. Fleur, it was wicked. Ron finished. See, Fleur, Hermione said, everyone wants you as a teacher. Fleur smiled graciously. Thank you, Hermione. Fleur, who was now becoming good with the British accent, rather than her French one. All, avenue to send a letter to Bill, thanking, I am as well. Umbridge shouldn't be here much longer. Harry said. When she was talking, Fudge said that she would teach until he found a suitable teacher. He was acting oddly, though. What do you mean? Hermione asked, forgetting her food for a minute. Well, it was sort of like he was in a trance. He kept agreeing with Umbridge, but then disagreeing with her and then trailed off in the middle of a sentence. It was like she was manipulating his mind. Harry said. I'll bet she was. Ron said. Getting him to say she has to become teacher, that's a very Umbridge thing to do. I don't know. Hermione said. You two are always suspecting someone, but it doesn't turn out to be them after all. Come on, Hermione. Ron said. It's Umbridge. She'll do anything to get what she wants. Oh, I suppose so. Hermione said. I want you all to be careful, all right. Fleur said. I do not want my bruiser-in-law and his friends to get hurt. Don't worry, Fleur. Ron said. We're big boys now. We can take care of ourselves. You're starting to sound like Mum. Come on, Hermione said, checking her watch. It's 4:50. The last thing we want to do is be late for Umbridge's detention. Good luck, you 3. Fleur said. We'll need it, Harry said, and the 3 of them stood up and walked to the last place they wanted to go. When they entered, they found that half the students were there already and Umbridge was sitting at her desk, black bow placed pleasantly on her head. When the remainder of the students came, she stood up. Good evening, class, she said. Good evening, Professor Umbridge. Everyone answered back. Now, pull out a piece of parchment. Harry grimaced. He knew what was coming back. I will provide the quills. Umbridge began walking around the class, placing identical quills on everyone's desk, each with the horribly sharp point to it. You need no ink, she said as Lavender Brown pulled a bottle out. When Umbridge finished handing out quills, Harry took his up, feeling as though it were made of lead. Now, class, I want you to write I will behave properly until I tell you to stop. Begin. Harry glanced around as everyone looked bemused. They must have all thought it was a joke. How could they write without ink? Harry knew why. He placed the tip of the quill on the paper at the same time as several around him and wrote, "I will behave properly." He didn't utter a sound as the words were cut into his hand, but instead, heard the surprised gasps of pain of everyone in the classroom as they found out why they needed no ink. When the words disappeared, Harry wrote again, "I will behave properly." The words traced themselves over the ones that had just disappeared and an odd tingling feeling spread over his hand. The scars from the words "I will not tell lies," written last year, turned a deep red, then returned to white, bleeding a little. Harry heard Hermione gasp beside him and heard Ron expressing his feelings through rude language. He chanced a glance at them. Neither of their hands were bleeding yet while his was slowly oozing small amounts of blood, running down his hand. "I will behave properly," Harry wrote again. But then, he stopped. His head was beginning to feel light and his eyelids drooped without warning. He felt immense pain in his scar before his face hit the desk and he passed out. Laughter, it was ringing in his ears, a merciless laughing, terrible, heartless laughing that made his scar feel as though his head were being torn in two. Then, screams echoed. Harry's scar burned. Then, he heard voices echo in his head. "Now you know not to cross me." "Why, yes, my lord." A stuttering voice whimpered, "I am sorry, I will find it yet, mark me." "You had better, Wormtail, or you will deal with more than pain." "Yes, my lord." Harry's eyes snapped open and he pulled his face up. Everyone was looking at him. Umbridge stood in front of him, her hand on his desk. Harry looked around to see who had called him and realized Hermione was out of her desk. She was kneeling next to him, her hand on his shoulder. Harry looked to the other side and saw that Ron was so white, his freckles were more visible than ever. For a moment, even Umbridge looked worried, but then, her toad-like grimace returned. "When you are done attempting to be the center of attention, Mr. Potter, I advise you get back to your lines." "But look at him," Ron said. "He's shaking." It was then Harry realized Ron was right. He was visibly shaking from head to foot. Ron continued, "He's got to go to the hospital wing, at least. Mr. Weasley, I advise you keep your nose out of my business with Mr. Potter." Umbridge sneered. Harry glared at her. Hermione, who had not left his side, started to put pressure on his shoulder, as if warning him that he should not cross Umbridge again. "But, just because your charming brother chose to embarrass your family does not mean you have to follow in his footsteps." "I thought what he said was quite true," said Ron coolly. Umbridge scowled. "Very well, since you choose to be so irritating, why don't I give you a new line to write?" Umbridge said, "I will be polite to my betters." "Begin." Ron glowered at her before picking up his pen and starting to write. Everyone in the class took his lead and continued with their lines as well. Only Harry and Hermione remained where they were. "Well, Miss Granger, begin." Hermione looked, for about half a second, as though she would enjoy to take a whack at Umbridge, but then stood up and walked to her desk, and continued writing. Before Umbridge turned to walk back to her desk, she said aloud to Harry, so the whole class could hear. "Just because you choose to disrupt my class with nonsense, Mr. Potter, does not mean you will be allowed to skip your punishment. Now, pick up your quill and continue." When Umbridge dismissed the class nearly 3 hours later, everyone left eagerly. Ron and Hermione instantly were at Harry's side. When he stood up, he felt slightly dizzy and probably would have fallen back down had Ron not grabbed his arm in time. They waited until they were out of earshot from Umbridge's class before Hermione spoke. Ron was still keeping a slight grip on Harry's arm in case he fell, because Harry was feeling extremely dizzy. "Are you all right, Harry?" she asked. Harry took a minute before he answered, attempting to focus his vision. "To no avail." "Why, yeah," answered Harry as they walked slowly to the Gryffindor common room. "What happened?" "Well, everything was quiet, obviously, then your head just dropped. We thought you had passed out." "You probably did," Ron reminded him. "Hermione ran to your desk and started calling you. Then, you started talking." "What did I say?" Harry asked, dreading what he could have said in front of the entire class. "It was something like, 'You had better not cross me again.'" Hermione said. "Then, you were quiet. After you were quiet for a bit you said, You had better, Wormtail, or you will deal with more than pain. Were you seeing Voldemort? Ron asked, frowning slightly. Yeah, Voldemort and Wormtail. You were speaking the Voldemort part. Hermione thought out loud. How did the whole conversation go? Wormtail said he would find something that he had lost. Then, Voldemort said, you had better or you'll deal with more than pain. Harry said. You should tell Dumbledore about this. Hermione said. I don't want to. Harry said. Oh, Harry, don't start this again. Hermione argued. Dumbledore would want you to tell him something like that. And Umbridge will probably tell him anyway. Yeah, Harry said as he stumbled a bit. His vision was beginning to come back, but he was now feeling lightheaded. Leave him alone for a bit, Hermione. Ron spoke up. He's nearly falling over. Fine, Hermione said as though she would have loved to rant about it for the next hour. We're almost at the common room, Harry. You can sit for a little while. When they made it to the portrait hole, the fat lady looked down at the three of them. Concern flickered in her eyes. Are you all right, dear? She asked to Harry, who nodded. Fribbergibbet, Ron said, and the fat lady swung her frame out to admit them. Once inside, Harry dropped onto a couch and Ron seated himself next to Harry. Hermione took an armchair on the other side of the small table in the middle. All the fifth-year Gryffindors were nursing their hands and tying them up with makeshift bandages. Harry remembered. How are your hands? He asked Ron and Hermione. They both held their hands up. Hermione's was fiery red and Ron's had a small amount of dried blood on his. How's yours? Hermione asked. Harry looked at his hand and found that it was bleeding badly. He made a sound of disgust before grabbing a handful of robes and pressing them to his cut. Yours is worse than ours. Ron said. I think it sort of opened up the old ones again. Harry said. That's probably what the quill does. It reminds you of what you were told not to do. Half an hour later, everyone was either talking or going upstairs to get an early sleep. Hermione had rushed upstairs and come back down with books and notes. What are those? Ron asked. We didn't get any homework today. Well, it's not homework. Hermione said, opening the book. What is it, then? Ron asked. I'm studying for my apparition test. She said. Why? Ron asked. Well, we're of age now and we're allowed to apparate once we pass our tests. Why is it so important to do it now? Well, come on. Ron, Fred, and George got theirs during the summer. I should have done that. It would have been easier. Oh, I get it. Ron smiled. You don't want to be teased by them because they got theirs before you did. Hermione blushed. You all right, Ron? Another voice joined in. Harry turned around to see Mark Evans standing behind him. What? Ron asked. Are you all right? Mark asked. I heard about your detention with Umbridge. His eyes darted to Harry, then back to Ron. Yeah, I'm all right, Ron said suspiciously. Good. Are you all right? Evans asked Hermione. Yes, thank you, she said pleasantly. You? Evans asked Harry, his voice losing some of its kindness and brought about a sense of mistrust. Yeah, Harry said shortly. Good, said Evans before walking away. What was that about? Ron asked. He's so nice, coming to see if we were all right, said Hermione. Did you hear how he asked Harry? Said Ron incredulously. It was like he doesn't trust him or something. Their new conversation was cut short by a shout. Hey, there's an owl. A first year called out, pointing to the window. Well, open the window up so it can come in, dung brain. A fifth year answered. As soon as the first year opened the window, a gray owl flew in and landed on Hermione's shoulder. She untied the letter from its leg, looking surprised, and it flew back out the window without so much as a second glance. What is it? Harry and Ron asked at the same time as Hermione read the letter. It's from Victor, Hermione said, scanning the letter. Her eyes grew worriedly. What? The boys asked. He says that last week, 6 people went missing in Bulgaria. What? Harry and Ron said together. He says, we do not know their whereabouts yet, but half the Ministry of Bulgaria is searching for them. I do not know whether your newspaper has told you yet, but I thought you might want to know, especially since he who must not be named is after Potter. This is unbelievable, Ron said. 6 people. How could they all have gone missing without a trace? Hermione asked. But Harry was not listening to their conversation. He was beginning to worry more than he had for the past few days. 6 people missing in Bulgaria while Voldemort was said to be in England. And what was that dream? Was it Harry had had just an hour and a half previous? Were the two linked together? What had Wormtail lost? As Hermione returned to her apparition test and Ron went upstairs to borrow Harry's miniature Quidditch pitch to study for tomorrow's first practice, Harry sat and gazed at the fire. He wished Sirius would pop into those flames to offer help. Harry was so lost. He missed Sirius so bad, even if he was ashamed to admit it to Ron or Hermione. It then struck Harry that the reason he probably was so stubborn was because he felt he must be strong for his friends' sakes. But it was now, more than ever, Harry wished he could see his godfather again. The next day, Friday at lunch, everyone was giving Harry odd looks. He supposed it leaked out about his passing out in detention. Will something not ever turn into a rumor? Harry asked as some second years skirted around him as he, Ron and Hermione went to sit down. Not a chance, mate, answered Ron. As they found 3 seats and began to eat the food that appeared on the table, a tawny owl flew down to greet Hermione with a newspaper. Hermione paid the owl and opened the newspaper. Nothing on the missing people in Bulgaria. Do you think it would be anywhere else? Ron asked. Hermione flicked to the contents table. No. Front page, page 2. How to prepare against you know who. Page 3, page 5. Food for thought. Prepare for the holidays with our new recipes, stewed mushrooms and carrots. Turn your bread into an edible table decoration. Oh, for goodness sake. Hermione said angrily, the holidays aren't even for 3 months. The way they're going on about it, it makes it seem like nothing is wrong with the world. Oh, the deadliest wizard is back, but here. Try our new recipes. That'll sure rescue you from dying. Calm down, Hermione. Ron said, maybe tomorrow's paper. At that moment, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown came in, jabbering excitedly. What's this about? Hermione wondered aloud, shoving the Daily Prophet in her bag as the 2 girls sat next to Seamus and Dean and talked to them. Neville came to sit down by them. He looked awestruck. What's up, Neville? Harry asked, scooting over to give Neville room to sit. Neville looked at him, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. What's wrong? Harry asked. Amazing, gasped Neville. What's amazing? Ron asked. Professor Trelawney and Firenze. Neville said. What about them? Hermione asked, frowning. They couldn't decide what to teach. Trelawney wanted to teach us about what Saturn can cause under a full moon while Venus is in eyesight and it parallel with Mercury. Firenze told her it was human nonsense like he said last year and said they should learn about what it will mean in years to come. So they yelled each other. What did they say? Hermione asked. Well, Firenze called Trelawney a bug-eyed human, doomed to never understand the fine art of divination. And Trelawney called him a quadruped with no understanding of life. Damn it! Ron yelled gleefully. Harry, the year we quit divination, something actually happens that's interesting. It was pretty scary in the end. Neville finished. Trelawney got so mad that she threw her crystal ball at Firenze and he kicked it into her face, shattering it. Then, Trelawney went into some sort of trance. What? Asked Harry sharply, jerking his head to face Neville, who looked shocked that Harry found anything about Trelawney interesting. Well, yeah, Neville answered. What did she look like? How did she sound? What did she say? Tell me, Neville. Well, Neville started. She fell down after Firenze kicked the crystal ball into her face. But when she sat up, she started to loll her head and her eyes drooped sort of. She started to drool. Harry cut Ron off as he snorted in laughter. Keep going, Neville, Harry said. And she looked at us, but didn't seem to notice us. Then, she started to talk in a deep voice. It was pretty scary. She was in a real trance, Neville. Harry said, I've seen her at it before. Tell me what she said. Well, Neville scratched his head, looking puzzled. I can't remember all of it. Just tell me what you remember. Harry persisted. Okay, Neville said, gulping again. Well, here's what I remember her saying. It is coming, looming out from a dark corner, forgotten, but no longer. He needs it, The one they call He Who Must Not Be Named. He needs it to become powerful, to kill Harry Potter, once and for all. Neville broke off, looking at Harry, terrified. I can't remember the rest, but there was a lot more. Thanks, Neville, Harry said, his throat tight. You're not scared, are you, Harry? Neville asked fearfully. Harry chose not to answer. Yet Neville asked again. Are you, Harry? No, Harry said, though he wasn't sure why. After Neville had eaten and went on his way to the next class, Ron made a noise of realization. Harry, the first Quidditch tryouts there tonight. Can you make it? I don't see why not. It's not like I have anything to do. You have that essay Professor Umbridge gave us after detention. Hermione said bossily, reading a book she had pulled out of her bag 10 minutes earlier. Hermione, what would I rather do? Umbridge's homework, or Quidditch? Besides, Hermione, we've got you to 5 as the answers. Ron said. Hermione stood up and slammed her book closed. I'm not your pet, Ron. I don't just give answers when you need them. Then, she grabbed her book, turned on her heel and stormed off. Right, Ron said, as though nothing had just happened. Practice starts at 7:30. Just one day a week? Harry asked. Nah, tomorrow and Sunday as well. Right. The end of the lunch bell rang 2 minutes later and Harry and Ron stood up, watched the food vanish from their plates, then walked across the grounds. The sky was beginning to turn gray as clouds rolled in. Great, Ron said unenthusiastically. Wonder what Hagrid'll have us study today. Probably something fire-breathing. Harry yawned. Yeah, or man-eating. Ron continued. However, when they reached Hagrid's hut, they looked around and saw nothing, save a crate. Not another blast-ended Scroot. Ron Ned. Everyone else, who was already there, seemed to be thinking along the same lines as Ron, as no one would go near the crate. Harry scanned the faces of everyone and found Hermione at the other side of the crowd, talking with Parvati and Lavender. Probably about Trelawney, Harry thought. Hagrid emerged from his hut with a net, looking somewhat precautious. When the last of the Slytherins showed up, a minute late, Hagrid started speaking. Now, today, I'll be teaching ye lot about fairies. Hagrid uttered the last word with a voice that showed that he disliked this creature. There was a sudden ripple as heads moved, looking at each other as Hagrid opened the crate and let out what seemed like at least 100 fireflies. Fairies are pretty common round here, Hagrid said, his beetle black eyes scanning, not the class, but beyond it, as if he were waiting for something to appear. Can't find none in North America, or Africa, but they're not very interesting. Hagrid said, matter-of-factly. Most o' the time, they're conjured by wizards as a decoration, and is the only time ye can see them in North America or Africa. His eyes searched behind the class again and his hand gave a little quiver, shaking the net he was still holding. Can anyone tell me where fairies lay their eggs? Hermione's hand shot in the air, to the surprise of no one. Hermione, Hagrid asked. They lay their eggs on the underside of leaves. When the eggs hatch, they spin a cocoon and a month later, come out as a fully formed fairy. Harry looked behind Hermione to see Malfoy pretending to gag. His insides boiled with anger. Can ye tell me how they communicate with each other? Hagrid asked, staring at the castle now. They use their wings to create a high buzzing sound to communicate. Hermione answered promptly. Good 10 points tear Gryffindor. Malfoy pretended to gag again. Harry had a longing to go and hit Malfoy, but restrained himself. So, today, ye lotter go and catch a fairy and draw a picture of it. Hagrid said. Harry blinked, taking his eyes off Malfoy and staring at Hagrid. Aside from the flobberworms, this had to be the dullest thing Hagrid ever had them do. 20 minutes into the class, when Harry had successfully caught a fairy, he was drawing the head. Harry and Ron found that if they put their fairies together, they were happiest and the fairies sat on a stone, chatting away with a high-pitched sound, giving Harry and Ron time to draw pictures of them. Hagrid made his way to them. How are ye, Harry, Ron? Hagrid whispered, leaning down as if to look how they were doing with their pictures. Fine, Harry and Ron said together. Harry then spoke up. Hagrid, are you all right? I'm fine, Hagrid said. Just a little nervous. About what? Ron asked, drawing the wings of his fairy. Well, nothin'. I'm fine. Never ye mind. Is it Malfoy? Harry asked. No. Malfoy's bein' an angel. Hagrid snorted. Well then, what is it? Well, have ye heard about ye gettin' job back soon, Harry? It's Umbridge, isn't it? No, Hagrid said, glancing at the castle again. Actually, yeah. Don't worry, Hagrid, Ron said, setting his quill down. She's just here until Fudge finds another defense against the dark arts teacher. Right. Well, how's Hermione? Hagrid asked. She's a little angry at Ron right now. Harry whispered, attempting to stay out of earshot of Malfoy, who was beginning to gaze at Harry, Ron and Hagrid. She'll get over it. Right. Hagrid said, shortly, standing straight. Well, Harry, ye can come over soon, to help me with All right, Harry said, turning back to his fairy, which was still talking with Ron's. After double potions down in the dungeons with Snape, Harry was ready to get back on his broom more than ever. Hermione's grudge seemed to have cooled down a bit, and she was sitting next to Harry at dinner and only talking to Ron if she needed to. He seemed to be the same way. It was confusing for Harry, talking with both of them, having different conversations at the same time. Finally, dinner was over, and before Quidditch practice, Harry managed to finish Umbridge's essay on the theory of wand magic. Before he knew it, he was dressed in scarlet robes, walking to the Quidditch pitch with Ron, their brooms on their shoulders. When they reached the pitch, they found that the new chasers were already up in the air, practicing, and Kirk and Sloper were watching them stupidly. Ron grabbed a whistle that was hanging around his neck by a string and blew it shrilly, nearly making Harry deaf. Once everyone landed and lined up single file, Ron paced back and forth, speaking. Congratulations to the three of you for making the positions of the chasers, even those who probably weren't allowed anyway. Ron eyed Mark Evans. But you weren't put on this team to spend the whole year celebrating your victory. You were put on it to celebrate Gryffindor's victory when we crushed the Slytherins to the ground. There were several yeahs from Dennis, Kirk and Sloper. Harry, Ginny and Evans, however, remained quiet. So, today, we're going to practice moves. Harry, you fly around and watch. Ron said, correct people if they need help. Halfway through, we'll let out the snitch. You be my second eye for now. Third, Ron. Ginny said, you already have two. Who's the captain? Ron said to Ginny. Right, mount your brooms. Harry swung his leg over the broom. 3, 2, 1, go. Ron yelled and everyone kicked off from the ground at such a force, the pound was still echoing in Harry's ears when he was 50 feet in the air. Right. Ron yelled, once he was at the rings. First, we'll try the Porskoff play. One of you wait which chaser has the quaffle. I do. Kirk yelled, holding the ball in the air. What the hell are you doing with it? You're a beater. Here, give it to Ginny. Kirk tossed it to Dennis and Ron hit his forehead. Fine. Dennis, go about 20 feet above Evans. Dennis did so. Now, when you have the quaffle, and you're trying to fly to get away from the other chaser. Yeah, Ginny and Evans will be watching and one of them will see you. What you do is be bait. So, fly higher and higher, letting Evans, who's below you, to get even with the goalposts. Then, when the time is right, Dennis, you drop the quaffle. Evans will catch it and put it though. Got that? It took several minutes for Dennis to drop the quaffle, right when Ginny or Evans was right underneath them so they could successfully put it through the goalpost. Finally, when Dennis got it, they traded places and all tried different parts. Most of the practice, Ron focused on giving the new chasers his full attention to get them trained up, rather than Harry, Kirk or Sloper, who flew around, attempting to throw them off. It was dark out before Ron decided to call it quits. Not bad, team. Ron said, running his hand through his hair. There's room for improvement, but you're getting it down. Everyone was gasping, covered in sweat and exhausted. Right, tomorrow. After dinner at 7 o'clock. Ron said and everyone departed. Harry stayed behind to help Ron round up the bludgers and snitch. When they were all safely in the box, Ron grabbed one side of the crate and Harry grabbed the other, and they hauled it back to the storage room. Groppy. No. Hagrid yelled as the giant reached out to grab Ron and say hello to him as Sarf snorted loudly. It was now 1 in the afternoon on Saturday and it was raining, but some of the raindrops were being stopped by the large trees, keeping the 6 of them relatively dry, except when one of the giants decided it would be fun to rip a tree out by the roots and shake it so every drop of water showered down on Harry, Ron, Hermione and Hagrid. Go on, Hermione, Hagrid yelled, shielding Ron from Grop's fingers. Hello, my name is Grop. Hello, my name is Sarf, said Hermione. It's nice to meet you, Harry. It's nice to meet you, Hermione, said Harry. Hermy, Grop said as Sarf stomped around, clearly not listening. Well, he's got that down pat. Ron yelled from behind Hagrid and he ran to Harry and Hermione. Harry and Hermione had been repeating the same lines for nearly a quarter of an hour. Let's start smaller, Hagrid said, walking to Grop to pat his gray hand. Groppy, can you say, cat? Grop gurgled stupidly. Sarf, however, opened her crooked mouth and said, caught. Good job, Sarf, Hermione praised apprehensively. How about hippogriff? Hagrid asked. Again, Grop did nothing but guffaw. Sarf said nothing, but instead, began screaming shrilly, stomping her feet and waving her long arms. No, Sarf, no. Hermione yelled. Be quiet, shish. Be quiet. Sarf wouldn't stop. Shut it, you, yelled Ron. Sarf stopped and blinked stupidly in Ron's direction. This is going to take forever, Harry mumbled into Hermione's ear. By the end, Sarf was able to hear the word hippogriff without screaming and could say some one-syllable words like cat, dog, but still couldn't say them correctly, for she would always say, caught. Dog. Is it even worth our time? Harry asked. I mean, they can't even put 2 words together. They just need time, Hermione said. Crabbe and Goyle had plenty of time. Can they string 2 words together yet? Yeah, Ron said. I pound you. And, yes, Master Malfoy. Harry and Hermione snorted with laughter. The whole weekend went by and Harry's occlumency lessons and Auror training were as boring as ever, as Snape wouldn't explain how to fight the Legilimens curse and McGonagall was still into theory. The only good thing that happened was that Mark and Ginny now had the Porskoff play down as Dennis flew around, distracting any other chasers into thinking he had the quaffle, by balling up his Quidditch robes under his arm and carrying them around. Sunday, after dinner, when the gray sky was just getting darker, Harry was called to Professor Dumbledore's office again by McGonagall after Auror training. When Harry entered through the wooden door to Dumbledore's office, he saw Fudge standing beside Umbridge again, who looked outraged, black bow in hair, short wand held in her stubby fingers. Fudge still looked confused. Good evening, Harry, Dumbledore said, sitting in the same place Harry had spoken to him last. I trust your weekend has been going well. Yeah, Harry said, eyeing Fudge and Umbridge. I suppose you are wondering why you are here, continued Dumbledore. Harry nodded his head. Well, the minister has something he would like to say, if you would please direct your attention to him. Harry gazed at Fudge, who looked blankly back at him for a minute. It was then, Harry truly wondered why Fudge was behaving so oddly. What Fudge said next threw Harry off completely. You and Miss Delacour Weasley are permitted to return to your jobs tomorrow, Fudge said in a monotone. We are, Harry said, looking at Umbridge, who scowled back at him. Yes, Fudge said, putting on his bowler hat and pinstriped cloak. Now, I must return to the ministry, Dolores, if you would accompany me. He then left and Umbridge gave Harry one last look before storming out after the minister. The minister's sudden departure seemed to have shocked not only Harry, but Dumbledore and McGonagall as well. Finally, after a long and awkward pause, where the 3 of them stared at the door, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Now, seeing as you are going to go back to your regular teaching schedule tomorrow, Harry, you'll need to know what to learn. For the next week, I would like you to teach everyone about some of the spells that you taught most of them last year at your secret meetings. Get them to take notes the first day, practice, and then the next class, practice together. That should take care of a whole week's worth of things to do, but I advise you get cracking on what you will be teaching them the next few weeks. Yes, sir, Harry said, standing up. Good night, professors. Then, he walked out, unable to believe what had just happened. Neither Ron or Hermione could believe it either. And he just left just like that? Hermione said. With Umbridge. Ron asked excitedly. They were sitting near the fireplace and it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Nearly everyone had gone to bed, save a small few. Yeah, Harry said, not sure whether he should feel happy that Umbridge was gone, or terrified at the prospect of teaching his classmates again. Good for you, Harry. Hermione said. Yeah, you're much more interesting to learn from than Umbridge. Ron said. It was then Harry settled for feeling happy that Umbridge was gone. Even the firelight seemed to dance with glee that night. And for the first time in a long time, Harry was able to sleep peacefully. Monday began with an air of happiness. Umbridge was gone and everyone knew it, even before breakfast began, yet a few kept speeding into the Great Hall, determined to find out whether or not it was true. When they did, they cheered and smiled. There were many whoops and cheers that morning. Even Professor McGonagall gave a short blast of a cheer before straightening her hat and sitting up at the teacher's table. Fleur was already there, conversing with Professor Sinistra, and she was grinning, her perfect white teeth showing a mile away. The only ones that didn't seem happy about it were Malfoy and his gang. So, Potter got rid of Umbridge for a second time. No big deal. He sneered through nods of Crabbe and Goyle. Several people from the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, even those sitting at Gryffindor table, asked Harry if he had really chased Umbridge off the grounds, or told Peeves to do so. Rumors spread fast around Hogwarts. Ron grinned as Ernie Macmillan walked away after he had shaken Harry's hand enthusiastically. I suppose so, Harry said. Come on. Let's not be late to Hagrid's class, Hermione said after breakfast, and the three of them stood up and walked across the grounds. It was drizzling this morning, so the grass was wet, making their sneakers squeak as they walked. Even though it was a rainy, cloudy, gloomy day, Harry's good spirit couldn't be broken. When they made it to Hagrid's, they could see that he was looking much happier. Glad she's gone, Hagrid said gruffly. The last of the class was making its way across the lawn. Nightmare. That woman is. Sides, now I get tear show ye wa. I wanted tear teach ye last week. He pointed to another crate. More fairies. Ron grimaced. Nah, much more interesting than fairies, said Hagrid happily. Harry, Ron and Hermione exchanged worried looks behind Hagrid's back. Interesting, to Hagrid, was like a monster, or something dangerous. When the rest of the class stopped in front of the crate, Hagrid looked ready to explode with excitement. Right, now, let's get tear some learnin'. He opened the crate and something huge and hideous slithered out. It was a snake. Not only was it an ugly, bright orange with black stripes, but it was nearly 6 feet long. But the thing that made it completely menacing was it had 3 heads. As Harry watched it, he could hear each head talking with the other one. No, SS, stop moving, or we'll get too close to those human SSS. The left one said. Oh, I wish I could be back in the forest. It was nice and SS safe there. The middle one said. SS, shut up. You two, and focus on the fact that thos freaky. Shush, human SSS are wanting to kill USSS. The right one hissed irritably. This is a runaspore, Hagrid said over their hissing. They come from Burkina Faso, in Africa, and can reach a length of 6 feet. Each head has its own responsibility. The left head is the one tear decide where tear go and what tear do next. The middle head is always dreamin' and is its goal. But the right head is the one tear examine what the other two are doin', and it's basically the critic of the bunch, 'cause if it doesn't like what the other two are doin', it'll hiss at them. Hermione. Ron whispered in Harry's ear, and the two of them grinned as Hermione watched, fascinated. Hagrid continued. Bu, most o' the time, the right head will be missing, 'cause the other two got tired o' it nagging at them. Harry and Ron snorted, and Hermione shushed at them irritably to be quiet. The right head's fangs are poisonous, Hagrid said, and those closest to the snake's right head backed away cautiously. So stay away from the right head. Now, today, I want you tear feed them. Why don't you have Potter hiss at them? Malfoy said loudly over the rest of the crowd. He can talk to snakes. He'll fit right in with them. This enough, Malfoy, Hagrid said as Harry jerked his head to glare at Malfoy. Why should I stop? Having Potter talk to them would at least make your classes a bit more interesting, even if Potter is the one making it interesting. Malfoy continued. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry said quietly. Malfoy sneered at him and the class watched, interested. Malfoy hissed comically, though not to Harry. You know, he said, not bothering to lower his voice. I've had enough of this class. That moron's teaching skills are just as bad, and almost worse than Potter's. Shut up, Harry yelled and his voice echoed, bouncing off the trees. Now, Harry, Hagrid said warningly, as Ron and Hermione grabbed the back of Harry's robes to keep him from jumping on Malfoy. Malfoy, there's enough. Like Potter, like Giant. Malfoy said, sneering, knowing he was getting to Harry. Was de supposed tear mean? Hagrid asked angrily. Well, it's true, isn't it? Malfoy asked as the Slytherins nodded. You both were and still are lowly orphans whose mothers probably grew up in a dumpster. That tore it for Harry. He yanked his robes out of Ron and Hermione's grasps and launched himself at Malfoy, tackling him. Then, he pulled back his arm, and, like last year, sank it deeply into Malfoy's stomach, at the same time, using his other arm to hold Malfoy's hand back. Yet, Malfoy found his wand and sent sparks at Harry's face, slicing a long cut on Harry's cheek. Harry pulled out his own wand, but felt a yank at the back of his robes as Hagrid lifted him off of Malfoy. Harry flailed around for a second before Hagrid placed him back on his feet, pulling Malfoy up, but keeping the two of them an arm's length apart to keep them from doing any more injury to each other. Harry was panting loudly and his stomach was tied in so many knots that it would have been impossible to untie. Malfoy was panting as well. He had a major nosebleed and blood was pouring down his face from a cut on his head. Harry could feel blood dribbling down his own face, but he didn't care. Both of their wands were pointing at each other. Now there's enough, Hagrid roared. Both owe you. Malfoy, 15 points from Slytherin and Harry Harry, I hate tear do this, BU, 15 points from Gryffindor. Malfoy, hospital wing. And, take insults with yay. Harry, go into my cabin and stay there, till I come talk with yay. Both yay go now. Hagrid sounded furious. More furious than Harry had ever heard him and the sound in Hagrid's voice broke every wanting he had to hit Malfoy and make him pay for what he had said. Malfoy took off to the castle and Harry trudged along to Hagrid's door, shame now burning in his stomach as the whole class watched him and Malfoy depart. He was so mad at himself, Malfoy and at everything else that he kicked the wall before opening the door to Hagrid's cabin and slamming it shut. Fang pounced on him, but he merely pushed the boarhound off before dropping into one of the chairs at the table. He crossed his arms and sank down a bit in the chair. He could hear voices outside and knew that it was the class talking. He heard Hagrid's instructions to them to stay where they were and read the chapter in their books on Runaspores. Then, he heard thumping and the door creak open. I'm not very happy about how you handled that situation with Malfoy, Harry, he heard Hagrid behind him. When Hagrid received no answer, he walked to the table and sat in the chair across from Harry, who avoided eye contact. There was a tremendous silence before Harry spoke. Sorry, Hagrid, Harry said, keeping his eyes on the floor. Well, ye ruddy well should be, after behavin' like da, said Hagrid. Harry sighed. Crikey, Harry, I though, mum and dad raised ye better than da. Tear let hiver someone says to pass through one ear and out the other. Better than da, Harry. Malfoy just. Malfoy this and Malfoy da. Hagrid said, shaking his great shaggy head. Just 'cause he says things doesn't mean they're true. Mum grew up with decent parents and family. And so did you. Harry laughed without humor. Decent? He asked. Yeah, they my. Not. Avenue been the best's guardians, bu. They kept ye and, thes wah, counts. Wah. Does Malfoy know how to get on nerves, but you, Harry, learned at an early age tear accept things, and startin' fights is not one o' the things you were brought up tear do, with or witho, or cousin. Harry laughed again, his heart lightening. Thanks, Hagrid, and I'm sorry, he said. A teenager and, sometimes, thes what teenagers do, said Hagrid, his beetle black eyes twinkling. Harry nodded. Just let Malfoy get tear yay. Just 'cause he says it, doesn't make it true. But what about you? Did you see me pouncing on? I am. Hagrid laughed. Nah, I've just learned tear except that Malfoy is not the one tear decide wha. Me mum was like. Hell, he wasn't even alive when I was born, how could he know? Hagrid stood up. Well, Harry, ye don, avenue tear go back outside. I suggest ye clean that cut afore it gets infected. Send that owl out asking Fleur tear take over class today and, avenue tn, lunch with me. All right, Harry said, walking to a basin full of water and grabbing a cloth next to it and dipping it into the water as Hagrid walked out and finished up the last hour of class and Harry sent an owl to Fleur. A break with Hagrid was what he really did need, without the distraction of Grop and Sarf. After Harry had lunch with Hagrid, he said goodbye and left for potions, which was really not the thing he needed today. When he walked into the classroom, Ron and Hermione were sitting at a table as Snape was at his desk writing something. Malfoy was sitting next to Pansy Parkinson and Crabbe and Goyle were in the desk behind him. He didn't speak to Harry, but he did sneer at him evilly. Harry could see that his cut and bloody nose were cleaned and Harry wondered if Malfoy's stomach was bandaged. Ron and Hermione turned around and waved at him. Harry, are you all right? Hermione asked anxiously. Yeah, Harry said, sitting between her and Ron. Why weren't you teaching defense against the dark arts today? Ron asked. Fleur said you asked her to teach today. I had lunch with Hagrid. Harry said. Is your cut all right? Hermione asked, staring at Harry's cut. Yeah, said Harry again. I cleaned it at Hagrid's. That was brilliant, though. Ron said. How you tackled Malfoy. Ron, don't be so thick. Honestly, it's lucky Umbridge left yesterday, or you would be seekerless. True, but it was still wicked. You frightened me, though, Harry. Hermione said. I've never seen Hagrid so mad. Are you? It was like you were well. Hagrid scared me more. He and I talked. Harry said. Hermione opened her mouth, but stopped mid-word as Snape stood up and began his lesson. The potion they would be making was called the drowsiness potion. Luckily, nothing went amiss and soon potions was over. Harry, Ron and Hermione made their way to Transfiguration, ready for the day to be over. Now, for the next month, we will be learning about human transfiguration, such as animagi and being able to turn yourself into anything at will. You will not be allowed to do it outside of class until you graduate from Hogwarts, but until then, you will be practicing it. For today, you will read about it and on Friday, after finishing the homework on the history of animagi, you will be allowed to turn yourself into an ape, which is the easiest animal to change into, since they are supposed to be our closest animal relative, as some studies of Muggles show. Finally, the day was over. The rest of the month went by and things seemed to brighten up, save the sky. It was now raining every day and every night. Soon, it was 2 weeks before Halloween. Harry was walking to potions on October 14th with Ron and Hermione, when he heard someone calling his name. Harry. Harry turned around to see Cho hurrying after him. When she reached him, she keyed his cheek. Hermione tapped Ron's shoulder and jerked her head in the direction that the three of them had originally been traveling in and she and Ron walked away. Harry was thankful for Hermione's timing as Ron looked ready to laugh. Cho slid her hand into Harry's. I'm sorry for not talking to you. Roger Davis has been giving us extra Quidditch practice. I've been really busy. That's okay, said Harry. Anyway, I have to go to Flitwick's, but I wanted to know if you still wanted to go to Hogsmeade with me. The first Hogsmeade trip is the 26th. Sure, Harry said. Cho beamed. Well, all right, I'll see you then if I don't see you before that. Bye, Harry said as Cho keyed him again and ran off, turning and waving before going around a corner. Harry walked to potions a bit happier than he had been in a long time. On October 25th, McGonagall began allowing them to turn themselves into an animal of their choice. Hermione chose a cat, so she was slinking around, watching everyone else as they attempted to change into an animal. She was the only one who had changed successfully into an animal and back again without any problems. Ron turned himself into a centaur. Excellent, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said as Ron looked around at his hooves. Never before have I seen anyone change into a centaur. I wasn't trying to, Professor. Ron Mo. Ned as Lavender Brown giggled, nudging Parvati Patil and pointing in Ron's direction. I was trying to turn into a horse. Harry was becoming more successful as he continued and was able to change into a rabbit at will. The problem was, when he changed back, his nose wouldn't stop twitching and he had an odd craving for carrots. Parvati was having the hardest time. She tried to turn into a unicorn first, but they were such a difficult creature to turn into, since they were so magical, that all she got was a horn and had to go to the hospital wing, returning to try something a little less hard. Then, she attempted to change into a lizard, but all that happened was her skin turned green. She was gone for the rest of the class. The most surprising of everyone was Neville. He had managed into turning into a horse and Ron looked at him jealously as Neville cantered around the classroom, nearly squashing Harry as he was jumping around the room towards his wand which he dropped when turning back into a rabbit. The thing was, Neville had a hard time communicating to McGonagall that he couldn't change back and she had to turn into a horse to understand him. At the end of the class, everyone was exhausted. Very good for beginners, McGonagall said proudly. Before you leave, I would like to tell you that the difference between being an animagus and someone who can change themselves into any animal is that you can remain in your animagus body for as long as you wish, whereas, you only have 10 minutes where you to use the spell as it is such complex magic that it wears off. And every incantation is different. Remember that. And I am going to inspect the hospital wing tonight, so if I find any of you in there due to the fact that you practiced them out of class, you will lose points. It is unsafe to change by yourself, without someone there at the moment. Good day to you, class. Some class, Ron said, having turned back into the form of a human. Finally, Saturday rolled around and Harry woke up, feeling happier than usual. Maybe it was the prospect that he would be going to Hogsmeade with Cho, their relationship having taken a turn for the better in the past 2 weeks, or maybe it was that Grop and Sarf were now able to say, hello. How are you? Or maybe it was that since his fight with Malfoy, the Slytherins chose to not even look at Harry, which, to him, was perfectly fine, even though they probably thought the nice peaceful quiet would drive him insane. It didn't. Harry got out of bed and dressed into his best outfit, then went downstairs to the Great Hall, not waiting for Ron or Hermione. He would surely see them down there soon. When they did, they all talked about were things that Harry wouldn't remember later. After the leftover food on the golden plates disappeared, Cho immediately walked up and stopped right behind him. Hello, she said breathlessly, dancing on the balls of her feet. She was looking extremely pretty today. Her shining hair was hanging around her shoulders, parted so perfectly on the side of her head that Harry was sure she had done it by magic. Hi, stammered Harry, feeling stupid, with his jet black hair standing on end. He stood up and stepped over the stool. Ron and Hermione chose not to watch, and were talking over everyone else. Harry was happy for how they were giving him and Cho privacy and made a mental note to thank them later. Well, do you want to go, then? Filch is letting out students. Cho asked. All right, Harry said, casting a backward glance at Ron and Hermione as Cho wrapped her hand around his arm. When they walked by the Slytherins, Harry knew there was something missing. He realized that there were not any cat calls or jeers going his way. Did you become friends with the Slytherins? Cho asked, looking surprised that there were no nasty comments coming from those sitting at the table. No, said Harry flatly. I'm not sure if it's some sort of punishment, or if they're just afraid of me. Why would they be afraid of you? Asked Cho. I sort of got in a fight with Malfoy. Harry said. Is that why your cheek was bleeding a while ago? Cho asked. Harry nodded, so Cho continued. Well, it's certainly a nice change, not to have that girl, Pansy Parkinson, being nasty to me. They won't even listen or talk to me in class. Harry told her. It's quite peaceful, and it gives the Hufflepuffs a chance to listen. That's nice, Cho said, as they walked out the doors to where Filch was standing and went outside onto the cool grounds. Morning frost still clung to all the grass, and it crunched under Harry's feet. Their breath ascended in clouds, and they both wrapped their cloaks tightly about them to keep themselves warm. Soon, they were in the village of Hogsmeade. Where do you want to go? Cho asked. I dunno. You choose, Harry said. Cho rolled her eyes, but must not have meant anything by it, as she happily thought of where she and Harry should go. Well, we've just had breakfast. Why don't we go shopping first? All right, Harry said, and they spent the next few hours window shopping, Cho occasionally stopping to go inside to pet the cute animals at the pet store while Harry waited courteously, thinking that were someone to see him in here, petting the fluffy bunny that could change colors, it would be the end of him. They stopped in the Quidditch supply store, and both Cho and Harry marveled at the new items that had been put in, talking about which brooms were better than others. Finally, noon rolled around and both of them walked into the Three Broomsticks. Should we have lunch? Harry asked, pulling out his pouch of clanging wizard money. All right, Cho said. I'll find us a table, Harry. Once Harry had come to the table, balancing 2 tankards of butterbeer and a basket of appetizing food, the both of them began to eat. It wasn't that long until Ron and Hermione turned up. Harry and Cho scooted over for them, as everywhere else was full. Hello, Cho, Hermione said politely, sliding into the seat next to her. Hello, Hermione. Cho responded, and Harry could tell she was forcing herself to not sound jealous or angry at Hermione. Where've you been? Ron asked, sitting next to Harry. Everywhere. Almost, Harry said. Cho nodded. After Hermione and Ron stayed and chatted for a bit, they got up and left, waving to Madame Rosmerta, who was swamped with customers. There was a silence between Harry and Cho as both of them gazed out the window, staring at those walking past with bags and children. Suddenly, Harry felt sick. He shook his head, hoping to clear away the feeling. His scar began to burn dully on his forehead, so he rubbed it. Cho noticed his odd behavior. Are you all right, Harry? She asked concernedly. Yeah, I just feel a little funny, Harry whispered to her, not wanting to attract attention. Then, something weird happened. All the sound clicked off. Cho's mouth was moving, but Harry couldn't hear her. He remained conscious what was going on. Then, as though someone were whispering in his ear, he could hear it. Soon, Potter, soon I shall get you, be warned, my spies are everywhere, closer than you think. Harry stood up suddenly, almost knocking the table over. Harry, what? Cho asked, grabbing her butterbeer to stop it from falling in her lap. Got to go, Harry muttered to her, rubbing his scar as it had just given a sharp jolt. Then, without another word or glance at Cho, Harry turned and walked quickly out of the pub. Once outside, he began to run. He needed to find Ron and Hermione. Where would they be? A slight drizzle started, making Harry's glasses get specks of rain on them. Ron, Hermione, Harry called quietly. He ran into Zonko's, but only found Neville. Neville, have you seen Ron or Hermione? Harry asked, panting slightly from his run. They were just here, Neville said, suspicion coming forth in his eyes. They said they were going to go back up the castle. What's wrong? Nothing. I'll tell you later, Harry said. He turned on his heel and ran right back out the door. He had to catch up with Ron and Hermione. He had to tell them. Finally, he caught sight of Ron's red hair and he ran faster, reaching out and grabbing Ron's collar to stop himself. Ron choked. Harry, Hermione said, grabbing Harry's robes to stop Harry from choking Ron any farther. What's wrong? Where's Cho? Have to tell you, Harry panted. Had something happened odd? What? Ron said, rubbing his throat. Take a breath, Harry. Hermione said. What's wrong? Finally, after several minutes, Harry's heartbeat returned to normal. I was talking with Cho and, Harry lowered his voice as there were several students waiting to go back to Hogsmeade. All of a sudden the sound sort of went off. And I heard Voldemort. You heard Voldemort? Ron asked as Hermione's eyes widened. How did that happen? I dunno, but he told me that he would strike soon. He had spies. He said they're closer than I think. I wonder what he meant. Ron asked. Where's Cho? Hermione asked suddenly. What? Oh, I don't know. I sort of left, Harry said, rapidly beginning to feel guilty that he had left Cho in a rush. Oh, Harry, you didn't. Oh, she'll be so mad. I know, Harry said, his stomach sinking. He and Cho had just begun to get along. But I had to tell you. This was important. Let me ask you, Ron said. You want Cho and you to stay together. And every time you and her go out, something wrong happens. What's more important? Harry asked. So, Harry heard an angry voice behind him. He closed his eyes as if to say, Oh great, and when he opened them, he turned around slowly and came face to face with Cho, the angriest she'd ever looked. Her face was red, probably both from anger and running to find him. I run after you to see if you're alright and I find you telling your friends that I'm not important. What no, Cho? Harry tried to say, but Cho wouldn't listen. There were now tears pouring down her face. You were so inconsiderate to me. She yelled so a few of those close by turned their heads. Harry could feel his face burning with anger, shame and guilt. I can't believe I thought you'd changed, Harry. I thought you liked me. I do. Harry tried to yell. Cho, just listen, something's happened. No, I don't have to listen to you. Leave me alone. I never want to speak to you again, Harry Potter. With that, she stormed through the crowd of Hogwarts students waiting to go home and placed herself as far away from Harry as she could, her eyes flooded with unshed tears. Ooh, Ron said quietly, and Harry turned his head away from Cho. She used your full name. That's what my mum does when she's really angry. Yeah, well, I don't care. Harry said, feeling incredibly empty. He turned around and left without another word, Ron and Hermione not making an effort to stop him. Harry sat at a table in the Three Broomsticks, another tankard clutched in his hand as he stared at the table. He wasn't even really drinking. Instead, he was thinking. The familiar jingle of the bell on the door sounded and Harry didn't bother to look up. He did, however, when someone sat down across from him. Hello, Harry, Luna Lovegood said. She looked more or less as she had last year. She still had the habit of placing her wand above her left ear for safekeeping. Hi, answered Harry half-heartedly. Are you all right? Asked Luna, her eyes narrowing. I heard what happened. Yeah, Harry said. He returned his gaze to the table. She's really upset, Luna said, now gazing out the window. Good for her. You're being really nasty about it, Luna said unhelpfully. Thanks a lot, Harry busted out. I feel so much better about it now that you've told me that. Well, you are. Harry sighed irritably. Anyway, I was wondering if on the next Hogsmeade trip, you could meet me here. My dad wants another interview with you for the Quibbler. It would have been this trip, but Cho told me you were busy. Looks like you won't be next time, Luna said, completely off the subject. There was a long pause. All right, fine, Harry said. Just what I need. Thanks. Well, bye, Luna said, and she got up and left as soon as she had come in. Harry sighed again, exhaustedly. This day wasn't going out as he had planned. It couldn't possibly get any worse. But Harry, at that time, couldn't possibly know it could and would get worse, much worse. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.